guys, can we start? Done. So we are going to do a crash course for business economics, right? My name is Christopher and I'll be your instructor for this crash course. Done. Now, crash course means what? What are we going to cover? An overview I'm going to just give it to you, right? Very quickly. See, paper 4 is a MCQ paper, correct? No? MCQ paper means what? Inky Pinky Bonky. I'm trying to reduce that Inky Pinky Bonky. We are going to use our brain to find the right answer, right? Done. Out of this 100 marks, 60 marks is for business economics, right? 40 is for BCK, business commercial knowledge. This video will be concentrated on the 60 marks only, right? A comprehensive coverage of 60 marks. Around 10 hours it should be, right? Excluding the breaks and other things. Done. Now, please understand this 100 marks paper, right, is for how many minutes you have to complete within? 100 marks, you have 120 minutes, that is 2 hours, right? 120 minutes. So, the mindset you have to go to the exam is every 1.2 minutes, you should score 1 mark. So 60 marks, that means 72 approximately minutes you have. I assure you guys, you will complete the paper before. Typically, you will be taking 45 minutes for this. 45-50 minutes. Not more than that. And for the first time, you will be reading the instruction in the question paper, seeing the ceiling fan. You will see everything which you have not observed for the first 3 days. No, for accounts, maths, law, you wouldn't have seen anything. But for economics, you will see everything. You will start thinking why sky is blue and all, right? Paper quality, everything will check. You will have time. That is what I am trying to say. So you need not be pressed for time here. And we'll do one mock paper at the end of the video. Are we clear? So we'll cover. So business economics has how many chapters? 5 chapters. Okay. The first chapter is split into 2 units, right? Then the second chapter is split into 3 units. And then third chapter 2, fourth chapter 3, and the first chapter, last chapter is 1. Are we clear? Now, if you ask what is the rough estimate of, marks division, the first chapter will get around 8 to 10 marks, as well as the 5th chapter out of the 60, right? So, please be assured, if you study properly, 1st and 5th chapter, you can score a good 16 marks, right? And they are very, it's 10 minutes chapter. Very less content in that. And if you chapter 2 and 3 will constitute 35% of the marks, right? Will constitute 35% of the marks. That's the major chunk. Around 20, 25 or 30 also you can say, you will get it. These are ranges. I can only say ranges. We can't say what is the approx marks for it. Right? And chapter 4, yes, 10 to 15. Are we clear? This would be the approx range. It depends upon your exam attempt. You can get 10, you can get 15 also sometimes. Clear up? So this is the marks distribution. So we are going to start with chapter 1 only. We are going to start with chapter 1. Are we clear? Till here? Done. So wherever tips is required, I'll tell you the exam tips, what and all will be tested, how they will ask, right? Where to concentrate and where the trick is also. See, it's all about tricks, okay? See a foundation. They'll have one, two tricks will be there. If you know it, well and good. Fine. First, we would have studied what economics. Correct? Huh? What is economics? What is economics? Anyone? See, economics is nothing but would have seen if you have seen my full videos, you would have seen Thanos example and other things, right? In simple layman's term, you studied maths for calculation, physics for law of the nature, biology for ant, animal and human beings. Like that, why are you studying economics? You have to understand that first. Why are we studying economics? The reason we are studying economics is to the balance the wants and the resources, right? How to balance your wants and resources. That is why we call it as household management. Oikonomia. Economics is also known as what? Oikonomia. Or in Greek, it's known as oikonomia. Called as what? Household management. You can write down as these notes, small notes. Okay. In a household, your mom will do what? You will ask 101 things. She'll say it's not there, right? For morning, we have breakfast or dosa. What you want, right? Pizza, burger, all not there. She manages whatever is there as the resource. She'll manage. Similarly, if you apply it for the nation wide, for the economy wide, or for the business economics. So it's nothing but an act of a study. If you study how people or nations or countries are balancing these wants with the resources, that is known as economics. Are we clear with economics definition? Now, why should we balance? Because resources are limited. Right? Do you have unlimited resources? No, you do not have unlimited resources. So resources are limited. And second thing is, it has alternative use. It has alternative use. That is, same water can be used for drinking or even for cleaning. Right? So there is a limitation. There is a limitation. Now, in one of the MCQ question, a trick question can be asked in this. When we say scarcity, right? Because of this limitation, we bring up a concept called scarcity. What is scarcity in simple terms? It's not enough. Right? It is not enough in simple terms what you want to do. Now, when you are talking about scarcity, right? Why does scarcity arises? Because of limited resources. Is it absolutely scarcity or relative scarcity? That's an MCQ question. In economics, when you talk, right, is it absolute scarcity or relative scarcity? In economics, we always talk about relative scarcity. Very important, please write it. We talk about relative. What is relative means? See, I have water to drink, right? I have water to clean, I have water to drink, but I will not have water to play around, right? Just water sports and all. Right? Do I don't have water itself? No, that is not scarcity. That is not the absolute scarcity. That we are not talking about. We have water, but we have little water. That is relative scarcity. Are we clear? So in economics, we are always concentrated on relative scarcity. Clear? This is an MCQ question, tricky question, which can come. Are we clear? Done. So two things which you are out of this you should know is fundamental rules. Fundamental rules. Humans have unlimited what? Wants. Second rule you have to know is what? What is the second rule? The resources limited are limited to limited slash relative also you write relative. Okay. Done. Now, this economics has to be studied in two angles, right? Now, your problem and nation problem is not the same, correct? Similarly, when you are studying the balancing of limited resources with unlimited ones, even nation will have, right? If India has unlimited resources, what will happen? They'll spend more money, get everything done, right? In a day or two. But it's not. Even a country has limited resources. You also have limited resources. Yes. You also have unlimited ones. Yes. Can I study the same angle how I solve your problem and country's problem? No. Right? It requires a different approach. That is why economics is further divided into two types. One is microeconomics and another one is macroeconomics. Microeconomics and macroeconomics. What is microeconomics? If I solve the problem, if I study how individuals solve the problem, or firms solve the problem, or industry solve the problem. What problem? The problem of unlimited wants and limited resources. If I study of how individuals or firms or industries solve the problem of unlimited wants and limited resources, that is studied under microeconomics. If I study as an economy as a whole, then what am I studying? Macroeconomics. Are we clear? So if I study how the entire economy solves this problem, then it is a macroeconomics. Now, please understand one thing logically. What is India? Group of Indians, all Indians put together is India. Can I say like that? Yes. So, in an economy, you will have what? Individuals, firms and industry. Correct now? Summation of microeconomics. Summation means addition. Summation of microeconomics is nothing but macroeconomics. It's another way of defining it. Sum of microeconomics is known as macro, or also known as what? Another name, can you tell me? Aggregate economics. That's why it's aggregate means what is your aggregate? Total. These are all different names which can come in your tests. These are all summa they'll ask you 1 mark, juicy 1 marker. If it comes, you have to catch it. Are we clear? Should be like Dhoni is waiting, no, last ball 1 6. Like that you should be waiting if these questions come. It should be 6 only. Here if you get duck out and all, right, what to do? Done. Any questions still here? No questions? Can I move on? Done. Now, your subject name in Appa. What is your subject name? Business economics. Correct now? Business economics. Now, that is what we are going to study. Under microeconomics, we are going to glance through how firms manage their resources and their wants. That is this subject all about. Are we clear? So when we study economics, apply economics to the firm, we call it as what? business economics. Business economics. It has other names also. Please write it down. Other names are what? Can you tell me another name? Managerial economics. Another name? Applied economics. Good. Applied economics. Sir, if I apply this economics principle for NGO, NGO, what? Non-profit organization. Does it come under a business economics or does it come under outside business economics? What do you think? Got the question? I'll repeat again. Sir, I am applying this economics for NGO, social work. Does it come under business economics or outside the scope of business economics? It comes under business economics. In your notes, I would have given useful for not-for-profit organization also. Okay. So anything which is a firm, anything will be considered as business economics only. Very important. Okay. So apply to NGO also. You can write it as. Okay, let not the business word, remove you from this. This is what? These are the tricks. Like this, many tricks are there in your notes, in your book. I'll be listing each and everything out. Please write it. Very important. In the exam day, if this is there, you will get minimum of 5 to 7 marks because exam questions will be on trick basis here and there. Clear? Or business economics is another way of defining is integration of economics with business practices. Are we clear? Now, there are some characteristics, correct, of business economics you have to study, or character or nature of business economics. Business economics. Write this in a new page if you want to. First one is what? Science. Business economics is science. Why? Why is business economics science? Because it establishes cause and effect relationship. Right? Cause and effect relationship. Second, it is based on what? Empirical tests. Okay. See, now let us say what is science. If I drop this pen, what will happen? It will go down. Correct? If I drop it, it will go down. Right? And how do you know it? You have tested it. And you have called it as a word called gravity. Correct? Same thing in economics, demand you would have concept of law of demand, right? Now, please understand, this is also logic. Now, if you put the pen down, what is a pen? Falls. Same logic, when apple fell, the guy was like observing, he was sitting and observing like that, apple fell, hey, gravity. Similarly, right, law of demand, you know what would have happened? One guy would have been sitting like this. He would have been seeing. When price goes down, right, people are coming, and price increases, people are not coming and buying. Observation. See, also establish a cause and effect relationship between price and demand, and it is tested out. Right? It works out. Yes. When you reduce the price, demand tends to increase normally. Are we clear? That is why we call it as business economics as science. Second point, it is also known as art. Art is nothing where anywhere you have an objective to achieve based on rules and principles. You have rules and principles in economics, right? Lot of rules you have studied throughout. Why those rules and principles are there? Law of diminishing marginal utility, law of supply, a lot of rules and principles you have studied. For what? To achieve certain goals. So anything which achieves a certain goal through rules and principles, we call it as art. Okay. On a funnier note, students would have thought, sir, we are drawing, no sir, graphs and all. So artistic, no? Not that logic here. Okay. Next one. It is pragmatic. Pragmatic means what? Practical. Okay, it is practical in approach. It's not theoretical. You can take this and apply it in day-to-day life. Then next one, what is it? Interdisciplinary. What is interdisciplinary means what? What is interdisciplinary? Other disciplines. It includes from other subjects also. Econometrics, marketing, accounting, a lot of other knowledge you should have got about it. Econometrics means, right, applying statistical techniques for economy terms. We call it as econometrics. It's a study. Okay, it's a study. Other disciplines, or in simple terms, sorry for my handwriting, other disciplines or subjects, you can take it as, for your simple understanding. Then what? Then can you tell me another one? It is microeconomics. Business economics come under what? Microeconomics. It is based on microeconomics. See, when you study a particular firm, that means you are studying only that firm, right? So it is a microeconomics related subject. It incorporates, the word is what? It incorporates macroeconomic elements. What does this mean? Incorporate macroeconomic elements means? Can anyone tell me? See, let us say we are running a business, right? What business you want to run? You are running Tata business. Let us say Tata Steel, you are running it, right? Now you are taking a decision. Won't the economy, how the economy is growing, would it affect you or won't it affect you? Inflation is happening means, won't it affect your firm also? It will. That inflation is microeconomics or macroeconomics? Macroeconomics. Right? Ukraine and Russia war is going on. As a business, can you just ignore the decision and go on? No, you have to consider that, right? That is why they are saying it is what incorporates some elements of macroeconomics. Are we getting it? Right? But it is based on micro only, but some incorporates some elements of macro. Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, all micro. Chapter 5 is what? Business cycle. Business cycle affects everyone. Right? Why are you studying under business economics? Because it affects the business also. That is why it's under business economics. Are we clear? If you want to classify the chapters also, chapter 2 to 4, right, will come under microeconomics. Right? Whereas chapter 1, unit 2, types of economic systems, right? And what chapter 5 will come under macroeconomics. Are we clear? Then last point, very important, students will get confused in this. What is it? Normative in nature. I'll spend some time here, very important. Now, there are some cheat codes which you can use. Okay. If you do not understand what is normative and all, very simple. Normative statement, it's like Peter statements. Peter statements, it should be, it ought to be. Search for the words ought to be or should be. If they ask you which of the following is normative statement, you have solved MCQ questions, no, you would have got this. Which of the following? Just look into any MCQ question you take. Ought to be or should be there. That is normative statement. That is the simplest identification. Okay, look for ought to be or should be. Okay, but in reality, first we'll explain what is normative also. Cheat code, okay, we have explained, but what is normative also we'll understand. Okay, see, normative statements are nothing but it is prescriptive in nature. What is it? Prescripted. What does prescriptive means? It is suggestive. It is suggestive. It includes judgment. It includes judgment. It is very subjective. And very importantly, very important, students will forget this, it includes, very important, please mark it as star, it includes welfare consideration. It includes welfare consideration. I'll explain this few things with. Normative, right? Normative is not positive. There's something called positive economics. There's something called, what is it? Normative economics. We are not talking about business economics. Is it normative, not positive? Positive is very simple. It is factual. Whatever is factual, whatever is objective, right? That is positive economics. Business economics is not positive. It is more of normative. It is very suggestive in nature. Because some suggestion business economics theories will give you, right? But doesn't mean that it will 100% work in the business environment. It can go wrong also. Are you understanding? So that is why business economics is very suggestive. You reduce the price, demand will increase. That is very suggestive in nature. Can you 100% life guarantee say that it will increase? No. Are you understanding? That is the beauty of this subject. That is why we are saying it is prescriptive in nature. It is suggestive in nature. It involves judgment. When it involves judgment, it cannot be factual. It cannot be objective. Are we clear? To give a statement, I'll just give you a statement. Tell me if this is normative or positive. India is growing at 7% GDP. Is it normative or positive? Positive. India should be growing in 7%. Should be is a very subjective thing. I am asking. Government, right, has to ensure everyone is fed properly. Is it positive statement or normative statement? It is a normative statement because welfare considerations are included. Okay, I did not say the word keyword should or ought to be. Okay, but it included what? A welfare statement. If that also is there, it's a normative statement. Are we clear? That is why I said this normally students will forget. Welfare consideration embedded. Please remember that. Are we clear? Can I move on? Now, scope of business economics. Scope of business economics. Now, microeconomics is used to solve what? Microeconomics is used to solve what? Internal issues. Internal issues or operational issues. So it lists out the chapter actually. The scope is nothing but listing out the chapter. You would have studied demand analysis, correct? In your chapter, demand analysis and forecasting. Then what you studied? Production and cost analysis you would have studied, correct? This and all we will study whenever we go in what is production analysis. We will study in detail when we go and study the production chapter. Okay. But these are all, please understand microeconomics. Inventory management. What is inventory management? Managing your inventory. That's all. It is called as inventory management. How do you like to manage your inventory? Manage the inventory in such a way that you spend the least cost. You incur the least cost. You have to manage it in that way. Resource allocation of resources. Market structure, right? We studied lot of market structure in chapter 4 and pricing policies. Then what we studied? Profit analysis. Risk and uncertainty. This and all is not there, okay, in your syllabus. Risks and uncertainty analysis is not there. This and all will constitute FM. Right? We studied business economics is what? Interdisciplinary. Right? Financial management and all you will be studying, right? In CA Inter. That time you will be studying about inventory management, profit analysis, risk and uncertainty, and theory of capital and investment decision. Not everything you will be studying in this. FM is a later version. This is for what? Microeconomics, solving internal issues. Then there is macroeconomics. What does it solve? External issues. Correct. Economics for what? External issues or environmental issues. Environmental issues. Here you will be studying about what? Types of economic system. That is the next unit you will be studying, correct? Chapter 1, unit 2. Done. Then stages of business cycle. Chapter 5. General national income you will be studying. National income. Employment and all those things. Social and political also you will be studying. Social and political, environment, all these come under macroeconomics. Where will you study all these things? In next level, see Inter, have you heard of the subject called Eco for Finance? Chapter paper 8, okay. There you will be studying business, national income and all. So FM and Eco for Finance, right? Social and political environment and all you will be studying it in strategic management also. Okay. Then financial sector and capital markets. Capital, finance and capital markets. And various government policies. Various government policies. This you will be studying in BCK. Policies. These are the problems which you will be solving. Are we clear? So chapter 1, unit 1 is done. So it should, if you read this alone, what we have written it, right, it is nothing more than what? Two pages, correct? But we have covered almost everything. You can just check your book also. Right? We have not left out anything. It's a very comprehensive revision which we are going to do. Right? Yes, maybe I am not spent. I would, in my real classes, full classes, I would have given more example of normative, shown your video, blah blah blah. Right? But here we are going to be crisp and short, but 100% coverage. Are we clear? Done. Moving on. We'll move on to chapter 2. Unit. Done. So chapter 2 talks about what? Sorry, chapter 1, unit 2 talks about what? Types of economic systems and their problems. Right? Types of economic system. Say, what is this economic system? Is nothing but group of firms, right? Group of firms put together in a society. We call it as what? Economic system. This group of firms can be arranged in 3 ways. One, capitalist economy, we call it as, right? We call it as what? Right, capitalist economy, right? Second one is called as socialist economy. Third one, mixed economy. 3 types of economy systems are there. Now, very important to learn each and every one. Okay. Now let us move on to capitalist first. Let us move on to capitalist first. Capitalist. What are the other names, please? Can anyone tell me? What are the other names? Free market. Why is it free market? Free market means what? Government is not interfering too much. Okay. Or price mechanism works in this market. What? Price mechanism works in this market. What does price mechanism means? Demand and supply interact with each other. You would have studied equilibrium price, correct? Demand and supply will interact with each other and will find solutions for this market. That is what we call it as free market. Okay, done. Another name was also called as what? Laissez-faire. Where is it coming from? Which word it is? Not English. It is not English. Homework for you. Okay. It's not there in syllabus. Just as a homework for you. Let me know. Okay. Done. What is this? Latin, Greek, French, everything. Done. Think about it and let me know. Okay. Done. Now, what is capitalist economy? Very, very important word. Can anyone tell me what is capitalist economy? I'm looking for 2 words. 2 words, very important. Profit, okay, and then? And private ownership. Okay, these are the 2 important words to define capitalist economy. See, here the production or distribution or whatever it is, right, is owned and controlled by what? Private guys or private individuals. For what? For profit motive. For profit motive. Very, very important. These two words are. If you know these two words, then more or less you are good. Are we clear? So it's privately owned and it's for what? Profit motive. It is for profit motive. Clear here online? Any questions still here? Speed is fine. Everyone? Any should I go slow or faster? Fine. Done. Now, here you have to study characteristics. You have to study the characteristics. One, what is the character? First character is right to private property. That means what? Right to private property means what? You can buy a property. You can buy a property in your name. Whereas in other economies, you cannot buy a property in your name. Only government can buy it. Right? You can lease it maybe. Now in India, you can go and buy, in your name. Certain countries are there where you cannot. North Korea and all, if you take, everything belongs to King Jam. Right? He is the king, correct? No? Will he take it? No. If you say it's my property, he'll chak. Second, what is the characteristic of private economy? Freedom of enterprise. Freedom of enterprise. Now, freedom of enterprise means, now you want to start a pizza shop, you can start. You want to start a, chocolate shop, you can start. You want to start a car shop, you can start. Government will give freedom of enterprise. Whatever you want to sell, you do. We have no objection. Right? Third one, freedom of economic choice. Economic choice. What is economic choice? Freedom of choice. Now, consumer wants to buy something. He wants pizza, he can go and buy pizza. If he wants, chocolate, he can go and buy chocolate. No one will force him. Right? Now, let us give an example for you to understand. Right now, you are taking these things for granted. Hey, I can go and buy means I can go and buy. Imagine China, what is happening. No, you have to do this means you have to do that. Right? In China, food might be, you will get food. Right? You might get Italy for sure. But you want pizza, they will say no. You do not have the right to choose in economic choice. Are we all clear? Then moving on. Profit motive. Profit motive, I guess that is self-explanatory. People do this business or people own organization for profit motive. Then next, consumer, what? Sovereignty. That means what? Consumer is the king. Consumer is the king. This economy works towards the consumer. Let us say there are three business people. Okay, one is selling chocolates, another is selling pizza, another is selling hamburgers. Okay, consumer wants chocolates. Consumer wants chocolates. Which business will survive here? Only the business which is providing chocolates will survive. Because you have produced pizza doesn't mean that the consumer will buy it. So consumer will decide what needs to be produced. Are we clear? That is why the consumer is the king here. Now, competition is there. Competition is there. Last one is absent. See, when absence of government means total absence is not there. Government interference will be there. Okay, here and there only. Are we clear? And the next point, which is not there in your book, please write it down. Right, is known as price mechanism. I have already spoken about this price mechanism. What is it? In this economy, demand and supply will interact together. Demand and supply will interact. Now, a tricky MCQ question can be asked. Can I ask you a tricky MCQ question? Right? In capitalist economy is affected by what? 1. Demand. 2. Supply. 3. Price. What do you say? D. Government. What do you think is the answer? Answer is price. Some students will write demand as their answer. No, because price includes demand and supply. Are we clear? So that is why price is the right answer. Don't be tricked by this question. US, UK, Germany, Japan, right? Mexico and Singapore. Singapore, all are examples of capitalist economy. In the world, there is no pure capitalist, no pure socialist also. Okay, it is more to do with the intent right now, what they are moving towards. Now, advantages and disadvantages are a lot in your book, right? How do you study? Now, you need to read it only. Okay, don't mug it up and on. Nothing is required. You know what it is, right? Certain words would be used like red tapeism. Red tapeism means corruption. Those are the things which you should know, which I have already discussed in the class. So that I take this as read. Okay, this I am going to skip in my crash course. I want you to read it. It's theoretical nature, right? Merits, demerits. I believe you can do it on your own. Okay, fine. Moving on to socialist economy. What is socialist economy? Another name for socialist economy. Can anyone tell me? Yes, command economy or centrally planned economy. Here, what is the two important words? Here, two important words. Yes, the two important words is one, owned by the government or central planned authority. Some authority is there, central planned. It can be government, it can be king, right? It can be anyone. See, Saudi Arabia, who's the central plan? The king, right? In China, the government, we can call it. But some central planned authority is there. Are we clear? Owned by the government or owned by everyone in common for welfare motive. For welfare. Are we clear? For public welfare, social welfare, yes. Some countries which are socialist are USSR. USSR is nothing but the undivided Russia, which was there, right? Now, Russia-Ukraine war is all going on. Before, Russia was part of, Ukraine was a part of Russia. It's called as USSR, Soviet nation, right? Like Pakistan, how it was with us. Then North Korea, our Kim Mama is there, right? China and Cuba. Okay. They can ask you which of the countries are socialist economy. That's all. Now, characteristics of this is what? First one is collective ownership. Collective ownership. See, government owns everything. Whose government? People of the nation, country is the government. So for people, the government is owning. So it's called as collective ownership. There is a central planning authority. There's a central planning authority. So like absence of government interference is there, no? In here, there is a government interference. Indirectly, they are saying. Absence of consumer what? Choice. So let us say you are hungry, you will get food to feed, but you cannot choose what you want. That is called as absence of consumer choice. Relative equal distribution of relative equal income, distribution of income. More or less everyone will be earning the same. Okay, more or less people will be earning the same. Last one, minimal role of price mechanism. Are we clear? Some merits and demerits also will be here, right? You need to read through it. Okay. There's nothing. If you have any questions, please let me know. Last one. What is it? Mixed economy. It is similar. Which is the country? India, right? So owned and controlled by both private and government, right? Owned by both private and government. So there is a mixture of motive. Both profit motive is also there, welfare motive is also there. Here, characteristics when you are studying. What are the characteristics? There is private sector and public sector. What does private sector means? Owned by private individuals. Public sector means owned by government, right? There is existence of economic planning. That is, government plans in this society. It is not that market forces decide everything. In capitalist economy, market forces decide everything. No one is planning. They said market will decide. Okay. In socialist, everything is done by the government. Here also, there is some planning given by the government. Okay. Third one, positive role of government. Positive role of government. Right. So that people are not misused. The government will also come and provide education, healthcare, right? And all those things. Last one is administered pricing. Right? During your COVID, right? Vaccine prices were increasing. Now government said, no, you can't charge more than this. Was it led to demand and supply wholly? No, it was administered. Right? So this is called as administered. Are we clear? These are the characteristics. So what are the merits and demerits? Same thing. See, sometimes government of India says, right, we will not interfere, but they interfere too much, right? So they have their merits, they have their demerits also. Now as firms face scarcity problem, right? Economies also will face scarcity problem. We call this problem as what? Central economic problem. We call this problem as what? Central economic problem. When economies face economy face scarcity problem. We call it as what? Central economic problem. So they will have 4 questions to answer. What are the 4 questions? What to produce? What to produce? Now write this down, very important. 1. Capital goods or consumer goods, as well as how many to produce also is answered here. Quantity is also answered. How many? This many of you do not know it. That is why I write it down, I said. Okay. So the quantity is also decided in this first question itself. What to produce and how many to produce actually together. Right? So quantity of capital goods to produce, consumer goods to produce is decided here. Clear? Huh? Then moving on. Second question. What is the second question? How to produce. Capital or labor intensive. Should I use? So what is capital? Let me move to the beginning of the. What is capital means? Road, bridges. Consumer means which are consumed by the consumer. So government should think, should I build roads and bridges or what to say, consumer goods, right? Now for example, government will have limited budgets, correct? No? During COVID time, should it build roads or should it build give vaccines to people? It should give vaccines. That is the consumer goods, right? Now once this is gone, right? Now hopefully we are out of COVID, right? Now what should we produce? More of capital, right? Roads and other things. Capital intensive means should I use machines, right? Whereas labor, should I use labor, human beings. Third question, for whom should I produce? For whom should I, whom to produce? Whom to produce? So which society gets what? Gets how much? This is nothing but splitting of the quantity. How many to produce you decide to know first. How to split it you ask the third question. Who gets what? Right? Now let us say you produce vaccine and you produce to labor incentive in India. Right? First you gave it to elder people. Right? Then you gave it to slightly older people, then younger people, and just like that you brought it down, right? So who gets what? Third question has to be answering. And the last one, what is it? Provision. What is the provision to be kept for future economic growth? Or you can call it as savings. How much should I save in the future? Right? Because let's say, because you had something, can you spend all your money at short once? No. You should save money to keep for future. Right? You have to save money for keeping for future. How much should I save? How much should I save? That also needs to be determined. If you save too much, then you will be producing less today. If you produce too much today, you will be saving tomorrow less. Your future production will affect. So you have to balance both. So all these 4 questions has to be answered. All these 4 questions have to be answered. Now we will see how all these 4 questions are answered by the 3 different economies. Now with the first capitalist economy, we'll use price mechanism to answer all these 4 questions. What to produce? Consumer is the king. Consumer will tell what he wants. That only will produce capitalist economy. How much to produce also he'll know. For profit motive, capitalist economy. So he'll know how to produce also. To produce at the most cheapest form to produce the cheapest form, right? For whom to produce, he knows which consumer is producing to, and what provision should be kept for the future growth. Capitalist economy will take care. So how is the problem solved? Through price mechanism. In socialist, who does the work? Central planning authority will solve all the problems. The mixed economy will mix of both the price mechanisms and government will come together and solve this. Are we clear? This is how all these four problems are. That is how these four problems are. Sorry? Central planning authority, government also you can call it as. So price mechanism for solving the capitalist uses price mechanism, socialist used central planning authority or government, you can call it as whatever it is. So first chapter is done. First chapter is done. See guys, first chapter is the easiest most chapter. You should be able to score 100 on 8 to 10 marks will come for sure. Please take it. Okay. Please take it with both the hands. Do not lose marks in these things. Clear? Done. We'll take a break for 5 minutes. Alright. We'll take a break for 5 minutes and then continue. So time is 5:20. 5:25. We'll continue with chapter 2. Take a 5 minutes break and come back. I'll also take a water break and come. Why you always tomorrow? Exam season. What is before this year? I think a BCom exam. You get permission.
First class class.
Keep it after this 20 you want to give some Christmas vacation. They want they don't they want to sorry. Chapter 3. There are a lot of demand. There's very less explanation. It's a lot of exit day, reverse, this is inverse. It's the inverse relationship, very cost. Just tell you the rules and you can just I can't explain the rules, right? So basically, they're asking for screenshots. Like, so we are asking this product service company, chairman, and all this chairman, or something. It's a product of something. 4 questions. So, I think it's very 10 games. All the questions also can be.
So, is Arivupro conducting the lectures? That they conducted
Next.
with the official entity or mix
Part for the
for each.
we conduct another paper. We see how this first paper. Each time you are going and you are making those are those combination. To an extent.
How is that?
Law of you basically engrossed in then you forget and for everything you'll be like you're a poor judge you'll be like yes. It's 3:25. I'm here. In this time. But only after the break and you'll go for break. After class starts, he comes. After break ends, he comes. Huh? Full on. Done. Anyhow. Okay, guys. Chapter chapter 2, right? Very important and very interesting chapter you would have ever studied in economics. So we will see chapter 2, unit 1 now. So unit 1 talks about what? Demand, right? Unit 1 talks about demand. Unit 2 talks about theory of consumer behavior. Unit 3, supply. Done. So unit 1, demand. So what is effective demand? We saw 5 conditions to be satisfied. What are they? First, a product you should have desire for the product, right? First point. Second point, what is it? You should have the ability or money, ability to buy the product. Third one, what should you be doing? You should have the willingness to spend. And last one, it is always quoted for a particular price and time period. So all these 5 things have to be there for to constitute demand. When you are representing demand in economics, all these 5 things have to be present, right? For example, potato. Yes, I like potatoes. Potato cost how much? 10 rupees. So you are representing it in price. Do I have the ability to buy it at 10 rupees? Yes. Well, I am willing to spend? Yes. Now I am going to buy 1 kg of potato at 10 rupees for 1 week. For 1 week. If it's expressed for 1 month, what happens? It goes to 4 kgs of potatoes. Right? So that is what it is. Are we clear? So it is expressed at desire, ability, willingness, price and time period. Are we clear? Now moving on, determinants. Determinants of demand. What is determinants of demand means? What determinants of demand means? Can anyone tell me? Factors which determine demand. Factors which determine demand. What factors which determine demand? First one, we are going to see one by one. We are not listing all the 5. We'll see one by one going through. First one is price of the commodity. Now, price of the commodity. When I say price of the commodity, let us say chocolate milk, right? If I'm going to calculate demand for chocolate milk, what will happen? Price of the chocolate milk will determine the demand. How it will determine? If price goes up, demand will come down. When price goes down, demand will go up. What relationship have we seen this? Inverse relationship, or what? Negative relationship. Okay, anything which goes up and other thing goes down, we call it as inverse or negative relationship. Are we clear? Done. Now, moving on. Second factor. What is the second factor? Price of the other good or related goods, we can call it as. Price of the related goods also affect the demand of the product. Now, related goods are of 2 types. One is what? One is complementary goods. Another one is substitute goods. Substitute, or we can also call it as what? Competing goods. Another name is competing goods. What is complementary goods? Which are goods which are used together. Goods used together. Example, what are they? Coffee and sugar, right? Milk and honey, petrol and car, pen and ink. Fine. Now let us come to substitute or competing goods. Goods which substitute each other. Goods which substitute each other. Substitute each other. Or you can also say it as goods which compete together to satisfy the want. Goods which compete with each other to satisfy the same want. Now, what kind of relationship can anyone tell me complementary goods and demand of the good have? Now, please, lot of students will forget this. Please remember, you are analyzing how demand of, let us say, chocolate milk we saw, right? Demand of chocolate milk is getting affected by the price of the substitute and the price of the related commodity or complementary goods. Here we are going to see how does the relationship between the demand of the good and the price of the related goods. In the first one, what did we see? We saw price of the good and the demand of the good itself. Are we getting it? So that clear definition has to be there in your head what we are reading. Now coming to the product, complementary goods. What is the relationship? Can anyone tell me? What inverse relationship?
Demand and price. Demand for one and price for the
Okay. Guys, there is an inverse relationship. Okay. Inverse. Whenever I say inverse means you should also use the word negative. I will not be writing everywhere. Okay. First I have written. Okay. Done. Inverse relationship, it's there. Okay. Between what and what? Between price of the related good or complementary good. Price of the complement good and demand of the goods concerned. Are we getting it? Very, very important. There's the inverse relationship between price of the complement and the demand of the goods concerned. Now I'll just do an example for you to understand it so the concepts are clear. Now let us say pen is here, ink is there. Now we are checking demand for ink. How is price of pen is going to affect the demand of ink? What relationship do you think? If price of pen going to go up, what am I saying? Price of pen is going to go up. What will happen to the demand of ink? Demand of ink will reduce. Demand of ink will reduce. Correct. Now, please understand, you can give an example for this and also go about it. Let us say you take 10 rupees pen, 10 rupees ink also, just as an arbitrary term. Now, the question given to you is price of the pen is increasing. Let us say it has gone to 15 rupees. Before, what was the total? 10, 20, correct? Now, what is the total? 15 plus 10, that is 25. Right? So, as the price increased as a totality, price has increased for complementary goods, then demand of both the goods will actually decrease. Are we clear? You can use this cheat code also if you are getting confused. And please, very important, you should have a very strong hold on this. Then only you will understand price elasticity and many more. The shift in the curve, right? Lot of things gets affected because students are not clear in this particular concept. Be very thorough in this concept. Are we clear? Done. Now for substitute goods, what will happen? There is a positive relationship or direct relationship. Okay, between what and what? Between price of the substitute and demand of the goods concerned. Are we clear? Price of the substitute and demand of the goods concerned. Now, please understand here how do you use a trick? I'll just tell you a trick which we can talk about. Now, Coke and Pepsi. Right here also students will get a lot of confusion. Students will get a lot of confusion. Let us see here. Now, let us say this price is at 10, this price is at 10 also. Okay, you are analyzing the demand of Pepsi. You are analyzing the demand of Pepsi. Suppose Coke price decreases. Suppose Coke price decreases. What will happen? What will happen to the demand of Pepsi? Sorry? I am hearing different answers now. Increase, decrease. Now, what is the technique? First, write down both. Coke, Pepsi. Write it down. Say 10 rupees, 10 rupees. Both are priced at 10 rupees. Now, what they have said, Coke price is going to decrease. Let us say 5 rupees it has become. Now, as a consumer, you being here, draw a diagram. Don't worry, it's childish only, but draw it. Where will you go? You will go to Coke. So, what will happen to demand of Pepsi? Reduce. Answer is there. Are we clear? If you are not understanding direct positive relationship and all, please use this technique. It is much more easier for you to go about it. Are we clear? Done. Now, can I ask you a tough question? Now, which of the following good establishes a direct demand and price relationship of the good? Listen to the question very carefully, right? Which of the following, right, establishes direct price and demand relationship of the good? A, complementary goods. B, normal goods. C, substitute goods. D, given goods. What do you think is the answer? What do you think is the answer? My question was, some lot of discussions are going on. Very good. Substitute. See, that is where you are not understanding it. Answer is given. Now, what did I say? Direct price and demand relationship of the good. Here, there is a direct relationship between what? Price of the substitute and the demand of the goods concerned. I wanted to emphasize on that point where students go wrong. That is why I am giving you this question. You normally tend to remember direct relationship, indirect relationship. Do not study like that. You lose marks because of this. Are we clear? This is a direct relationship between price of the substitute and demand of the good. In given good only there is a direct price and demand relationship of the good. Given good, we will come to it shortly, but I just wanted to narrate this emphasis on this particular point. Are we all clear with this point? Yeah, done. Let us move on. What are the third determinants? Right? What are the third determinants? Income of a consumer. Now, when it comes to income of a consumer and demand, right, it depends upon the nature of the commodity. The relationship between demand and income depends upon what? Nature of the product or commodity. Are we clear? But in general, what? In general, if demand increases, sorry, if income is represented as Y in economics, right? Income increases, demand increases. Demand increases. Always remember this in general. Or it is also considered as, if this happens, if income increases, demand increases, we consider the good to be normal. When income increases, demand increases, we consider the good to be what? Normal goods. So there's another category of good. Let us say when income increases, demand decreases. We call these goods as inferior goods. This is nothing to do with the quality of the product, nothing to do with your perception. Please understand. Now, Hyundai car, right? What do you think? Is a luxurious good or a inferior good or a normal good? That's a very good economic student answer. It's very relative, right? In the question, if they ask you, do not say a car means luxurious goods. Yes, generally it is classified as luxurious goods. But when we talk about inferior goods, why am I emphasizing? It's not about the quality. Because for you, car might be luxurious. For Ambani, it'll be like, car will be inferior. A who will go in car and all, waste of time. Plane only. Flight or helicopter, correct? No? So, person to person, it will vary. So, if your income increases, demand falls, then it is considered as what? Inferior goods. Are we clear? For your example, Pani Puri example, right? Now you are going in eating Pani Puri in the shop, local shop here. Once you become a CA, you will be like, hey. No. 5-star hotel only. Correct? No. So the Pani Puri shop, yeah, becomes inferior good now. But now it's like CSC good. So do not consider the quality and the goods. Students will make this mistake. That is why I'm emphasizing. Now, next one. Luxurious goods. Luxurious goods. How are they defined? If your income level increases beyond a certain level, income increases beyond a certain level, your income increases beyond a certain level, then demand for these goods increases. Demand for these goods increases. Then we call these goods as luxurious goods. So till 50,000, you might not be buying gold, or when your income is only 50,000, 30,000, you tend to spend on your day-to-day affairs itself. Do you save buying gold and all? Do you have demand for gold? No. But after a point of time, hey, I have spent everything for a normal. Now I can buy gold and all, keep it as savings. No? So your demand for those luxurious goods will increase as your income increases beyond a level. Again, luxurious goods also, the definition, please remember the definition is important. That classifies luxurious goods, not your thought process. In your exam, they give you beyond your demand for these goods increases. That means that good is a luxurious good. Are we clear? And last one, is what? Essential goods, essential consumer goods, right? Now, in this, your income increases. Your income increases. Let's draw a big arrow. Your income is increasing by a greater proportion. But your demand also increases. Your demand also increases, but a lesser proportion. By a lesser proportion. Why, sir? Let's take an example. You become a CA, right? Before you are consuming 1 kg of salt in your family. Because you have become CA, you got promotion also. 1 lakh offer you got per month. Pakka, fruit and all you got. Okay. Now you will consume more salt. Consume the same amount of salt. Yes or no? So, yes, maybe instead of buying 1 kg, you will buy 1.5 kg. Right? Because you have excess money. Okay, who will come again for shopping? Right? But doesn't mean that your income increases by 100%. Your salt consumption also will increase by 100%. Are we clear? So, these goods are classified as essential goods. So, income increases, right? Demand also increases, but demand increases at a lesser proportion than income increases. Are we clear? Now, one more point students will forget. One more point students will forget. What is it? It is the vice versa. What does vice versa means? Ulta. Right? Ulta people will forget. Now please understand, you didn't study CA properly, you got fired. What will happen? Your income level will come down. Back to the Pani Puri shop only. Right? So what happens? Here when I say income increases, demand decreases is inferior means. When income decreases, demand for these goods increases. Right? Please understand the ulta effect also hold true for everything. Ulta effect hold true for everything. Are we getting it? Any questions here? No questions? Can I move on? Done. Now, fourth point. Determinants of demand. Taste and preferences. Do you accept that taste and preferences affect consumer? Yes. You might like, you might like pizza. You might like non-veg. You might like certain things. Based on that, demand will get affected. Based on that, demand will get affected. Right? So I like to give this famous example. Right? In your pizza, if you put, I like meat. If you put meat and give me, I like it more. Taste, I find it. If you give vegetables and put vegetables and give me, I'll be like, no, thank you. Right? Broccolis especially. Done. Now, more the taste they give you, the more the taste or preference you have, what will happen? Your demand will go up. Lesser the taste you have, lesser the demand will you have for the product. You will have for the product. Now, here a unique effects, 3 effects you will be studying. 3 effects you will be studying in this. Because taste and preferences are affected by your surroundings. Do you agree? Taste and preferences are affected by your surroundings. So there are 3 effects which will take. One, we call it as what? Demonstration effect. Or also called as what? Bandwagon effect. Right? Second one, we call it as what? Snob effect. Third one is what? Veblen effect. So we'll see one and one each one of it. Demonstration effect is nothing but you see someone doing it. Okay, you are just seeing someone doing it. Is your taste and preference going to get affected? Maybe. Maybe, right? Everyone. In your house, your mom would have told your dad, everyone has bought TV. Everyone has bought car. Our neighbor Shanti has bought a car. Her husband, why don't you buy? Correct, no? Demonstration effect. By seeing someone, your purchasing demand for things are getting affected. Demonstration. That is also called as bandwagon effect. Okay. Now, bandwagon effect is nothing but, you know, that bandwagon, that, you know, the vehicle which they pull, bullock carts and all, they pull, no, and go. Like this, those days they used to take it. When they are moving, they will be moving on the roads and showing the products. So, based when they show the products, you get attracted to it, you buy it. That is why they call it as bandwagon also. Okay, that is not related here. That is demonstration effect. Understood? Second effect, snob effect. Snob effect. Now everyone in the society is doing the same thing. You get so bored. Hey, everyone get marrying same. No. All grand mandapams are there. No, you go. So mainstream. Now everyone is going to what now? Beach wedding now. It's happening. Yes or no? They want to do something extra. Or they stop consuming certain things because it's very boring. Everyone is doing the same thing. So I will stop consuming that. That is snob effect. Another example I give you, snob effect. Right? Initially everyone started opening a Facebook account. Right? Everyone has Facebook account and Facebook now becomes boring. Right? You stop the consumption or lower down the consumption. Yes or no? That is because of snob effect. Are we clear? Now, Veblen effect is also opposite, where you see someone consuming that, I want to consume that. Veblen effect is like, you see someone consuming that, you also want to consume that. Right? Examples, jewelries, right? Even something which came black water. Have you seen recently? Someone is drinking black water, it seems. They drink black water, it's very tasty, nutritious. It's a social media thing which is going. So people are paying 200 rupees for 1 liter of black water. That is called a Veblen effect. Because something people are consuming, you feel that, let me also buy, it looks very costly, I also want to show off. Because of that, you want to buy. That is called as Veblen effect. Are we clear? So, what is demonstration effect? You see someone, you get affected. Your demand gets affected. You see someone, your demand gets affected. What is snob effect? You see people and everyone is consuming, so you stop consumption. You stop consuming that product because you see everyone is consuming it. Right? Or third one, you see people which is very attractive, right? Because they feel like, that is prestigious, you want to consume more of it. So because of prestige value or status consumption, these are the three effects which are to be studied. Demonstration is just seeing and getting affected. Snob is like you see, you stop consumption. Veblen, you consume because it looks prestigious, it looks hi-fi. Are we clear? Yes, Veblen is also known as conspicuous consumption. Okay, conspicuous means attention-seeking consumption. Okay, attention-seeking. Conspicuous means attention-seeking. Done now. Done. Fifth one. Last one. Consumer expectation. Now, based on consumers' expectation, demand will get affected. Demand will get affected. What all consumer can expect? Price, income, supply, and many more others. Okay, many more consumer can expect. If we expect to weather to change also, demand will get affected. Okay, so we cannot end it. So three major consumer expectations we can see. First one is price. Consumer expects the price to fall tomorrow. What? Consumer expects the price to fall tomorrow. What will happen today's demand? Demand will decrease today. Let me give an example. Tomorrow they are saying petrol price will be lesser than today. Will you fill petrol today or tomorrow? Tomorrow only, no? Right? Because you are saying on that. So what will happen? You expect the price, see here, expect the price to increase. See, expect the price, read the word, expect the price to increase. What will happen to demand? Demand will increase today. Increase today. See the relationship between. Here becomes direct relationships in fact. Yes or no? Are we clear? So expected price increases, demand for demand increases. If expected price tomorrow future, some people in the October month, in your family I do not know it happened, for me it happened for sure. I waited for the big billion day because I know the price is going to fall. Expected price is going to fall. Then what will I do? Demand for today will decrease. I will postpone the purchase. Right? Similarly to the income, if you expect the price to income for you, you are going to get promotion if you feel, this year pakka promotion pa. Boss, I pleased my boss very much. So what will happen? You expect a promotion to come, you will take something in EMIs and other things. By the time it comes, I will get my promotion also. You will purchase more. Your demand will increase. If you think I might get fired, right? Recession is coming, right? I might get fired. Then what happens? Demand will come down. You expect the income to go up, demand go up. If you expect the income to go down, demand will go down. Now, supply. Now, you guys during COVID, yes, when lockdown happened, yes or no? Immediately what you went? Where do you go? Where did you go immediately? You went to the shop. Ana, rice na? 10 kg na? Right? First time you're buying 10 kg, 20 kg and all. Correct? No. So, why? You expect the supply to be less or shortage. You expected a shortage in the future. You expect shortage, then your demand goes up. If you think, okay, it will be available always, right? Then your demand will be low, right? That is why when you go to a roadside shop, last piece, not tomorrow if you come, it will not be there, they will say. They will have pieces, that is a different story, right? They will say, last piece, if you want to take it now. So that demand is good. Are we clear? These are the consumer expectations will affect your demand. Clear? Then there are other factors also, size of the population. I have listed down and given in your notes. Okay. So read that there are weather. If you expect it to be sunny, what will happen? You will buy a what? Cooling glass. Right? If it's very sunny, demand for cooling glasses will go up. If you expect to rain always, raincoats demand will go up. Right? Based on lot of weather conditions, seasons, EMI facilities there or not, based on a lot of things, demand will get affected. Are we clear? Moving on. Now, moving on, we'll see law of demand. Law of demand. Yes, let us sing the song. Price increases, demand decreases. When price decreases, demand increases. Ceteris paribus. Price increases, demand decreases, or vice versa. Price decreases, demand increases. But the important condition is what? Ceteris paribus. What ceteris paribus means? Other things remaining constant. Now you saw all the factors of demand, no? If all the factors of demand are changing, then law of demand will not work. Law of demand will not work. Imagine you are getting a promotion and the price of the product also is increasing. You'll feel like, okay, chalte hai. Your demand will be same sometimes, right? But law of demand says if other factors, you're not getting promotion, your income is not changing, nothing is changing, only price increases, then only demand will decrease. Are we clear, everyone? Now, moving on. This causes what? A inverse relationship, right? We call this as a inverse relationship. Now, can we plot a demand curve? Can we plot a demand curve? Yes. How do we plot a demand curve? We identify a demand schedule. We first draw a demand schedule. What is a demand schedule? It is a tabular which says at what prices what demand you have. Let's 5 price I might have 10 demand. At 4 price I will have 15 demand. At 3 price I will have 20 demand. At 2 I will have 35. At 1 I will have 60. I plot this in a demand curve. We call it as demand what? Schedule. Sorry, in a graph we call it as demand curve. Right? We call it as a demand curve. Now, demand curve. What are the properties of a demand curve? It has a negative slope. Okay. Second one, downward moving. Moving from left to. Why negative? Because negative slope because of the inverse relationship. Because of the inverse relationship, it is a downward sloping negative slope. And why left to right? Because more quantity is purchased at a lesser price. More quantity is purchased at a lesser price. Okay, these are the two reasons of the demand. Or also called as downward slope. Okay, downward slope. Downward moving or downward slope, whatever you call it. Sorry. Linear line is nothing. This is a linear. This looks linear, right? Linear line is nothing but a straight line, right? Now, guys, demand curve can be upward sloping also. Sometimes, generally, demand curve is downward sloping. Okay, it has negative slope. Can this straight line, if it demand curve is a straight, we call it as what? Linear line curve, demand curve. If it is upward sloping, what we call it as? Demand curve is upward. Now, can I ask you one question? Where do you think demand curve will be upward? Which good upward? Giffen goods. Yes. Giffen good is a good example where demand curve would be upward. Are we clear? Giffen goods is a curve where demand curve will be upward. So what is the slope of the curve? Sorry? What do you think is the slope of the curve? Positive curve. Okay, or upward slope. Are we clear? When it's in a given good stage, it is the upward slope. These things you should be keeping in your head. Clear? But generally, a demand curve is a downward sloping curve. Okay, there are exceptions to demand, law of demand. That time you will see. Clear? Done. Now, why law of demand? Why? Law of demand works. Law of demand works. Rational behind law of demand. What is rational means? Logic behind law of demand. Okay. What is rational means? Logic behind what is say law of demand. First logic is law of diminishing marginal utility, DMU. Okay. So I presume you have studied properly income, right? So I can now say it. In equilibrium, when does the consumer reach equilibrium? Under law of diminishing marginal utility, when mu is equal to price. Correct? When price goes up, what will happen? You will consume less. When price goes down, you will consume more. Correct? That means what? Quantity is increasing, no? That is how this is one logic of law of demand works. Second logic, very important, price effect. Price effect, right? Or law of demand is also called as, another name for law of demand is called as negative price effect. Negative price effect or negative price. Who propounded it? Hicks and Allen. Propounded means who coined this terminologies or theory. Now, price effect is of two types. Listen very carefully, students, do get confused here. Price effect is of what? Two types. One is what? Substitution effect. Another one is called as income effect. See, effect itself is a impact, a psychological impact is creating. Demonstration effect is, we saw, no, just nothing but impact which created in our head. Correct? You saw someone consuming, you wanted to consume. So the substitution effect in income effect also is psychological effect. Okay, what is this? Now, let us say, price, you have two products. You have two products, Coke and Pepsi, let us say. Okay, both are priced at 10. Now, Pepsi is priced at 5 rupees. Price of Pepsi comes down. What will you do? You will substitute Coke. You will substitute Coke with Pepsi. Yes or no? So because of the price decreases, the consumers induced. The word is what? Induced. Pushed. Psychologically induced to substitute one product with another. That is how it is written in your book. Correct, no? So the consumers induced to buy substitute one product for another because of the price decrease. Because this looks cheaper than the Coke. Pepsi looks cheaper than the Coke. This effect is called as substitution effect. This effect is called as what? Substitution effect. Now moving on to income effect. What is income effect? Now let us say you are buying chocolates. Price of the chocolate, you had 100 rupees. Price of the chocolate was 20 rupees. Now it has you can buy how many quantities? 5 quantities before. Now the price of the chocolate has become 10 rupees. Price of the chocolate has become 10 rupees. Now how many quantities can you buy? 10. Now again, has your income increased? No. But your purchasing power has increased? Or in real terms, right, your nominal income has increased, right? So what happens here? Here also the consumer is induced. The word is induced to buy more of the commodity because his purchasing power is more. Because of price reduction, you feel, 100 rupees I can now buy 10 chocolates. Okay, fine. Buy. It is an inducing effect. So this is called as income effect. Are we clear here? I'll repeat again. Substitution effect is consumers induced to substitute one product for another because now that product is cheaper than the other product. That effect is called as substitution effect. What is income effect? The consumer is induced to buy more because his purchasing power is more now with the same level of income. With the same level of, are we clear with the concept? You can write it. Substitution effect means the consumer is induced to buy. Income effect means consumer is induced to buy because of purchasing power increase. That effect is called as income effect. So both substitution plus income effect is called as what? Price effect. Price effect as a whole does not have a definition. Okay. Done. Next, rationale behind law of demand is arrival of new customers. Yes, because your product is cheaper, what will happen? People will come and shop at your place. It looks cheaper, let me buy. Correct? No? Arrival of new customers. Next point, different uses. Different uses. What is different uses? Jamila, DMU we will again see it, don't worry. We will see it again in chapter 2 of this particular unit. So you need not worry. Right? Now, different uses. Okay. If price decreases, if a product has more uses, you will use it for more purposes. So you will buy it more. Let me give an example for this. Olive oil. Right? If you take olive oil, right? It's a very costly oil, right? You feel, it's very costly, I should only use it for cooking. Yes or no? Reduce the price of the olive oil, what you will do? Hair massage, body massage, right? Everything you will do. Because you will do it because it will become cheaper and you have use cases for everything. Right? So, same thing go opposite holds also. When price increases, you will use it for, okay, let me use it for medicine purposes alone. Are we clear? So more the uses, price decreases, you will buy it for more. Are we clear? These are the reasons behind law of demand. Now, moving on to the next topic, exception. Exception to law of demand. What is exception to law of demand means? No. Exception to law of demand means which do not obey law of demand. Which do not obey law of demand. What all does not obey law of demand means? What is law of demand? Price increases, demand decreases, or vice versa. Correct now? Or vice versa. Now let us say price increases, demand stays constant. This is also exception to law of demand. Are we understanding it? So when price increases, demand falls. This is also exception to law of demand. So please understand, students always think if price increases, demand should decrease. That is called as exception of law of demand. Not necessary. If price increases, demand remains the same also as law of demand. Are we clear? Done. So we understood what is law of exception to law of demand. We will see different types of goods here. Very, very important. Concept, conspicuous goods. Conspicuous. What is conspicuous goods means? I told you. Attention seeking goods. Attention seeking goods. See, when a good is very attention seeking, right? Only few people buy it, right? Then only attention seeking. Everyone has it, then it loses its conspicuous value. Now, I always ask students, right? What is the difference between the road outside Arivupro Academy, one tar road, rock is there. That is also rock, right? What we wear, diamond, it is also rock. Makes it different. We feel, right? We feel diamond is attention seeking, right? When we feel, it becomes a conspicuous consumption, right? For those goods, as price increases, demand also increases. Imagine you sell diamond, 3 stones 10 rupees, 3 stones 10 rupees, 3 10 rupees, 3 10 rupees. Just sell it. Okay. Diamond. Next day you will wear it. Hey, who will wear it? It's for local people only. Correct? No. So it loses its value. So when price decreases for these goods, demand decreases. This you would have seen in painting also, right? You take red paint, put it on the white board. It is 10 million. It is the brilliant artwork, right? If you say it for 10 rupees, you'll be like, hey, no, I'll still paint. But if you say 10 billion and say it is the artistic nature of the thing, of the suffering, of the pain of the whatever it is. If you say it like that, oh, okay, correct, right? So you are paying more because demand is there. So you charge more, demand for these goods will increase, right? Mona Lisa, right? Why is it so costly? She's not even smiling. She does not know how to give a pose. But it's more costly, so people know it. Correct? No. If I say I'll give you my painting, you will say what? It's a no need, sir. You keep it. Right? Give me 1,000 rupees. I'll give you. No. Same thing. Mona Lisa painting. If I give it by now, because you know you can sell it at a higher price. Done. So conspicuous goods, prestigious goods, all these things come under this. Prevalent goods all will come under this. Are we clear? Attention seeking goods, as price increases, demand for these goods will keep on increasing. The second type of goods, giffen goods. Now, what is a giffen good? What is a giffen good? Tell me. There are 3 conditions for it to be satisfied. What are the 3 conditions? First, yes, it should be a inferior good. That means what? It means what? Inferior good means what? Quality is? That is wrong. I told you. What is inferior? We studied previously. When income increases, demand decreases. That is what is inferior good. Please remember always that. In economics, do not bring your general answers. Right? In English, demand means what? I demand you to solve my ego. Something. Right? That's an order. Right? In economics, it has a different meaning altogether. Right? So similarly, inferior means please remove your low quality and other things. It is always price. The income increases, demand for these goods decreases, or vice versa also. Remember, why are you paying like that? Okay, think in those processes, you will score good marks. Done. Second rule is what? No close substitute. That means what? No substitute products are there. Third one, what? Occupy, very good. Someone in the online has told correctly. Substantial place in the budget. Here also, please understand, price and demand have direct relationship. If price increases, demand increases, and price decreases, demand decreases. It is named after a economist called Giffen. Okay, but a lot of people argue on these kind of goods are very rare to be found. Okay, this happened in England slum, where people were poor right? He also went and observed like this, because all economic theory is observation only, he went and observed like this. Right? And he was observing. I don't know why he went to slums and started observing. That's a different story altogether, right? So when he was observing, he saw people were eating bread and meat. In UK, bread is a staple food, right? So do you fill with meat is side dish only, for you also? Rice is main for us. Meat is like side dish, right? So side totuka. That now main dish was bread there in UK, right? So they fill the stomach with bread. Fine. Chicken is for taste and other things. So when he was observing, price of bread increased. Price of bread increased. You know what happened? Price of bread increased. Demand for bread also increased. He was confused. Hey, what? Price of bread increase means demand of bread also should fall down. No, that is law of demand. No. In fact, what they did was they cut down the meat. They cut down the meat and bought more bread. That was the birthplace of Giffen goods. If you see bread, why did they buy bread? Because they wanted a full stomach, right? That's the inferior goods. If the income increases, they would buy more of meat, right? So they'll buy less of bread. So that is an inferior good. Second, is there any close substitute for bread? Don't tell me rice. In England, there was no rice that time. Okay, assumed that time. Okay. Then substantial place in the budget. They spent half of the money or more than their money for this kind of good, bread. That is why they can fill the stomach. No, see, if you go to a poor person back in India itself, what they'll eat rice and only sleep, right? Or they'll eat that round ragi ball. Yes or no? That is the staple food. And side dish they'll eat, what is the chicken and mutton. If they do not have money, they'll just eat the ragi ball and sleep. So they spend more money on that bread here. So when the price of bread increases, to fill the stomach, they went for the bread and cut down the meat. So it established a direct price relationship there. So he named it as Giffen goods. That's all the concept of Giffen goods is. 3 conditions you have to know. What is the direct relationship also you should know. That's all it is. Are we clear? Done. Third one. Conspicuous necessities. Third type of exception to law is what? Conspicuous. Spelling is conspicuous, whatever you want to pronounce. Necessities. Now, conspicuous necessities is nothing but, right, mobile phone. Your friends, now all of you have mobile phones, no? All college students. Why? Is it very important? Now, what if I get lost? I have to call my parents, I have to inform my parents. Very important. No, that's not the reason you that's the reason you tell to your father and mother for a phone, right? Mappa, I have to inform pa. Where am I going to the more reason is what? Your friends are having it, you should also have it. That's driving force, right? So this is nothing but conspicuous necessities, attention seeking necessities. This has become so habitual, right? Everyone is buying it, so let me also buy it. Here also, as price increases, demand will remain the same. It will not fall. Or demand slightly will increase. Okay. It's not like price increases. So phone prices are steadily increasing slowly now. Still you are buying phone. Yes or no? Anyone stop buying phone? No. That is what conspicuous necessities are all about. Fourth one, expectation. Future expectation. Future expectation about prices. Now please understand here, expectation, consumer expectation comes under factor of demand, determinants of demand. Okay, here they are given it as exception. In your book also, if you read that paragraph, they have said this is not actually true, but I don't know why they are given it. Now, in expectation, price is going to change in the future. Is there anything changing today? Any price change today? No price change today. Correct now? You expect the price to change tomorrow, but price change today? Anything? No. But still demand is getting affected. For the same price, demand is going up or down depending on the expectation. Right? This is against law of demand. That is why they are. Are we clear? So this is another exception to law of demand. Now, fifth point, demand for necessities. What is demand for necessaries? Let us say water and all. If you increase the price of water also, you will still buy water and drink. Right? You will be like, prices of water is increasing, let me not buy. No, you still buy. Right? Still the demand would be same. Done. Last one, speculative goods. What is speculative goods? Price increases, still demand will be constant, or price decreases, demand will be constant. Okay. Yeah. Speculative goods. Tell me what is speculative goods? That is speculative goods, sir. Okay. Speculative goods are goods which you buy hoping that you will make a profit of it by selling it at a higher margin. What is speculative goods? You buy an asset, right? Hoping that the asset will grow in value and sell it in the future. That we call it as speculative goods. Again, I will repeat for those who want to write it down. Goods you buy, right? Hoping that the prices of this goods will go up and you want to sell it in the future and make a profit, basically. That is speculative goods. Examples are share market, debt market. Why do you buy a share? You buy it so that it will increase in value, you sell it, as well as you will get dividends and other things. Are we clear? Those are called as speculative goods. Now I always say, let us say this is a share price of Jio. This is the share price of BSNL. Which one will you buy? You will buy Jio, hoping that this will go more. Right? But here what is happening actually? Price is increasing now. Whereas here price is decreasing. Now why you are not buying BSNL? Are you understanding? This is an exception to law. For in speculative goods, if prices are increasing, you tend to buy more. Are we clear in this? Any questions, please ask. Sorry? They are exception to law of demand. They are classified under conspicuous goods. Yes. Actually, there is a MCQ question which is asked like that, and the answer is all of the above. Consumer expectation. See, you are expecting the price to increase in the future, correct? Today price is constant. Let's say you expect the price of the petrol to increase tomorrow, right? Today price is constant, but demand for today itself is falling, right? Without the price increase, then it's exception to law of demand. That's what they're saying. Right? Last one, right? Consumer is not rational. Okay, last one is consumer is not rational, a psychological effect or ignorance effect, we call it as. What we call it as last one is psychological effect or rational. Consumer is not rational or ignorance effect. Now, do you actually go and check every shop what is the price and then buy a product? Go. What ba? Say the price. Buy. Right? So price increases or decreases, you don't bother sometimes. You are not in rational. Right? Economics only works for rational people. Are we clear? So we call it as ignorance effect also sometimes. Right? Because you are ignorant. Right? Economics will not work in that way. Are we clear? Done. expansion. You want a break or how is it? Or can we continue? We can continue. Now moving on to a new topic, expansion and contraction. Right? Now, please pay attention for this. Again, students make a hell lot of mistakes in this particular topic, contraction and expansion. Now, when does expansion and contraction happens? When there is change in price alone. See, when we call it expansion and contraction of demand, when there is change in quantity demanded. When there is change in quantity demanded due to change in price. Due to change in price. Let me give an example for this so that you understand it much more better. Let us say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. The demand for this is, let us say 60, 40, 30, 20, 10. Okay. This is quantity demanded. This is price. Correct? Now, can you plot this into a graph? Can you plot this into a graph? Yes, you can plot it into a graph. When you plot this into a graph, let us say from 4 rupees it has gone to 3 rupees. What will happen? When you plot into a graph, what will happen? From this point, right? From this point, it will go to downward point. Correct? Yes or no? Because this is 4 rupees. This is 3 rupees. Now, same thing, there is change from 20 to 30 quantity demanded. Yes. Now, let us say your income is increasing by 100 rupees. It's a normal good. What will happen? Your demand will increase. Yes. Your demand will increase. We use the word demand will increase. Why? Can you use the same graph? You have to draw a new graph itself, no? Right? That is why there is a difference between movement and shifts and all. We will be studying shortly. The wordings here is change in quantity demanded, because here quantity demanded only is changing. You are not drawing a new graph itself. That is where when we study about shift, we call it change in demand. Because demand itself, new demand curve itself you have to draw. Are we clear? So when price decreases, what we call it as movement along the same demand curve, downward movement we call it as. When price increases, we call it as upward movement. So can we write all these things down? So understood, change in quantity demanded. The wording is very important. This is the logic why we call it a change in quantity demanded, and it changes only when there is a price change. Any other factor changes, we call it a shift. We'll call it as shift. Only if price changes, we call it as what? Movement along the same demand curve, or expansion or contraction of demand. Right? When price increases, what do you think about quantity of demand will happen? Decreases. We call this as what? Contraction of demand. Upward movement along the same demand curve, fall in quantity demanded. Are we clear? These are the three things we call it as. When price decreases, quantity, demand increases. What do we call it as? Expansion of demand. Rise in quantity demanded. Downward movement along the same demand. Are we clear? So now, let us say your income increases, what will happen? Let us say this was drawn at 1000 rupees income. When you have 2000 rupees income, you have to draw a new demand curve, that is 20, 40, 60, 60, 80 and 120. Right, when income is 2000. So you will draw a new diagram itself showing that, right? Showing that for the same price, your demand has shifted rightward. For the same price, the demand curve has shifted rightward. That brings to the next topic called as what? Shift in demand. Right? Increase. Here the word which we use is increase or decrease. We use the word increase or decrease in demand curve. Okay, we use the word increase or decrease in the demand curve. So if it shifts rightward, we call it as what? Rightward shift or increase in demand. If it shifts leftward, what we call it as? Leftward shift. This is called as leftward, this is called as rightward. This is also called as upward, downward also. Okay. Now, when can rightward shift happen? There are certain conditions. I just want to ask one or two conditions for you. When there is a substitute goods, price of the substitute goods increases, what will happen? It is always demand of that good only. Price of substitute increases, what will happen to the demand of the good? Price of the substitute increases. What? So, see, first understand the question. Price of the substitute is increasing. So, substitute goods concerned, 10 rupees, 10 rupees. Right, draw a figure here. Right, it has become 15 rupees. Where will you go? You will go to your good only. So, demand for your good will increase. So, if it increases, rightward shift or leftward shifter? Rightward shift. Yeah. Right? So, this is how you have to think. First, you should know where it will it increase or decrease? First step. Rightward, first you have to forget rightward or leftward. First you will see demand will increase or decrease. Then decide if it increases, rightward. If decreases, leftward. Okay. Population came down. What can you talk about demand curve? What will happen? Population of the country came down. What do you think about the demand of the demand curve will happen? It will decrease. Generally, demand for the goods will come down and the population comes down. Right? So that means leftward or rightward? Leftward. Are we clear? Like this only you have to solve. So if your factors, determinants of demand is not clear, you will not be clear. Now, can I ask you a trick question? Everyone ready for the trick question? Now, I am selling apple. What? Apple. I am selling at 10 rupees. Now I want to increase to 11 rupees. I want to increase it to 11 rupees. What will happen? Will my curve shift leftward or rightward?
It's just
Correct. You should immediately hit, sir. Price is changing of apple, sir. You are selling apple, right? Price of the apple is changing only, sir. There will be no shifts. There will be no shifts. Only movement will happen. Are we getting it? So you have to name it. What is it? Price increases means what? Contraction. Are we clear? This you should always remember. This you should always remember. Now, one more question they can give. Alright. Now, there is change in demand of apple. There is change in demand of apple. What are they referring to? What are they referring to? Are they referring to movement along the same curve or shift along the same shift of the curves? They are referring to shift of the curves. The wordings which are given to you are very, very important. Are we clear? Everyone? Done. Now we will move on to elasticity of demand. Before we move on to elasticity of demand, we will take a break. Okay. So this, we have come for the interval, right? Mid of things. We'll take a little bit longer break maybe. Okay. We'll take a break of what? 20 minutes, right? So we'll take a break of 20 minutes. The time is 4:40 here. So 20 minutes break means all my maths which I know should give you what? 5 o'clock, right? We'll start again at 5 o'clock. Sessions begins at 5 o'clock. So your first half is done, right? Session begins at 5 o'clock. Take a break and come back. See you guys. Okay guys, welcome back. We were seeing elasticity of demand, right? Now what is elasticity of demand? What is elasticity of demand? Change in quantity by change in price. Okay. Okay. Fine. See guys, in simple terms, you know that price increases, right? Demand will decrease. When price increases, demand will increase, or price decreases, demand will increase, right? But what is the effect, right? By how much will the demand increase or decrease? How do you measure? You measure by elasticity. Are we clear? Now I like to call it overreaction or underreaction, right? I like to call it as overreaction or underreaction. Now let us say I increase the price, demand decreases, right? Now overreaction means, let us say I increase the price by 10%. I increase the price by 10%. Demand overreacts by 20%. This we call it as overreaction, right? Like what we heard now. Now, what is it? Now this, let's say price increases by 10%, but demand decreases by 5% only. This we call it as underreaction, right? Now this overreaction we call it as, in simple term, the product to be elastic. When it's underreacting, we call the product to be inelastic. We call it to be inelastic. When it's going good, overreaction means elastic. Underreaction means inelastic. Right? There will be further subdivisions of overreaction. Further, elastic will be further divided into two. Inelastic will be further divided into two. For now, just understand this. Elasticity of demand measures how does demand respond to some variable due to some change in the variable. It can be price, it can be income, it can be price of related commodities. Are we clear? But normally there are four types of elasticity according to your syllabus. What are they? Price elasticity, income elasticity, cross elasticity, and advertisement elasticity. Okay, these are the four elasticity you will be concentrating on. Done. First we will take price elasticity, right? Price elasticity is what? How does demand respond to change in price? How does demand respond to change in price? You would have studied the formula. What is it? EP is equivalent to percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. Please be careful. Quantity demanded should be always up. The variable, underlying variable should be always down. Right? Here in this case is price. Are we clear? Or the other formula is what? EP is equal to delta Q by delta P into P by Q. What is delta Q and delta P? Change. Whenever we say change, we represent in economics by delta. Okay. Now understand one thing. Delta Q. What is the formula for it? Yes. Revised quantity or changed quantity minus original quantity. Right? Original quantity. Right? Similarly, delta P is what? Revised price minus original price. Very important to understand this. Now, when you are calculating price elasticity, what should you ignore? Note. What should you ignore? When you are writing, you should ignore the negative symbol. Ignore negative symbols. Okay, very important. Please remember. Second, now, when should you consider negative symbol? When the question states find the coefficient. When they ask you find coefficient, then you consider the negative symbol. Okay. Coefficient means, find coefficient means consider the negative symbol. When I say consider negative symbol means what? For calculation, consider the negative symbols. Are we clear? Right, in my main video I would have explained why you have to ignore and all those things. Right, I'm not going to explain again. But just for crash course, just understand negative symbol should be ignored. Right? If the question says find coefficient, then please consider negative symbols. Right? You would have calculated everything as answer has come correctly. You're ticking. They will give -1 and 1 plus 1 also, just to confuse you. Right? Students will tend to go for the wrong one. So be careful here. Done. Now, can we do one sum? For this, two sums we will do. One percentage formula. Another one is we will do numerative formula. First, percentage formula. Let us say a price of the product is fallen by 5%. Price is fallen by 5%. First question. Okay. And quantity demanded increased by 15%. Right? Determine the coefficient and comment on the value. Okay. determine the coefficient and comment on the value. Now what is the answer? Quantity change, which should come top or what? Change in quantity should be on top, right? Then price should be down, correct? Change in price is 5%. So what is the answer? 3. What was the question I asked? Coefficient, right? Now when I coefficient means, what did I tell you? Consider the minus symbol, right? So this is going up, this is going down. So answer is -3. Are you understanding, everyone? A simple question, right? 3 is the answer. Everyone knows 3 is the answer. But when they add coefficient, the answer changes. And you tend to lose marks because of these things. Please avoid. Now again, let us do one more sum. Price of the commodity decreases from 6 to 4. What is it? Price of the commodity goes from 6 to 4. And increase the quantity demanded increases from 10 to 15. Find the price elasticity. Find the price elasticity. So here you cannot use the percentage formula. You have to use the equation formula. Please calculate it. EP is equivalent to what? Delta Q by delta P into P by Q. See guys, what is delta Q? What is the original Q? This is the original Q, right? This is the revised Q. This is the revised Q. So it is 15 minus 10 divided by 4 minus 6 into what? P stands for the original price, right? That is 6 by 10. So that should give you 5 and 2, right? Now I am asked to find what? Elasticity of price elasticity. There is no coefficient. I did not specify coefficient, right? So I ignore the negative symbols and calculate it. So into 6 by 10. So this will go in 3 tables. This will go in 2 tables. So that should be 1 point. This should be 1.5. Are you understanding it, everyone? Because these are the few practical problems you have in your examination. Clear? Now, moving on. Next concept called point elasticity. What is point elasticity? See, understand, I'll just ask you a question so that you understand the concept much more better. Now, okay, listen here. Let's say you're buying a samosa. Okay, samosa was priced at 20 rupees one samosa. Fine? 20 rupees is fine? Okay. When I change to 21, do you overreact or underreact? No reaction, huh? 22? 23? Little reaction, right? 24? Little more. 26? Are you understanding? So, what did you say? When I was 21, you said no reaction, sir. Right? You said no reaction, sir. 21, you said some reaction. So, can I plot that in a curve? Right? The prices was 20, 21, 22, 23. Like that. Let's go. Here, you reacted differently. At this point, you reacted differently. This point, you reacted differently. Can I say like that? So, to measure at this point, what is my reaction? What is the elasticity? Basically, what is my, when I said reaction, I am connecting to elasticity, right? What is my elasticity at that particular point? What formula do I use? Concept I use point elasticity. Are we clear? Elasticity at a given point on a demand curve is called as point elasticity. Are we clear? And one more thing is, it is used for point, what is the, I'll just write it, at the elasticity at a given point on demand curve. Now, used for what? Used for when the change in price is infinitesimal. What does infinitesimal means? Minute small change. Let us say a 10 lakh car is increased by 500 rupees. What will happen to the demand? How will you know? The very infinitesimal change, small change. To analyze that impact, we use point elasticity. Basically, it uses what's a derivative. Okay, the formula is EP is equal to derived Q divided by dP into P by Q. Okay, there's no sums going to be asked here. Just know the formula at your level. Are we clear? Now, moving on, there's something called graphical presentation, right? Graphical presentation of what to say, point elasticity or calculating elasticity. This is called as graphical method. Just write it down. Graphical method of elasticity. Okay. When you calculate graphical method, first you assume, right, the graph is a linear graph, demand curve. What do you assume? The demand curve is a linear demand curve. Linear means what? Straight line, right? Straight line. Now, when it's linear, right, when it's linear, can I take the length of the curve to be 8 centimeters? I'm just giving random numbers. You can take any numbers. Okay. When it's linear, I'm just giving 8 centimeters. What should be the midpoint? 4, 4. Now, if I divide it in the midpoint, it should be 4, 4. So, in the graphical method of elasticity, what they say is, you can find elasticity by calculating RT divided by R small t. That is nothing but lower segment divided by upper segment. Lower segment divided by upper segment. Now, what is the lower segment here? Just take an example here. It is 4. Divided by 4 is what? 1. That is why they say at a center point of a demand curve, right, elasticity is 1. Are you understanding the concept? Elasticity is equal to 1. Now, below the center point, if I take, let us say I take here, any point I take below the center point. What should be the length of the curve? Less than 4 centimeter. Can I take it as 2 centimeter for our simple example? Then this should be, if this is 2 centimeter, this should be 6 centimeters. So can you feed in the formula? What should come? 2 divided by 6, right? That is less than 1 or greater than 1? Less than 1. So when the point, elasticity at any point below the mid, right, E will be less than 1. Elasticity will be less than 1. Same thing if you do it above the midpoint, E will be greater than 1. That is what you would have studied graphically in that chart. Are you getting it? The concept behind it? I personally feel a lot of students don't get this point. Midpoint means the logic they don't understand. I'm just explaining the logic on it. Clear? Any questions? At point when it's intersecting the x, when it's intersecting x, That means what? There's no lower segment. Lower segment is 0. Upper segment is 8. 0 by 8 is what? 0. So elasticity when they are cutting x-axis is 0. When it's cutting y-axis it's infinite, because 8 divided by 0 is infinite. 0 cannot be divided, no? You can't. So that is what it is. So if you look into a graph, how it will look like? For a linear demand curve, graphical method, midpoint E will be equal to 1. Lower than that, E will be less than 1. Upper than that, E will be greater than 1. When it's touching the y-axis, E is equal to infinity. When it's touching the x-axis, E will be equal to 0. Are we clear? Any questions asked? Please ask. Done. Moving on. Arc elasticity. Arc elasticity. What is arc elasticity? Let us say in a demand curve, between 2 points there can be elasticity. Right? Between 2 points, if I measure what is the elasticity, it's known as arc elasticity. Elasticity between 2 points in a demand curve is known as what? Arc elasticity. Now the formula which is given is what? EP is equal to Q1 minus Q2 divided by Q1 plus Q1 plus Q2 into P1 plus P2 divided by P1 minus P2. Right? Q1 stands for the original, Q2 stands for the revised. Now, please understand, very important, mark it. In the question paper, if they say use arc elasticity to find what is a price elasticity, please use this formula only. We would have done lot of sums in the class. In the bracket, it will neatly show use arc elasticity. If they specify that, right, you have to use this formula only. If you use the previous formula, which is delta Q by delta P into P by Q, then you will not get the full marks, or you will get the wrong answer first of all. That elasticity and this elasticity, the answer will be different. Are we clear? If they specify arc elasticity, please use arc elasticity. Clear? Should we do one sum for this? Done. Q1, question 1, right? Now, price of movie theaters rises from 120 rupees to 200 rupees. Okay? The attendance of the movie fell from 300 people to 200 people. Right? In a movie theater, they increased the price from 120 to 200 rupees. So what happened? From 300 people, only 200 people came. Now, they are asking find price elasticity. Find price elasticity. Find it out. In bracket, use arc elasticity method. If they write like this, what will you do? You have to see what it is. So how do you calculate? Q1. What is Q1? 300 people was your first one. Minus 200 divided by what? 300 plus 200 into what? What was the original price? 120 plus 200 What was the original price? 120 minus 200, right? Now calculate it. So this will come into 100, no? 100 divided by 500 into what? 320 divided by 80. Correct? Minus 80. Price elasticity means what? You have to ignore the negative symbol. That is why I am ignoring the negative symbol. This will go and this will go. This will go and this will go. This will slash in 4 tables, right? 4 divided by 5, that is 0.8 is your answer. Are we clear? Any questions? Clear, sir? Now you are getting all this value, no? 0.8, 1.5, 1.6, right? What is this and all? Elasticity, right? Now let us say I said overreaction, underreaction. Overreaction means elastic. The product is to be elastic. Underreaction means inelastic, right? Now what is overreaction? What is underreaction? We'll quantify it as numbers. Anything more than 1. Elasticity, if you get the value to be more than 1, we call it as overreaction. Elastic. If the product is less than 1, we call it as inelastic. We call it as inelastic, right? So EP is equal to 1, sorry, greater than 1. We call it as what? Elastic. EP is less than 1 means what? Inelastic. That means what? Elastic means overreaction. That is, if price changes by 10%, demand will change by greater than 10%. I'll repeat again. If price changes by 10%, demand will change by greater than 10%. Overreaction. Right? Now please understand, opposite effect also holds true. If price decreases by 10%, demand will increase by 10%, 20%. Product is elastic means it works in both the ways. Don't think in only one way. Because in classes we would normally teach in one way only, right? But please understand, it can go the other way also, right? So students do not understand that. If price increases by 10%, demand falls by 20%. This is also overreaction. When price decreases by 10%, demand increases by 20%. This is also overreaction only. Are we clear? Now, what is underreaction? Price increases by 10%. Demand decreases by 5%. This is underreaction or inelastic. Price decreases by 5%. Demand, increases by 5%. Sorry, 10%. Yeah. This is also underreaction. Are we clear? Now, EP is equal to 1. EP is equal to 1. What do we call it as? What we call it as? Unit elasticity. Unit elasticity. What does this mean? Unit elasticity means if price increases by 10%, demand increases by decreases by 10%. Right? Or if price decreases by 10%, demand will increase by 10%. Equivalent reaction. You change by 5%, I will also change by 5%. Demand and price are same. Right? EP is equal to 1. Are we clear? Guys, please understand this, very important, because demand is understood, supply will go faster. Are we clear? Done. Now, EP is equivalent to, let us say, infinity. Or let us see the first one, 0. When EP is equal to 0, what we call it as? Perfectly inelastic. Perfectly Inelastic. What does this mean?
Price changes demand.
When price changes, quantity demanded will not change. Let us say price increases by 10%. Demand will change by what? 0. That means perfectly inelastic means what? No reaction. Do whatever you want. Product will be like, boss, you increase the price, decrease the price, I'll sell. Demand for me always will be there. You decrease the price also, it is a same reaction. It's no change. Are we clear? Done. EP is infinite. What we call it as? Perfectly elastic. Perfectly elastic. What does perfectly elastic means?
Small change in price will lead to 100% fall in demand.
Super duper reaction this is. Perfect reaction is like super duper reaction. Even if I increase by 1 paise, right? If we increase by 1 rupee or 1 paise, I will not buy anything. Demand will become 0. Demand will become 0. If I increase the price, right? Here what will happen? Demand will become 0. Okay, it is not that change here, demand changes 0%. Here demand itself will become 0% if you increase the price. That is the difference. Perfectly elastic means. So now one question is asked, sir, when price decreases, what happens? Right? This I did not know whether you've seen the videos, right? I'll give you an example when this happens. Let's take a market, right, where there are different number of sellers. Okay, all are selling mutta. You know mutta? Egg, right? They are selling at 10 rupees. What is the price they are selling at? 10 rupees. Now you, the gentleman here, comes and sells it. I'll also forget CA, I'll sell mutta. Right? 10 rupees. Now what price he has to sell it at? Sorry? 10 rupees. Can he sell it at 11 rupees? No one will buy, you are saying. Correct now? If he sells it at 11 rupees. So you are proving the market is perfectly elastic. Even if from 10 rupees I go to 11 rupees, what are you saying? No one will buy. If he sells at 10 rupees, everyone will buy from him. He has infinite potential to sell it. Are you understanding? That is what this perfect elasticity. Now, to answer your question, sir, what if he sells at 9 rupees? Is that your question? Right? Now, if he sells at 9 rupees, he has limited stock. Right? He sells at 9 rupees. And he has to leave the market. The other guys will sell it at 10 rupees and make more money. In fact, he selling it makes it, loss for him. Right? A no rational seller will do it at that. So he will sell it at 10 rupees only. Okay. So this and all happens in a very theoretical mindset only. It does not happen in practical world. I'm just being honest with you. Right? In practical world, what you will do? You go to the nearest shop. Anna, price 11 rupees. Here. Right? You don't go, no, the shop 10 rupees. No, you don't. Whatever he says is what it is. And one more thing here, please understand, students have the mentality of understanding infinity means what? Very big number, no? That is wrong concept. Infinity means not defined. You can sell infinity number of units means there is no end. That means not defined. Where is the end? It is not defined. Right? So the end can be anywhere. It can be in 2 quantities also, 4 quantities also. It can be ending at 10 quantities. It will surely end. See, you can't sell. Let us say you would have seen this demand curve, right? Where infinite, we are going to see this concept where, at this price you can sell infinity number of units. That doesn't mean that you can keep on selling it. Then everyone will sell these kind of products. Profit is coming, infinity product I'm selling. No, infinity money, no. It does not have a limit. You do not know where is the limit. It will end somewhere for sure. But you do not know where it is. The potential is unlimited. So when he sells in this market egg at 10 rupees, he can sell it to the entire market. But somewhere he will stop the production because he will run out of stock or the market will stop buying. That is the end. So infinity here means don't think it's a very big number, never ending. Think it as not defined. Are you understanding? Adding a new concept to your infinity layer. Clear? Done. Anyone? Those who are got it, fine. If you are not got it, it's okay. Right? It's not. Just understand. Even a minute change, a small change in price, a small change in price. Right? This will lead to demand becoming zero. Demand becoming zero. This is what you need to learn. Fine, huh? Now, for this, everything you have to have a graph. How will elastic curve graph look like? Can anyone tell me? Elastic demand curve. How will it look? Like this, sir. These are four. Flat, elastic? Steeper? You have only two things, flat or steep. Which one? Flatter. It is flatter in shape. Okay, it is flatter in shape. Why flatter? If you can see it here also. If you see the diagram, okay, extend the diagram. See, for this much change in price, quantity is overreacting, correct? We can see it visually from the graph. So please write these points. Elastic curves, the curves are flatter in shape. Flatter shape. Inelastic means inelastic demand curve, how it will be? Steeper in shape. It will be steeper in shape. Okay. Write that steeper. Okay. Now, see here also, the price is changing like this. Quantity is changing only this much. Right? So, price is changing more, right? But quantity is changing very less. Are we clear? Everyone? Done. Now, when it's unit elasticity, what is the shape? What we call it as? Rectangular hyperbola. Okay. Sir, what is rectangular hyperbola? This is the shape of it. It is like some students ask, sir, what is this? What is circle, sir? This is circle, correct? No? This is the shape of a circle. How you know? Because LKG you studied circle, square. Similarly, This is how rectangular hyperbola will look like. Are we clear? Rectangular hyperbola. Okay. This is when it is unit elastic. Now moving on. Now when it's zero, elasticity is zero means what? Perfectly inelastic. Horizontal, right? This is y-axis, this is x-axis. Sorry, vertical. I itself got confused. Right? It is vertical in shape. So, vertical in shape or line, vertical line, you can call it as. And what can we say? Another way of representing it as parallel to the write it y-axis. And can I say it is 90 degrees to the x-axis? Right? 90 degrees to x-axis. Right? Now, these are all terminologies which you can use. Right? For calling out a simple, what is the graph is perfectly inelastic if they say. They can give you option A, vertical in line. B, parallel to the y-axis. C, EP is equal to 0. Right? D, all of them. Are you getting it? These are the things which you need to remember, or subconsciously you know it, but during the exam it doesn't strike you. So if you write it down, yeah, it can help you out. Now what can you say when, so EP is equal to what here? 0, and it's called as perfectly inelastic. Now EP is infinite. EP is infinite. Perfectly elastic. What do you say here? It is horizontal. It is parallel to what axis? X-axis. Perpendicular to or 90 degrees to y-axis. Parallel to x, 90 to y. Horizontal, parallel to x-axis and 90 to y-axis. Perpendicular to y-axis. Are we clear? And one thing is, please understand, it's just adding something to you. Here, normally it should not touch the x-axis, okay? Because no one sells at zero price. Okay, I'm just telling us a very graphical, very technical thing of it, but should not touch. Are we clear? So what can you talk about the slope of, okay, I'll ask you an interesting question. What can you talk about the slope of perfectly elastic? This is not there in your portion, but question can come. What can you talk about perfectly inelastic slope? Sorry, elastic slope. Options. What do you think? Slope of this curve. What do you think is the slope? It's 0. Sorry, it's flat. Flat means 0. Okay. So negative means you studied. Positive means you studied, right? But that is how it is. Are we clear? None. Moving on. Now, we have to study the relationship between what? TR and demand. Remember, we call it as price elasticity and TR. Price elasticity and TR. Relationship between. What did we see? What is TR? Total revenue. There was a concept, outlay method. We call it as total outlay method or total expenditure method or total revenue method. Okay. Now, please understand in economics, TR is equal to TC in overall economics, because whatever total revenue, someone's total revenue is someone's total expenditure, or total expenditure you can take it as. See, when you spend 10 rupees, what is your total expenditure? 10 rupees. For the company, it's the revenue. Right? That is why it has different names. Outlay means cash going out, no? Expenditure. That is why they call it as outlay method. Now, in this method, you can find out the product is elastic or not, or it is inelastic or not. You cannot specify it is perfectly elastic or perfectly inelastic, or you cannot tell correct coefficient or the number. You can say the product is elastic or not. Now, lot of questions are asked based on this. Lot of questions are based on this. Very practical questions are asked. Right? Let us look into it. Sudasa, I have not got. Chapter 3 is tomorrow or today? Chapter 3 is today, ma. We'll finish. Let's see. Now, moving on. Total revenue is equal to what? P into Q. Right? P into Q. Now, how do you have a table to mug it up, right? You have a table to mug it up. That is, price increases, TR decreases if the product is elastic. You can mug up the table or understand a rule. Or you can understand a rule, right? Please understand, when the product is elastic, and price increases, right? When the product is elastic, P and TR will be inverse in relationship. You can write it as inverse in relationship. When the product is inelastic, P and TR will be what? Direct relationship or positive relationship. Are you understanding it? These are the two rules which you need to remember. When the product is in elastic, P and TR is what? Inverse. Whereas product is inelastic, P and TR is direct relationship. So can I ask you a question? Can you solve it? Now, price of a product is increasing. Price of a product is increasing. What can you talk about the total revenue? And it is elastic. I said it is elastic, the product is elastic, and price is increasing. When the product is elastic, what did I say? P and TR will be inverse. That means what? ATR will decrease. Now another way, P is increasing, TR is also increasing. What can you say about the product? Inelastic. Say I gave you P is increasing and TR is increasing. When will this happen? When the product is inelastic. That's all. You need not mug up the whatever is given here. Now why this is happening, you should know the logic also. Because of less reaction. Understand the logic behind this, very important. A case-based question can be asked. When you increase the price, right? If the product is inelastic, that means lesser reaction. I'll give you a context for this to better understand. Your canteen fee in college, your college is there, no canteen food. If they increase the price, will you go outside and have it or have it in the college itself? You will mostly have it in the college because you will be late for your class otherwise. Right? So what you will do? You will normally be inelastic to it. So increase in price, he knows that these guys anyway will pay. His total revenue will increase. Like lot of shops are there. That means if you increase the price, you know that of course he'll move away. So your total revenue will decrease. That is the logic behind it. Now one more thing which you need to remember is when price increases or decreases, right? TR remains the same. That means what? Unit elasticity. Unit elasticity. The product to be unit elasticity. Now, I can ask you a tricky question. Can I ask you a tricky question, everyone? Now, Mr. Gautam, right? Mr. Gautam spends 100 rupees every day for coffee. What does Mr. Gautam do? He spends 100 rupees on coffee every day. Whatever happens. Okay. The prices of coffee from 10 rupees, it was sold at 10 rupees, now it has become 20 rupees. Okay. What do you think? How would Gautam react to this? How will Gautam react to this? Think about it and answer. You tell me what is the answer. This is a tricky question. Answer is unit elastic. See, Gautam is spending 100 rupees irrespective of what happens. Right? His total expenditure. I told you, total revenue is equal to total expenditure. So only I gave you a total expenditure side of it. Right? Total expenditure is going to be 100 rupees. Right? Whatever happens, price goes up, down, he is going to spend 100 rupees only. Right? So that is why if price goes up and down, TR remains the same. It is unit elasticity. Are we clear? Everyone. It is about spending. And can you find the number because of what is in this? You cannot find the number. Is it 1.2, 1.3? No, you can't. Or 0.8? No, you can't find the number. You can't find the coefficient. But you can tell it's elastic or inelastic. Yeah, unit elastic, you know it's 1, so you can say it. But I'm saying for elastic. And this is very important to understand as CAs. This is a very important concept. Right? It's a very practically applied concept. If a hotel is, you should understand when you're advising. Right? He'll come and ask, sir, should I increase my price for a product? Increase, sir. You should ask, is your product elastic or inelastic? But you will not say, you will not ask inelastic and elastic. You'll say, they'll buy even if you increase. Yes or no? So that kind of question you will ask and advise him. Subconsciously it will run. It's not that you will know, hey, it's elastic, inelastic, hey, it'll be overreact. No. That is how it works. Anyhow, moving on, next topic. Determinants of price elasticity of demand. Okay, what are the determinants of price elasticity of demand? What do you mean by determinants of price elasticity of demand? Factors which determine elasticity of a product. Yes or no? Why overreaction? Certain products are overreacting, certain products are underreacting. This is what we are finding out. What are the factors which affect that? Right? Now, first one is availability of substitutes. Availability of substitutes. More the substitutes, more the substitutes, more the elasticity. Guys, understand a product can fall under many categories. Okay, the total elasticity will depend upon lot of aspects. I'll give you an example. Some human beings are overreactive, some human beings are less reactive. Correct? Because of their upbringing, it can be because of their the money in the bank, or it can be because of where they are right now, whom they are with. Based on this, all the factors put together, you will be overreactive or underreactive as a person. Even a product, because more substitute means they will not be overreact. Sometimes they need not say that it will be elastic only, not necessary. They tend to be more elastic. That's all it is. Are you understanding? More the substitutes means generally more the elastic is what they are saying. Doesn't mean the product is elastic, because you have to see the other factors also. Are we clear? Now here in generally brands are elastic, whereas products are inelastic. Write it. Brands are elastic, products are inelastic. What do I mean by here? Now, petrol. When you bought a car, can you not fill the petrol? You will, even if prices increase, you will be like, okay, I have to buy. Right? You will be forced to buy. Will you say, no, I will not buy? No, you will buy. Right? But there are different petrols, HP petrol, Shell petrol, Indian oil petrol. If Shell petrol alone is costly, what you will do? If you increase the price, you will go to HP petrol. That is what I am saying. Brands alone can be more elastic, whereas products are inelastic. Are we clear? If they given a question, petrol prices increases, what do you think? Normally, it will be inelastic. Whereas HP petrol increases, you will be elastic. Understand the example question, what they are giving, and then go about it. Now, moving on. Position of commodity in consumer budget. Position of a commodity in consumer budget. What does this mean? Let us say I am earning 10,000 rupees, okay, per month. 1 rupee I am spending on bubble gum. It becomes 2 rupees. Price increase is drastic now. 100% price increase. You will be like, 2 rupees. I will not buy the bubble gum, huh? Or what you will do? Hey, I earn 10,000 rupees, 2 rupees only. Okay, fine. What do you do? Which reaction will you give? Underreaction means what? Inelastic. Right? If the position of the budget, if the position of the commodity in the budget is very low, low percentage means you will normally be inelastic. You tend to be lesser elastic or inelastic. Where if it is in higher percentage, you will be elastic. Because if let's say 10,000 rupees you are earning, 5,000 rupees phone becomes 6,000 rupees. That is a hardly 20% increase. Right? But still you are like, oh, it's costly now. Yes or no? 1 rupee, 2 rupee item becomes 3 rupees. You'll be like, okay, fine. You'll buy it. Yeah, na. You'll ask one question. Yeah, na. Okay, increase ma. Okay. Fine. Understood? Huh? Yeah. Third point. Nature of the commodity. Nature of the need the commodity satisfied. Sorry. Nature of the need the commodity satisfies. Now, if it's essential goods, if it's a necessary goods, essential goods, right, then what will happen? It will tend to be inelastic. If it's luxurious goods, tend to be elastic. Are we clear? Necessaries. I'm writing short forms. Please write in your things as full. Okay. Essential.
Luxury is like in general one type of building.
Sorry.
Again, as luxury, like it will be inelastic.
Sorry.
For billionaires.
For rich people, you are saying. Mukesh Ambani, luxurious will be. For him, the luxurious definition will be different.
Yeah.
It will be elastic only. See, understand, for Mukesh Ambani, luxurious is like, buying one entire airlines.
Okay, for him.
For him, luxurious also will move away, no? Are you understanding? So everything is very relative. What defines him luxurious will be elastic for him also. Even he will think about spending. Right? He will also not, I have money. No. Sorry? That will come. We'll come to it. We'll come to it. See, when you can't buy a product, what is elasticity when you don't even quantify for the demand? Right? So imagine you can't buy a product, then you're out of the elasticity concept itself. Fourth one, consumer habits. If you are addicted to something, if you are habitual to something, if you are habit of something or addicted to something, you will be inelastic. You tend to be inelastic even if the price is increasing. Are we clear? Fifth point, time period. Time period. Let us say you have more time to buy a product. What will you do? You will wait. You will judge. You will think, okay, let the prices come down. If you have very less time period to buy, you will say, okay, pay it and buy it. Correct, no? Let us take some medicines you have to buy. Right? You have very less time period. Doctor is saying someone is not feeling well in your family, you have to buy it. Otherwise, gone only. Right? What you will do? Whatever price he's saying, you will give it. You will not be, no, you are quoting this much, let's negotiate. No. Right? But let us say a car kind of thing you want to buy. We have time to buy a car. Slowly you will go to the showroom. You tell me the best price, sir. When you tell, I'll come. Because you have longer period time to buy. The more time you have, more time means what? It will be elastic. Less time means less to be inelastic. Are we clear? Sixth one. Number of uses. More uses means the product will be elastic. Like the oil example, olive oil example. If price increases, right, you use it only for special purposes, medicinal purposes. And price decreases, you will use it for massage also, I told you. Correct, no? So you will buy more of it. More the uses, more the elasticity also is. Seventh one, tied demand. What does tied demand means? The product is connected to each other. right? Normally a tight demand product will be more inelastic. Let us say you buy a printer, right? You will buy a ink also if the price of the ink is increasing. Because you have bought the printer, yeah. Psychologically you'll be like, hey, I bought the printer, what am I going to do? Same thing, car. Bought a car, petrol price increase, you will still, like, hey, petrol price increase, no, I will not use the car, no. Right? So, tight demand products, normally it will be inelastic. Now, let us take very important, this is price range. Low, medium, high. Okay, low, medium and high price range. Now, I just wanted to ask you a question. What is low? What is low price range? What is low price range? Just wanted to ask. Please tell. What is the price? You know what is the price range? Now 1 to 2 rupees.
Small change.
No, price range. What is your range of collections you have? I have collections from 5 rupees to 10 rupees, 20 rupees to 100 rupees, right? 100 rupees to 500 rupees. That is my price range, right? What is the low price range? What? You tell me some low price changes. No? So can I say 1 rupee to 10 rupees will fall under low price range products? What is medium price range? 10 to 1000 rupees. Okay, fine. This is medium price range. For high price range, what is it? 1000 to 10,000. Okay. To 10,000 is high price range. Correct now? Now please understand, if I give an example for a house, what is low price range? Even 10 rupees is the house low price range? No. Your numbers disappear, right? For each and every product, the price range differs, right? Low price range will be, a house would be around, 50 lakhs to 40 lakhs is low price range. Medium price range is 80 to 90 lakhs. High price range is 1 crore to 2 crores, right? For a house. Car, it will be different. So it's a very arbitrary term, low, medium and high. What they're saying, if the product is low and high, normally demand will be inelastic. Will be what? Inelastic. For medium price ranges, demand will be elastic. Are we clear? Clear? Everyone? Okay. Now, see, a very low price range like a mobile. Okay, what is the low price range of mobiles? 1000 to, sorry? Feature phone, feature phone. Don't think, see, you are saying low price range and saying 100 pixel camera, no. Lower price range is 2000 rupees, that feature phones and all you get, right? 2000 rupees feature phone becomes 2500 rupees. Okay, you bother? You will not bother too much, right? High price range, Apple phone, 1 lakh, sorry, not 1 lakh, 1 kidney, and then one more kidney they ask. No problem only, right? High price range, take it. Are you understanding more? On a serious note, 1 lakh becomes 1 lakh 20,000. You don't bother because a person who can afford that also. But a 25,000 phone becomes 30,000, medium price range. Right? You will see lot of phones if you go to a Flipkart now. You will see lot of phones from 22 to 28,000. Why? Because that's medium price range. Are you understanding? So at medium price range, people are very elastic. Low and high, people are not bothered. No. They can see 50 lakhs a car, they charge 55. He will not be like, bothered. Sorry? Sorry? Normal people cannot buy that 50 lakhs.
People in the sense like they have income.
No. People who are going to buy that high range products will be inelastic. Demand. That is where you don't constitute demand. What is the definition of demand? Ability, willingness, and desire. You are saying you have desire to buy that 50 lakhs car. If you are saying you do not have the ability, so you don't constitute demand. Are you understanding? Economics is so interconnected. You are not willing then. Make sense? Yeah, that is why demand definition is very important for all these things. A guy who is clearly okay with everything, 50 lakhs product, you charge him 55, he'll be like, chalte hai. Yeah, that's the concept. Clear? Any questions for the questions? And that ends price elasticity. That ends price elasticity. Just take a 2 minutes break just to stretch, close your eyes. Number of users, more the number of users, more the elastic the product will be. I told you, olive oil. Yes, we will go about income elasticity and cross elasticity very short. Just 2 minutes break. That's it. Just to close your eyes and meditate. It happens, guys. You are okay to lose. Just telling you. You okay to lose. A good team can lose to a who? Who is it? Everyone. Central Plan Authority. They can't choose what they want. We'll give you what you want. For everyone.
And they got holiday to the country.
That I and I don't want to say anything and spoil my visa to Saudi Arabia. If I say something, it's a recording, and then they'll show, hey, hi, Alabi, you see this? You said something about Southern. Sorry? I watch football, but there's no one to support, Yeah, club cricket, football, I don't see. I only see FIFA country wise. Because I don't get associated with it. I understand, but I personally don't get associated with it. Yeah, far off some Manchester City. It's a very far off city, right? It's a city where I don't get connected. It's fun, so. It's fun, fine. You can debate with your. In Bangalore, where's the academy? In Coromandel. Guys, if you want to attend face to face also, you can come. It's up to you. When will this be uploaded? It'll take some time for us to upload it, huh? Be uploaded after 17 days maybe. It'll take some time. Favorite IPL team? RCB. CSK.
So it was football in top.
Fine. We can talk now also. Then I mean, you're Manchester United supporter.
So I think
Sit.
so.
Okay, fine. Because I believe Reliance is having an eye to buy. I don't think they'll spoil the club.
Both of us skills.
Anyway, he has money to buy. I mean, I look at it in a different perspective. If he buys, it's possible that it's good for Indian football team.
Yeah.
So all the options available, they are not come to India for
Now Ronaldo is what? Where is he? Yeah, they kicked him out. So
Yeah.
so which club is he playing? Vetti. Hmm? Then I'll take it up later. This question. Okay, we'll continue. Yeah. Income elasticity, guys. Okay, I'll be going a little bit faster here because concepts, basic knowledge is covered, everything is covered, so it'll be a little bit going faster here. Now, how do you calculate what is income elasticity? How demand responds to change in income, right? Same thing you calculate percent change in demand divided by percent change in income, right? Now here you consider the negative symbols. Very important, guys, right? You consider the negative minus symbol. Consider it do not ignore the negative symbol here. Only for price elasticity you ignore. For everything else you consider, right? Now when you calculate the formula and you do it, you will get some value 1, 2, 0.5 like this, right? Everything has a answer to it. Let us see. Now something is greater than, now EI, if elasticity of income is greater than 0 but less than 1, we call it as normal goods. If EI is greater than 1, we call it as what? Luxurious goods, right? If EI is less than 1, what do we call? What do we call? No. What do we call? Sorry, there's nothing called less than 1. Okay. Less than 0 is what it is there. Okay, sorry. If that is less than 0 means what? Minus. It is a negative. That means we call it as inferior good. Okay. Then EI is equal to 0 means it is 0 income elasticity. Right? If EI is equivalent to 1 means unitary income elasticity. These are the analysis. Are we clear? Now, potato. Okay, potato as EI is equivalent to minus 1. Okay, is it necessary goods, normal goods, inferior goods, or goods? Huh? Potato. Huh? Inferior goods. Okay, please don't use your logical head. Sir, potato, sir, essential, sir. No. If it is showing inferior, if your income elasticity given in the question is minus, that means inferior. Are we clear? That is a trick question again. Done. Income elasticity, done. Are we clear? I'm not going to do sums here because it's more or similar to your income elasticity. Same thing, price elasticity, whatever you have studied there, same thing you have to be applicable here. Now moving on to what? Cross elasticity. What is cross elasticity calculate? What does cross elasticity calculate?
Price of the goods concerned and quantity of
Price of the related goods. How does it affect the demand of the good? It is always demand of the good only. How does price of the related good affect the demand of the good? Is what cross elasticity, or how does demand respond to the change in price of the related goods? That is also you can say it as. Oh, my network is proper only. I guess you need to check yours. Let's check yours, huh? Done. Now, let us look into it. Right? Here, there can be certain scenarios and you need to just know that. That's all it is. Formula is same. What should be the formula? Can anyone tell me? EC will come. Percent change in demand divided by percent change in price of related goods. Now please understand here also EC is equivalent to delta QX divided by delta PY into PY by QX. Are we clear? Delta QX divided by delta PY into PY by QX. What does X stands for here? X stands for the demand of the good. For which good are you calculating demand? Okay. Y stands for the related product. Price of the related product. That is why you are taking PY and QX, quantity of demand. Okay. This is the formula. Now when you apply to the formula, you will get some answers. Now, if you get positive, if you get what? Positive, what does it mean? Substitute in nature. If the answer is infinite, that means it is called as perfect substitute. The products are perfect substitute if the answer is infinite. If the answer is 0, what is this? Unrelated goods. Okay. So shoe and lace, chips packet and shoe will have cross elasticity as 0 because price of shoe does not affect demand of chips. Are we clear? Actually, one of my students, they gave one example when I said lace. Just said I'm just giving you. Lace and app are complementary. Kaathu. Gas. Done. If it is negative, what is it? If the answer is negative, it is complementary. If the answer is negative, complementary. Are we clear? So these are the things you have to understand. Please understand there is nothing called perfectly complementary. Okay, there is positive means substitute. Higher the number, higher the substitutability. Infinity means what? Perfectly substitutable. Zero means unrelated. Negative means complementary. Are we clear? Any questions in this? Have you done a sum in this? In class, have you done a sum?
Yes.
Cross elasticity? You did. You want to do a sum?
Same, not same thing. The page comes up on the same.
Yeah, it's more or less same, right? Okay, guys, listen up. Let's do this. Okay, 1 kg of tea is 30 rupees. Okay, 5 kg of tea is demanded. Right now, how much? 5 kg of demanded, right? If the price of coffee rises from 5 kg is demanded, tea of tea. Coffee prices rises from 25 to 35 rupees. Okay. Demand of tea rises from 5 to 8 kg. Find the cross price elasticity of tea. Find the cross price elasticity of tea. So what is X here? X is tea, Y is coffee. Right? Now let us see this. What is the answer for it? Can anyone tell me?
Sir, 30 for 1 kg of coffee. 30 for 5 kg.
1 kg price. So very easy, guys. Delta Q X divided by delta P Y into Py by Q X. What was the original quantity ordered of Qx? 5 kgs of tea was ordered, right? Py, what was the original quantity? 25 into original quantity. What is delta Qx? That is 8 minus 5. That is 3. Done. What is the original delta Py? From 25 it became 35. 35 minus 25, that is 10. This is equivalent to, this is 5, what to say, this goes in 5 tables, sorry, to 1 point. This should be the answer. And you can check it also, tea and coffee, right? What kind of goods are they? Substrate goods. So positive number you will get. Are we clear? Guys, if you are not thorough in this, please see the full videos, right? We would have gone more in depth in that. So what do you think is the elasticity? Guys, technical question. What is the cross elasticity between DVD and bread? Okay, PC and what do you say, software? They are complementary, so they are negative. Okay. Advertisement elasticity, right? Very simple. They have not asked, they have never asked a question in this, but anyway, we will cover it. Advertisement elasticity. Now, again, same thing. What does advertisement elasticity calculate? Sir, if I spend 100 rupees, will my revenue increase by, demand increase by 100 rupees? Then means good. Otherwise, what I will do? I'll not advertise. summa I spend more and not increase my revenue, right? So percentage change in demand divided by percent change in spending on advertisement. Okay, done. You will get some values. If the value is 0, that means what? If advertisement, EA, just a sports, it's a game. If EA is equal to 0, that means what? Your advertisement is not working. Demand is not changing at all with your ad. Demand does not change with respect to your ad, right? No change in demand, even if you spend more. So here you should not spend, first of all. If EA is greater than 0 but less than 1, that means what? Demand is increasing but at a lesser percentage than your expenditure on demand. Right? You are spending 100 rupees means, right, demand is changing by only 10 rupees or something like that. If EA is greater than, if it's greater than 1, that means what? Your advertisement is very effective. Right? Your demand is changing greater than, sorry?
Greater than is
Which?
like EA lesser than 1.
Okay. Fine. Yeah. Even I got it. Sorry. Is greater than. So your, what to say, revenue you get, demand you get is greater than your expenditure. If EA is equivalent to 1, that means your demand increase is equivalent to your expenditure in advertisement. Are we clear? So if you get 100 rupees, you are spending an 100 rupees. Now moving on, guys, there is something called demand forecasting, which is a theoretical topic. Okay, so as I told you, theory topic I will not be covering in this crash course. I have given you notes. I believe that should self-read is more. Oh, correct. I have summarized into 4 pages and given to you. The notes. See it in the last video. It will be given. Explain. Okay. So look into it. Just read this particular topic. The notes will be attached. Okay, I have already given you the notes, I believe. So look into it, and all theory only. This is all. You can read it on yourself. An explanation also I have given. And that itself I explain in only 15 minutes. It is not so important, but at the same time, it's not a topic to ignore.
So they ask them to start.
1-2 marks, max 2 marks. But sometimes they don't even ask. That is also. No, study. No. I'll give you the recorded video. Look into that alone. I'll send you the link of this particular recording. Look into that. Okay, can we move on to consumer behavior? Okay, so demand forecasting, I have attached a video, just look into it. Okay, we'll attach a video, we'll take one video and attach it here in publish. That I'll do. Now, what we'll, moving on, next unit, supply. Okay, we'll finish supply and then go to consumer behavior. Okay, we'll finish supply and go to consumer behavior. Okay. Rohit, I'll take the doubts a little bit later on. Okay. I'll again repeat for you. I read the question, I'll repeat for you. Just ask me at the end of the class. Okay. Yeah? Because I have to move on a little bit. Now I'm just moving it on. Now supply. Guys, please understand. Whatever you studied in demand, same thing only. Nothing very special. But supply, you have to think from the supplier angle. What does law of supply say? When price increases, supply will increase. Please consider from the side of the supplier. Now, I'll ask you one question. Lot of students will think, sir, when price increase, no, sir, supply increases. How, sir? People will not buy, no? No, you don't bother about that. Supplier, think from a supplier angle alone. Forget the consumer. If someone comes and says, 10 rupees you will supply 10 units, 20 rupees I'll give you. You can sell it at 20 rupees. Will you supply more? Yeah, you will be fine. You should not be bothered with selling or not. I'll give you another logic to it. Why? As a consumer, when price decreased, right? What did you say? Demand will increase. Did you bother? Consumer is willing to sell it or not? You didn't bother. Correct? When price decrease, right? You said demand will increase. Did you bother in that time? Sir, when price increase, if the supplier is not selling, sir, you didn't ask that question. When price is increasing, supply is increasing. When I say, students will always ask, sir, if people are not buying, why are you bothered? When you ignore here also. Clear? Logically. So, understand from the supplier's angle only, and supplier is interested for what? Profit. He is not bothered about anything else except for profits. So, anything which affects the profit will affect the supply. Are we clear? So, what is the definition of supply? Again, same thing what you studied in demand. Same thing. Ability to sell, willingness to sell, and at a particular price for a period of time. Same thing what you saw in supply will come here. The demand also will come here. But one thing please note. I'll just ask a tricky question. I want to produce 100 units. I produce 90. Okay. I offer to sell in the market 80. I sold only 70. In that, 60 was cash sales, 10 was credit sales. What is supply? What is supply here? Right? Guys, the answer is 80. Willingness to offer is very important. Right? It does not matter what you want to produce. It doesn't matter what you have produced. What have you offered to the market? It does not matter what you have sold also. Cash or credit, no. What have you offered? The word is offered to the market. Are we clear? Now, moving on. Right? Determinants of supply. Determinants of supply. First one is what? Price of the good. If price increases, what do you think about supply? Supply increases. So there is a positive relationship. Second one, can you say? Price of the related goods. Now again, complementary substitute. Okay. Now, please understand, if price of the substitute product increases, what will happen to the supply of our good? It will decrease. For Coke and Pepsi, you are supplying. Some Coke is saying, you sell my product at a higher price. What do you do? You sell Coke at Coke only, no? You will say reduce supply of Pepsi. So that is why they are saying, if price of the substitute product increases, you will be selling that, not this. So supply will decrease. As well as complementary product, if price increases, supply will increase. Okay, let us say you can sell ink, you make profit. Printer, you don't make profit, right? Because you can sell ink at profit, you will sell a printer also, right? That is why price of the complement increases, substitute also, supply also will increase of your complement. Done. Next one, price of factor of production. Factor of production is nothing but input. Factor of production is nothing but input. If price of the factors increases, what will happen? Sorry, cost increases. Price of factor of cost is nothing but the cost. If cost increases, what will happen? Right? Profit decreases. Correct? Profit decreases means what? Profit. Okay. Profit. Yeah. Now, if cost increases, profit decreases. That means supply will also decrease. Are you clear? If you are able to reduce the cost, then supply will increase. So that means what? Inverse relationship. I am not going to call out going forward inverse, positive and all. You should be able to write it on your own. Okay. Now moving on. State of technology. Technology. If the technology is favorable for you, then what will happen? Supply will increase. If a favorable change in technology is there. If there is unfavorable change, like Kodak camera is there now, the black rolls and all is there now, unfavorable change, because of phone technology change, it was unfavorable. That means what happened? Supply will decrease. Government policies. If I give you subsidies, I'll give a policy which is helpful for you. You produced, I'll give you subsidies. What you will do? You will produce more. You will supply more. Whereas if I tax, hey, you're producing this now, I'll tax you. What you will do? Supply will reduce. Competition. Next point is competition. More competition means what? More supply. Lot of competition is there means lot of people will be supplying, no? Less competition means less supply. And there are other factors also will affect supply. Yeah. No. More the competition, more the supply. Less the, I am talking as an industry. So competition is high means you will launch more models, you will launch more things. If the competition is low, you will be like, one phone is enough for you. No competition, no, you buy from that. Now, same thing, expansion, contraction of supply. Now, there, what did we saw as expansion in demand? The opposite will come here. Okay, when price increases, supply increases. What we call it as expansion. When price decreases, supply decreases, contraction. Right? Again, movement along the same supply curve will come here. Again, all the terminologies which you studied in demand, opposite of this will come. Are we clear? Now, shift in supply curve will come when other factors change. Right? Shift will come, rightward shift and leftward shift. Please understand here, very, very important. rightward shift means it is increase in supply only. Don't go opposite. And demand, it's rightward means no. Here it's same only. Okay. Leftward shift means what? Decrease in supply. Are we clear? So same overreaction means what? Elastic. Underreaction means inelastic. Okay. The graph, whatever you have studied, same thing happens. Right? Do you want me to run through them also? Run through them? Fine. Now here what I want you to answer. This is steeper or flatter? Flatter. That means what? Supply curve is elastic or inelastic? Elastic, right? Now this is elastic supply curve because it is flatter in shape. Now here, this one inelastic, right? This is inelastic because it is steeper. Now what can you say about this? Infinity, what is it? Perfectly elastic, right? Same definition what you saw on demand also is same, right? Now here, perfectly inelastic. Now guys, again, this is also parallel to what? Y-axis. That and all should hit you. Are we clear? And there is what is a straight line up a unitary elastic. Okay. Done. The formula for, again here also at elasticity there is point elasticity at a given point. If you find elasticity is point elasticity. Given 2 points if you find arc elasticity, right? Same formula only guys. ES is equal to what? Delta Q by delta P into P by Q. Okay, there is no change in the formula at all. Same formula only. You need not worry about learning the formula again. Right? Now, moving to the most important concept called as what? Equilibrium pricing. Equilibrium price. I went a little bit fast in supply, I know for it, but I think that is, that is catchable. Right? Otherwise, it will be a little bit boring for you also. I know, sir. Right? Done. Equilibrium price. What is equilibrium price? It's the price at which. What is equilibrium price, guys? It's the price at which demand is equivalent to supply. Right? And it's also known as what? Market equilibrium. Market clearing price. Are we clear? Or also called as price theory. Okay, all these three are the things. It can be called as market equilibrium, market clearing price, or price theory. It's nothing but you have studied demand, you have studied supply. Right? So what is the intersection point? This is the point of intersection. So that means what? Equilibrium point. Are we clear? Now, let us say if it is not in equilibrium point. If you increase the price, let us say you increase the price, what will happen? If you increase the price, what will happen? Supply will increase, demand will decrease. That means what will happen? When you increase the price, right? Imagine this is the equilibrium price, right? EQ. This is the EQ. E price. If you increase the price to this point, what will happen? Price increase and supply will reduce. Supply will. Okay, sorry, I drew the graph a little bit wrong. What did I make a mistake? Ulta I did. Correct? So, yeah. So supply will increase, demand will decrease. That means what will happen? There will be excess inventory formed. There will be excess inventory formed. For to distribute this excess inventory, what they will do? They will again reduce the price. They will again reduce the price. If they reduce the price, what will happen? Again, it will come back to the equilibrium price. Are we clear? Now, if I change from the equilibrium price, if I make it down, if I reduce the price, what will happen? Demand will increase, supply will decrease. Then what happens? Here we call it as shortage or scarcity, whatever you want to call it as. Right? So to meet this shortage, they will again increase the price. It will go back to equilibrium price. At equilibrium price only, right? There's a perfect balance between demand and supply. Are we clear? This is a beautiful concept. I would spend more time on it actually in my class, but I have to go a little bit faster here. Are we clear? Now, here question can come like this. Listen to the question very carefully. When price increases from the equilibrium price, what will be the pressure on the price? On which direction will the pressure be in? It will be in the downward. Right? If the price decreases, where? Upward. Right? These are the questions can be asked. Are we clear? Now, sir, if price changes, what will happen? Guys, listen very carefully here, very important. I'm going to finish chapter 4, unit 2 also now. Okay, I will finish chapter 4, unit 2 also. Write down. Chapter 4, unit 2. Now, please understand, if price alone changes, what will happen? You will go back to the equilibrium point, correct? You will go back to the equilibrium point. But what happens if there is a shift in demand curve? What happens when there is a shift in demand curve? What will happen if, let us say, this is the demand curve, okay? This is supply curve, this is demand curve, right? There is a new demand curve itself because of, let's say, income increase. What will happen? There will be change in equilibrium price itself. There will be change in equilibrium price itself. Now, question will be asked, will the equilibrium price increases or decreases? Here, this is called as equilibrium quantity, correct? This is called as equilibrium price. When demand increases, what will happen? Sorry, equilibrium quantity also increases. Price also increases. So write down, very important, chapter 4 unit 2, write down, very important here. Okay, we have only 4 rules. We'll write 4 rules, then chapter 4 unit 2 is done actually. Otherwise you have to break your head into it. The first rule, when demand increases or there is shift in demand, if the demand shifts, what will happen? Equilibrium price increases and equilibrium quantity increases. Now, shift demand decreases. There's a leftward shift. What happens? Equilibrium price decreases and equilibrium quantity increases. Now, can you tell what will happen if there is shift in supply? Can anyone tell me to the equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity, please? What will happen? You tell me.
Increase in price.
Now, in this, what you do is, if you do not know, please take a graph, draw like this, supply, demand, okay, plot it, supply. What do you think? This was the previous thing, correct? Equilibrium price, this is equilibrium quantity. Now what is happening? Equilibrium quantity is increasing, equilibrium price is decreasing, right? Write it down. EP is increasing and EQ is, sorry, EP is decreasing, EQ is increasing. If it shifts opposite, what will happen, ma? Equilibrium price will increase and equilibrium quantity will decrease. Are we clear? Very, very important to know all this in a fingertip. If you do not know also, you can draw it and find it out in the exam hall. Are we clear? Now, third scenario. What if supply and demand are simultaneously increasing? Okay, what simultaneously increasing means? Together they are changing. Now, two things can happen simultaneously. What are the two things can happen simultaneously? Both can move in the same direction. Correct? Huh? Both can move in the same direction, or both can move in the opposite direction. Correct? Huh? Yes or no? If they move in both in the same direction, what will happen?
One will be constant.
What will happen? Let us say simultaneous change or constant change. Not constant. Simultaneous is not constant. The wording is simultaneous means together change. Together change happens in the same direction. That means what will happen?
Increase in quantity and the price will be
There will be,
increase in quantity.
if supply increases and demand increases, what we can say? Sir, quantity will increase for sure, sir. Quantity will increase for sure. Equilibrium quantity will change. That will increase. But equilibrium price we cannot say for certainty. I'll tell you why. Listen very carefully. See, when supply is increasing, right? We said EP is decreasing. When supply is shift is increasing, what did we say? EP is increasing. Did I say shift in demand is greater than shift in supply? I didn't say anything. So when the question does not say anything, you have to say price is uncertain. Price is uncertain. But if they specify shift in demand is greater than shift in what is it? Supply, then you can be certain of it. Some of you are saying remains the same, correct? No, it will remain the same that when supply, shift in supply is equivalent to shift in demand, then this decrease will be crossed with this increased. Are you understanding it? Very, very important. Remember this. Anyone has doubt here? Anyone? And now guys, please tell me, if supply decreases and demand decreases, what can we say? EQ will decrease, EP will, we do not know. We do not know because the proportion has not been told. The proportion has not been told. Are we clear? Okay, I guess some top. This is to be repeated. I know I'll repeat it again. Right. I do understand outside students are also there who not attend the class. Right. Would be better if you have revised once here. I'm again telling you. See guys, I'll draw a diagram for you to understand. What I am saying is this is supply curve, this is demand curve. Correct? Let us say with a scale correctly equivalently I change it. Shift in demand, supply. This is shift in demand. You see here equilibrium price is almost same. Right? Quantity is increasing. That everyone is agreeing with me? No confusion, great combination only. Yes? But did I tell are they shifting equally or no? No. I didn't tell you that. What happens if, let us say this is demand, this is supply, this is demand curve. Demand is shifting at a greater proportion. Supply is changing by a very less proportion. What will happen here? Equilibrium price is more than what it was. Right? Yes or no? So when they do not say what is the change, right? Then do not interpret what it is. If they say shift in demand is greater than shift in supply, then yeah, you can calculate it. Right? Or shift in supply is greater than shift in demand, yes, you can go do it. Or if they are saying it's equivalent change is happening, then you can do it. When they don't say, you cannot be certain about it. That is what I am saying. When they are moving in the same direction, if supply and demand increases, equilibrium price is uncertain. Equilibrium quantity can be certainty. Clear, everyone now? Any questions? No questions. Now, fourth point. If they are moving in the opposite direction change, that means demand is increasing, supply is decreasing. What can we say? What can we say here? EP will increase for sure. You can say EP will be increasing for sure. But EQ is uncertain. Uncertain. Same thing. Demand is decreasing. Supply is increasing. We can say EP will decrease. But EQ is uncertain. Chapter 4, Unit 2 is done. If you know all these four, that's what I said. 4 rules you should know. If you know these 4 rules, chapter 4, unit 2 is done. Clear, guys? Any questions here? Offline students, all clear? Any questions? Clear. Done. Super. Now, moving on. New chapter can we start? Chapter 2. Unit 2. That is what? Consumer behavior. Consumer behavior. Chapter 2, Unit 2. Consumer behavior. Are we clear? Let's start with this. So, break. We'll take a 2 minutes break if you want. Okay. Take a 2 minutes break and then, because 8 o'clock is coming approach. I thought we'll finish this and then leave for the day. Take a 2 minutes break. No, study center is different. So you get 50% off if you are a Arivupro student. That's it. Answer your question? I'll just drink some water and come, guys. 8 o'clock class will end for sure. Sharp 8.
So many things. I just paid you guys.
No, let me see. I mean, I'm not just saying.
Online thing with this, you guys.
Yeah.
6 minute break. Fine. Let's start now. Chapter. Some questions I've asked. What is it? Opening branch in Chennai. We'll look into it. That one. Yes. Upcoming crash course. Any? Nothing as of now, but we'll keep you informed. Okay. Chapter 2, Unit 2, Consumer Behavior. Right? This is one chapter which I need to spend more time to tell you the logic in. Right? Because it is a purely, if you study from a theoretical perspective, you'll be like, what the heck is this chapter? Indifference curve, DMU, right? But actually, it is very nice chapter. A lot of logic is there behind it. And it's pure logic only. In economics, there's nothing called, illogical. Everything is logical. Right? So let's start with first one. The first concept called wants. What are wants? Your desires of human beings, we call it as wants. Right? There are different characteristics of wants. What are some characteristics? Very important things I'm going to run through. Wants are unlimited, differ in intensity. Some wants are urgent, some wants are not so urgent. Right? Some wants are satiable. What does satiable means? Sorry? Satisfiable. Satiable means satisfiable. Okay. Wants are subjective, vary from time to time. These are the certain things of characteristics of wants which you need to study. It's a little bit theoretical talk. Now, wants can be classified into three types. One, what is it? Tell me. Necessaries, comforts, and luxurious. Now, necessaries can further be classified into what? Necessaries for life, then for efficiency and conventional necessaries. Are we clear? Necessaries for life, necessary for efficiency, and conventional necessaries. Right? Now, what is necessary for life means? Which these are the goods which you require. Wants needs to be satisfied for living. Otherwise, maragaya only. Right? If you don't satisfy these wants, loss. You will not be able to live. Right? For survival, you need these things to be satisfied. Necessary for efficiency means to work, to be efficient, to be energetic. These are the necessaries. For example, to classify the differences, food, minimum amount of food is required for survival. But good nutritious food is required for leading a healthy, efficient life. Right? And conventional necessaries are actually not necessary goods. But due to your conventions, due to your practice, it has become necessaries. For example, smoking. Smoking is not necessary for living, right? But because you are so used to it, you want it, right? It becomes conventional necessaries. Phone, every day you have to see phone, otherwise it has become a conventional necessities. Comfort, very arbitrary this thing. Comfort is like which helps us to lead a comfortable life. Comforts are wants which helps us to lead a comfortable life. Luxurious goods are also known as what? What is luxurious goods also known as? Wants which are superfluous. Superfluous and expensive. Right? And they are not essential for living at all. And they are not essential for living at all. Is my voice audible, guys? I mean, online students. Come on, I can hear. Offline students, I can hear it. Fine. If someone was saying that voice is not audible, that's fine. Fine. Done. So these are normally expensive goods and other things. Now, what want is again? What want is luxurious? What want is necessary? What want is comfort? You cannot classify a product into each, or you can't classify a want into. Are we clear? Now, utility. What is utility? You have studied now. Want satisfying power. What does want satisfying power means? I don't know, sir. We studied it. Expected satisfaction. Okay. I always tell the students one thing, right? Now, how do you measure distance in kilometers? Right? From here to here, you take a tape and you measure kilometers. Right? How you weight of a thing? Kg. You measure in kg. Right? You weight and you measure. Now, they are trying to introduce a new concept for you. How to measure satisfaction? What is the weight of that product? You say 5 kg. What is the want satisfying power? What is the satisfying power of the product? 5 utils. You say it. Are you understanding? That is why want satisfying power of a commodity is the same. Power of a commodity which is capable of satisfying you. Are we clear? Any questions here? I'll spend more time, but because of crash course, we need to go a little bit faster here. Now, please understand here, you need not consume a product to have satisfaction. When you look at the product itself, you can say how much satisfaction you will get. So, utility measures expected satisfaction. It is not about whether you will consume it and tell, I got satisfaction. No. How much it is the expected satisfaction. That is where every product will have utility. Otherwise, what you have to do? You have to consume. This is giving me 5 utils. That's not possible. Are we clear? So, it is nothing but expected satisfaction. And it varies from person to person. I understand kg means kg only for everyone. But for you it is different, for me it is different. Same product can have different utilities. Are we clear? Done. Now, one product of utility you have to remember is some characteristics is utility is nothing but what? Expected utility. Right? Second, utility is not equivalent to usefulness. Utility is ethically neutral. What does this mean? Even a bad product will have satisfaction, like smoking, drinking and all. You might say it's wrong, right? Drugs, drinking and all, it's wrong. But does it give satisfaction? Yes. So utility is ethically neutral. It does not talk about the product, good or bad. Okay. You can measure utility for all the products. These are the points as a MCQ mark you can get. Now, why are we studying this chapter? Consumer behavior. It's there in the syllabus, sir. See, we are studying how a consumer spends his money. If you understand how a consumer spends his money, you will be able to price it accordingly, right? From a business side. So, how will a consumer spend his money? He'll spend the money in such a way that he gets maximum satisfaction. Correct? So he will spend the money in such a way that he gets maximum satisfaction. That we call it as consumer equilibrium. We call it as consumer equilibrium. That means consumer is achieving max satisfaction. Are you understanding this? Everyone? Now, look into it. When will a consumer achieve his maximum satisfaction? You have to analyze it. That is the chapter about. But there are two ways to study this. One is called as ordinal rule. Ordinal approach we call it as, or next one is called as cardinal approach. One is called as ordinal approach. Another way of studying is called as cardinal approach. Ordinal approach is nothing but indifference curve concept used to study. Cardinal is DMU, law of diminishing marginal utility. Now, what is the difference between cardinal and ordinal? Can anyone tell me? Correct. Cardinal is measured in numbers. They said you can measure utility in numbers. You can measure satisfaction in numbers. Whereas ordinal said, right, hey, how can you measure, in numbers? You can measure it in preferences. You can measure it in preferences or ranks, right? So, indifference curve uses preferences or ranks. Whereas DMU is about measure measurement of utility. Are we clear? This is marginal utility is proponed by Alfred Marshall. Indifference curve is proponed by Hicks and Hell. Are we clear? That also write it, because one MCQ question can come in these things and all. Why you want to skip it? So first we will go towards diminishing marginal utility, cardinal utility approach. Okay, cardinal utility approach or utility analysis. So what does this analysis says, guys? Concentrate. Right? What does this analysis says? First, you can measure utility. Correct? You can measure utility. Second one, you can assign numbers to the utility. You can assign numbers to utility. Third one, because you can assign numbers and measure it, can you compare it? Can you compare it? Yes, you can compare it. You can compare it. And one more thing, very important, is money is the measuring rod. Is the measuring rod. What does this mean? Money is the measuring rod means? What does it mean? Money is the measuring rod means. Now, when I say one utility means, it means it's worth 1 rupee. Are you understanding? If I say 200 utility means the product is worth 200 rupees. That is how they are connecting utility with money. So, This cardinal approach is nothing but what? It is measured in money. Indirectly, they are saying it is measured in the product. The worth is measured in money. The expected satisfaction is measured in money. So you won't say the product is worth 200 rupees, not more than that. Correct? No. Sometimes you will say it's not worth it. Right? That is how we are studying this particular concept. Are we clear? If you don't understand these assumptions properly, then you will not appreciate the concept. You'll be like, okay, something will study the law. Clear? Now, let us study further assumption of this. The first assumption is consumer is rational. For this law to work, there are some assumptions they are taking. What is the first law? Consumer is rational. Second is cardinal measurement of money is possible. That means what? It's possible to measure satisfaction. Not always it's possible, no? In reality, is it possible? But they are saying here, don't say it is not possible, say it is possible. That's the assumption. Third one, constancy of marginal utility, MU, of money. What is MU of money means? Constancy of MU of money means? What is MU of money? What is MU, guys? You would have studied, no? What is it? It is the additional satisfaction I get from consuming an additional unit. What is this constancy of MU means? MU will be constant. That is, let us say I buy a product, right? Let's say I see a product, first product I see, I get 10 rupees satisfaction. I see a second product also, I get 10 rupees satisfaction. Third product, same constant satisfaction. So what they are saying of money means, so 1 rupee I get, always will have 1 rupee satisfaction. There will not be decline in the value of 1 rupee. I'll tell you just an example for this. Let us say you earn 1 crore. After 1 crore, you earn 1 rupee. Do you think that 1 rupee will give you the same satisfaction as the first 1 rupee? In reality, even MU, satisfaction you get from money declines over a period of time. Are you understanding it? But whereas when you are studying it as a law here, they say constancy. That means MU of money will never depreciate. It will remain the same. Because if it changes, the measuring rod itself changes. Your scale changes. Are we clear? Done. Last assumption is hypothesis of independent utility. What is this hypothesis of independent utility means? What is hypothesis of independent utility means? That means, let us say you go to a Starbucks restaurant, right? Do you consume only tea or even the atmosphere which you stay in? Which is giving you satisfaction? The entire experience, right? But in this law, you should only, if you are seeing the satisfaction of tea, see only tea. Don't see other products like, music is coming nice or not done. Are we clear? Only the satisfaction received from that particular product needs to be observed. Are we clear? Right? Moving on. Now, you would have studied a concept of TU and MU. What is TU? Total utility is nothing but summation of MU 1 plus MU2 plus MU3, so on and so forth. So what is MU? TUN minus 1. Correct? This is how you would have studied. Right? Done. Now, one more thing which you have to understand is lot of students make a mistake. Right? Lot of students make a mistake. I want you to answer this also. Let us say 1 to 10 products I consume. Okay? The satisfaction I am getting is 100. The total satisfaction I am getting is 100. Now, 11 to 20 products I consume. The satisfaction I am getting is, let us say, is 200. Okay. What is the mu of 20th unit? Can anyone tell me? Can anyone tell me? This is units. Okay. Answer is 10. Right? Lot of people calculate mu as okay pa mu in another pa this is this minus this, so it should be 100. They keep on saying 100. No. Right? This 100 mu is a summation for 10 units, 11 to 20. So it should be 100 divided by 10. So answer should be 10. Right? And one more formula you can take for mu is, which is not given in your book, is delta tu divided by delta q. Change in total utility divided by change in quantity. Here, what is the change in total utility? 100. What is the change in quantity? 10. So you can take it as, you will get it as pakka answer. If you use this formula, you will not go wrong at all in MU. Okay, I would suggest all students to follow this formula, delta T by delta Q. Are we clear? Now moving on, law of diminishing marginal utility, DMU. DMU. What does DMU talk about? Can anyone tell me?
So it's by continuous consumption, marginal utility will be.
Yes. What does law of DMU say? Very simple. Appa, you consume one product, you will get some satisfaction. Correct? You will get one MU. Let us say it is 10. The second product you consume, you will get another additional satisfaction, that is another MU2. So you will keep on consuming. What this law says is, the MU derived from the additional unit will keep on declining. Will keep on declining. Are you understanding? That is this law. That is what? The additional benefit which you get from increase in one more additional consumption in product will decline. Will continuously decline. That is the law of diminishing marginal utility. Now, I want to have an intelligent question I want to ask. For which product I will get the maximum marginal utility? First product. Are you understanding? This is not given in your book. This is not given in your book. This is how interpretation works. Okay, first product I will get the maximum utility. Afterwards, I will keep on getting lesser and lesser. So the third utility product which I consume will give me lesser than the second, of course. With this logic, a MCQ question, technical MCQ question will be tested on you. But that is all this law says. As I consume more and more units, the extra satisfaction I get will keep on declining. More units I consume, lesser the satisfaction I get. That's all. This is the law of DMU. Are we clear? But there are some exceptions to law of DMU. Right? Money, habits, hobbies, addictions will not obey this law. Okay, precious items, diamond, right? If I give you 5 kg of diamond, if I give you another 5 kg, right? In fact, the more you get, you will be more happy. Correct? That is how it is. Now, there is another concept moving on, TU and MU relationship. Have you studied TU and MU relationship? What is the relationship? Can you tell me? Tell me first.
TU increases.
TU, it will keep on increasing and then reach the top right? And then false, and then false. Correct? That is first point. Second point, tell me. Mu will all. So second point she already told. Mu will keep on diminishing. Will always diminishes. Okay. Third point. Yes. Mu is 0. Tu is at max point. Okay. Then tu is. That is already told. That is. Sorry. Tu is. Tu falls when mu is negative. Okay. Then fifth point. There is. Mu is the slope. Slope means nothing but, what is Tu? It's nothing but summation of mu. So how does what is a slope is determined of Tu? Nothing but mu. So mu is the slope of Tu or rate of change. Mu is nothing but the rate of change of Tu. Right? The last point, mu can be positive, 0 or negative. These are the 6 points. If you know it, well and good. Masti.
So what? When I use negative,
He'll be vomiting. Dissatisfaction. Right? You see, again, this is expected satisfaction. You need not consume. That is where you have to go to the assumption. I am just asking you. You consume the 11th unit, what you will say? I'll get dissatisfied. I'll vomit. Correct? No. No, then you will consume 12th unit. I'll get more dissatisfied. Right? That you can tell, no? You can measure it, no? That's all. Now, guys, when mu is 0, Tu is at what? Maximum, or also called as saturation point. Okay, also called as saturation point. What is saturation point? From here on, I mean, that's it. Don't push it. Now, some limitations. This DMU has some limitations. What are the limitations? Limitation of DMU. What are the limitations? 1. Homogeneous units. What is homogeneous units, guys? It should be identical. Let us say you are eating a chicken leg piece, right? The second chicken leg piece also should be the same. There should be no difference. You can't eat a thigh piece, right, or a neck piece. Same leg piece only, same cooking only, homogeneous, same, identical, ditto to ditto. Are we clear? That is very difficult to find, no? Second one, standards of consumption. What standards of consumption means?
It must not be like just a teaspoon of water.
So how do you drink water? Glass, right? And you know that ink bottle and all you have, no? Take one, you do that and all, you should not be. One glass means give him one glass, right? Don't give him a drop of water. And then say, first unit you have, no, second unit have it. Which you got more satisfied? Hey, give the water. That's what you will be asked. Correct? So it should be standard. Don't go with the. See, he has said, if you want to break don't do something. Some would have spoken about. Hey, if I do this, what you will do? That is why he has written. See, to use standard. So, you do stupid things and all, then my law will not work. Third one, continuous consumption. What does continuous consumption means? Yes, there should not be a time gap. Let us say morning I eat, fill my stomach, one leg piece I eat, go and went for sleep, Then night I come, I'm hungry again, no? Then I eat it, I get the same satisfaction only. No. After eating the first leg piece, immediately have it. Then you calculate DMU, then it works. Otherwise, it will not work. Right? Then, case of related goods. Related goods. What is related goods? I told you, Starbucks. Right? You ignore the complementary. In fact, it goes to that far like tea means tea only. Don't put sugar and make it better and drink. Right? What is the satisfaction you are getting from tea alone, you say? Don't say sugar tea. No. It ignores all complementary products. Are we clear? And the last one is, it is based on unrealistic assumptions. Right? Is it realistic? Guys, do you think it is realistic to measure utility and all? Very tough. Right? And these assumptions are all when you will do. Right? So that is why limitations of, you can't use everywhere these laws. Done. Yes. Now concept number consumer surplus. What is consumer surplus? Sorry, not consumer surplus. Let us go to consumer equilibrium. Okay. Now you have studied DMU, correct? You have studied DMU, law of diminishing marginal utility. You know that the additional product you consume, you will get lesser and lesser satisfaction. Now we will see how a consumer will attain equilibrium. We will see how a consumer will attain equilibrium. Now I'll ask you a logical question. Everyone, try to answer this logical question. Will you pay 100 rupees if you get only 30 rupees satisfaction? You will not pay. So what happens? You are saying I will not pay more than what I get. Correct? That is a rational consumer. So what this consumer equilibrium says under cardinal approaches, you will be at equilibrium when mu is equivalent to market price. When mu is equal to market price. That means, let us say you're going to pay 20 rupees for the chicken leg piece. I'm just telling you. Okay, vegetarians, I'm sorry. Right? You can take it as paneer if you want. Right? Now, 20 rupees you are paying for as a market price for one leg piece. Okay? Nice roasted. Nice. The first piece you have, you get a satisfaction of 100. You get a satisfaction of 100. The second piece you have, you get a satisfaction of 50. Third piece you have, you get a satisfaction of 20. Fourth piece you have, you get a satisfaction of 10. Okay. Now you tell me, I will consume first product, I will pay 100 rupees, it's worth 100 rupees, I'm paying only 20. 50, I'm getting written 50. The third unit, I am paying how much? 20, I am getting 20. Will a rational consumer consume the fourth unit? He's going to get 10, but he's paying 20. A rational consumer will not be. So what he will do? He will stop his product consumption at third unit, where mu, this is mu only, no? Is equivalent to what? Market price. Are we getting the logic behind it, everyone? Any questions in this, please, guys? No questions? Now, this is where rational behind law of demand I said, no? Now imagine price decreased to 10 rupees. What will happen? To go back to the equilibrium point, what will the consumer do? He'll buy another, because now the market price has fallen to 10 rupees. Then he's going to get a satisfaction of 10, so he'll be okay. If price increases to 40 rupees, he will stop at consumption at the second unit. Are we getting it? That is why law of diminishing marginal utility supports law of demand also. That is what I was referring to. Hope that is clear right now. Are we clear? So when will a consumer achieve maximum satisfaction? When he is paying market value, when his marginal utility from that product is equivalent. If he consumes another product, what will happen? He will be under a loss. Are we clear? Done. The last concept, right? Now, sorry, not before last concept, right? Under cardinal utility. Sir, I badly want one chicken leg piece. Huh? Okay, sorry. Sorry for tempting you. Even I wanted actually. I was thinking, okay, well, going and going. Anyway, with the first one. Now, here we saw only one unit. We saw only what? One unit. We consumed only one same type of product. But in reality, do you only consume one product? No. Uska and chicken leg piece. Right? You buy 2 products or 3 products or more than 2 to 3 products. So if you want to study consumer behavior under 2 products, we study the concept of equimarginal utility. Okay, and the formula is MUX divided by MUY is equivalent to PX by PY. This is what you need to know in this. Okay, nothing more than this. It says that you will spend your income in such a way that it will be proportional. It will be in a proportional. Right? Now, if you have income of only 20 rupees, let us say this is MU of chicken leg piece. Biryani I'll give you. Okay. Let us say it is 80 rupees. Here it is 60 rupees. Okay. 60 MU. Now, first product when you compare chicken leg piece and biryani, which one you will buy first? With 20 rupees? You will buy leg piece because that is giving you 100 satisfaction compared to biryani 80. Right? Now, the second product if you want to buy, what you will do? You will choose biryani because that is giving you 80 satisfaction. Right? You will compensate by this, by that, and you will compensate in such a way equally that you spend your money in such a proportion that you gain the maximum return. That is what equimarginal utility is talking about. That is not tested as a concept, as a just one paragraph they are given in your book. Okay, you will not break your head on that. Are we clear? Done. I know it's 8 o'clock, its time is up. I'll complete the consumer surplus and we'll go for the day. Tomorrow we'll start with the indifference curve. Okay, tomorrow we'll start with the indifference curve and we'll little bit accelerate it tomorrow. Done. Consumer surplus. What does consumer surplus talk about?
6 million.
Now, for the chicken leg piece, right, I got how much? 100 for the first unit satisfaction. How much I paid? 20. So, 80 is my surplus. I am willing to pay 100 because it's worth 100 rupees for me. But what I got? I paid 20. Consumer surplus is nothing but what I am willing to pay. Write it down. What I am willing to pay minus what actually paid. Consumer surplus is CS is equal to what I am willing to pay minus what I actually paid. Are we clear? That is your consumer surplus. Are we clear? Any questions asked? Done. One thing very important, consumer surplus cannot be measured in what actually paid or what ready to pay. Yes, ready to pay minus what actually paid. Now, few things, consumer surplus is also measured in money, right? So as cardinal approach says, you can measure it money, right? That is very difficult to measure consumer surplus. It's very subjective. Don't you agree? So that is the limitation. Second, very, very important point, please write it down. Consumer surplus of necessary goods is infinite. Consumer surplus of necessary goods is infinite. Reason being is whatever is necessary goods, we will be actually willing to pay whatever it is. Don't you agree? But actually you pay is 1 rupee, 2 rupees or sometimes free. Because without water you will die. So you will be willing to pay whatever it is. Right? Psychologically speaking. Are we clear? So write it, consumer surplus CS will be infinity for what? Necessaries. Are we clear? Done, guys. So we'll wind up for today. The end. Tomorrow we'll meet at 11 a.m. sharp. Okay. Tomorrow 11 a.m. sharp we will meet again. Thank you for participating. Thank you. See you guys. Alright guys, let's start for the day. So we were last time we just finished the consumer surplus and we told you indifference curve will be dealt going forward, right? Indifference curve, right? What is indifference curve? What is indifference curve? Anyone? It is what ordinal approach we saw to achieve consumer, to understand how a consumer achieves equilibrium. We have two methods. One is ordinal approach, one is cardinal approach. We saw yesterday cardinal approach. Now we are seeing ordinal approach. It is based on ordinal approach. What does ordinal approach says? You can provide preferences and rank them. Right? You can provide preferences and rank them. Now, one thing which you have to understand of indifference curve is you have to understand the assumptions. You have to understand the assumptions of ordinal approach. Okay. First assumption, the consumer is rational. Second assumption, what is it? Consumer is capable of ranking the preferences. He should not say that I can't rank it. You know, if they ask you like pizza more than burgers, means he should say yes or no. I like, yeah, I do not know. No. Are we clear? He should be able to clearly tell which will give him more satisfaction. So he should have the ability to rank them. Third one, the consumer choice should be transitive. What does this transitive means? Let us say a consumer likes A more than B. Okay. And B more than C. Then he should what? Then he should like A more than C. This property we call it as transitivity. In maths you would have studied if I'm not wrong. Right? So same thing, consumer preferences should be transitive. I like, let us say, apples more than bananas. Right? Bananas more than, chips. So final conclusion should be what? I like apples more than chips. You should not be like, no, I like chips more. No. Okay, then this law will fail. Done. This is called as transitivity. Clear? Then last point of assumption is combination of A has more goods means if one combination A has more goods than combination B, then A is preferred than B. What does this mean? Let us say in a combination of two goods, there is 3 pizzas and two ice creams. This is A combination.
In B combination, there is 2 pizzas and 1 ice cream. Okay, only 1 ice cream. Okay. Now, if someone asks you which combination you like, what will you have to say? Always A, because it has more number of units. Are you understanding? Same thing, right? Let's say 2 ice cream also. Which combination you will still prefer? A only. Because in here, see, ice cream 2, right? Okay, fine. Pizza in combination B, you're getting only 2, right? Whereas in A, you're getting 3 pizza. So obviously, the consumer will choose the more. Are we clear? But just wanted to, tell you one more thing. Let us say there is another C combination where 3 ice creams are given, 2 pizzas are given, right? Then you can say A and C can give me same satisfaction. That is okay. Are we clear? That you can say A and B can give me, for me, 3 ice creams and 2 pizza is equivalent to same satisfaction as 3 pizzas and 2 ice creams. That is fine. What does the law says? If the same goods are there and one of the combination has more goods than the other combination, then always the more goods combination is preferred. Clear? This is an assumption. Clear? Done. If these points are clear, let's go to indifference curve. What is the indifference curve? Combination of 2 goods which gives the same satisfaction. See, we saw A, 3 pizzas, 2 ice creams is a combination of 2 goods, right? And C combination, 2 pizzas, 3 ice creams. Both are giving the same level of satisfaction. So like this, there are many combinations. You plot it, these combinations, and you just draw a line. We get a curve called as indifference curve. Are we clear? Now, this indifference curve has other names also. Please write it down. What are the other names? Anyone can tell me? ISO utility curve or equal utility curve. All these things they will test. So you should know it just like that in back of your head. At least when you see a MCQ. Okay, when the choice will be given, right? That time you should be, this is what it is. Now, why is the name indifference curve? Anyone knows? Indifference means he's little bit, he doesn't mind. It's an English word. He's very indifferent, we say. That means he is not, he doesn't mind to it. Okay. Why he doesn't mind? Because 3 pizzas and 2 ice creams are giving the same satisfaction as what? 3 ice creams and 2 pizzas. He's like, give me whatever you want. I'm okay with it. He's indifferent to both the combination. That is why it's called as indifference curve. Are we clear? Moving on. Now, I'll just take an example for this. Okay, we'll study more about indifference curve and then we'll teach you some other concept. Now, there's some concept called indifference map. What is indifference map? It's a group of indifference curve. Indifference map is nothing but a group of indifference curve. Is called as indifference map. Okay. Now, please note that higher the indifference map, higher the level of satisfaction. Higher from this origin. Okay. Higher from this origin, higher the satisfaction. So this will give you some smile means this will give you more satisfaction. 2 smiles, right? This will give you more satisfaction. We can't quantify it. It's only preferences we can see. Okay. Now write down some properties. This is one property. This is also first property. That is what? Higher the indifference curve. Higher the indifference curve. IC curve. I'm going to write. Higher the satisfaction. Second one. Can you tell me what is the other? Sorry. It is convex to origin. Yes, tell me. Convex to origin. Now, what is the reason for convex to origin? What is convex means? This shape, right? This shape we call it as convex. Why is it? Because of diminishing MRS. I'll talk to you through about what is MRS very shortly, but just know decreasing MRS causes the convex shape. Now, please, very, very important, understand this. This is for a normal indifference curve. That is a convex shape. I'll give you a question. If two goods are perfect substitutes, what will happen to the shape of the indifference curve? They can ask you this question. What will happen to the shape of indifference curve when they are, two perfect substitutes? It will become a linear curve. It will be linear shape when two goods are perfect substitutes. That is constant MRS. That is MRS will be constant. It will not diminish. It will be constant. Another question. What will happen if two goods are perfectly complementary? It will be L-shaped, right? L-shaped indifference curve. Two goods are complementary. Okay. Clear? I would explain this logic and all in the video. Because of time, this is a crash course. I'll just telling you what is the important points. Yes. Next property, that is slopes downwards to the right. Slopes downwards to the right. Then no two indifference curve will intersect. Okay. No two indifference curve will intersect. Last point, will not touch the X or Y axis. Why? Because if it touches the X axis or Y axis, one of the goods will be 0, considered as 0. So no good can be 0. Are we clear? That is why it cannot be possible. It's all indifference curve is a combination of two goods. If one goods becomes 0, then it's no more a combination of two goods. Are we clear? Will not touch the x-axis or y-axis. These are the properties of indifference curve. Okay. Now, moving on. This you should understand, that is combination B, C, D, MRS. We are going to see what? MRS. Food, clothing. This is food and clothing, right? A. It is 1 clothing, 2 food, 3, 4, 12, 6, 4, 3. What is MRS? Can you calculate? MRS is, first one is nothing. Second one is 6, 2, 1. Okay. Now, MRS, what can you talk about? What is MRS first of all? Marginal rate of substitution. This is the full form. This is the full form, right? What can you talk about? What is the definition of this? What is MRS as such? It is the rate at which you are willing to sacrifice one good for another, or exchange one good for another. MRS is nothing but what? It's the rate you are willing to exchange one good for another. That means here MRS 6 means you are willing to exchange 6 clothes, right? If you see here, you are willing to exchange 6 clothes for another food, for 1 unit of food. That is called as MRS. So it is the rate at which consumer is willing to exchange the goods, the one good for another good. Okay. Exchange the good for another good. Are we clear? Yes, Pooja. Very good. Good definition. Now, MRS will always be diminishing for normal products. Only for what I say, perfectly complementary and with regards to perfect substitute, MRS will not diminish. MRS will be constant. For other things, it will be always diminishing. Write it down. Diminishing. Always be diminishing MRS. Why? Why? Anyone knows the logic behind it? Because of DMU. Because of DMU, law of DMU, diminishing marginal utility. Because of law of diminishing marginal utility. Because look at it very practically. You have 6 clothes, you have 1 food, right? Imagine starting. If I say, come and say, I'll give you 1 more food, you'll give me adas clothes. You'll be like, I have 12 clothes. I'm not going to use everything, right? So you'll be like, I want food. You'll be willing to give because the satisfaction you get from the clothes is going on lesser and lesser because you have more pieces. Yes or no? So you're willing to sacrifice more. But when you go to 4 clothes, now you're willing to sacrifice only 1 food because you got satisfaction from food. You got satisfaction from food. Right? Now, if you give more clothes, you'll feel sad. No. That is why you are willing to sacrifice lesser and lesser. Are we understanding the logic? So, MRS diminishes because of what? Diminishing marginal utility. Done. Moving on. So, now we have studied one side of the case. Indifference curve we have studied. Right? Now, another concept you have to study is budget line. Budget line. What is budget line? Sorry? A combination of 2 goods which consumes. Consumer can buy. Okay. Okay, done. It's a what, write it like this. A budget line shows all those combination of two goods which the consumer can buy given is income and prices of the goods. Are we clear? So two things are there. It shows all the combination of two goods the consumer can buy given the income and the prices of the goods. Are we clear? So mathematically, how are they referring? Px into Qx, right? Let me not into, right? Plus Py into Qy is equivalent to or less than budget. Are we clear? Equivalent to or less than budget. This is what the concept is. Because everyone, as a consumer, you have budget, no? You have unlimited money. You have to spend below your budget or up to your budget in such a way that you get maximum satisfaction. That is the concept, right, of consumer equilibrium. You want to achieve equilibrium. Done. Now, when you find the combinations, how you spend your money, you will get one line. When you can spend your money, let us say you have 100 rupees. Let us say apples and bananas. Apple cost you at 20 rupees, banana cost you at 10 rupees. How can you spend your money now? 100 rupees. First combination, you can spend all your money on apples, that is 5 apples and 0 bananas, or 10 apples, 0 bananas, apples, sorry. Or a combination, what can you say? You can buy 3 apples and 2 bananas, 4 bananas, right? You can combination. List down all the combination and draw a graph. We call this line as what? Budget line, or also called as price line. Please write it. This is also called as what? Price line or budget line. Now, if they ask you to calculate slope of this budget line, we call it as what? Price ratio. Price ratio. How do you calculate slope of the budget line? Px by Py. Okay, they will not ask you, but anyway, I'm just telling you. Now, any point within the budget line, a consumer can afford it. Any point outside the budget line, consumer cannot afford it because it's beyond his income. Okay, a consumer normally will try to spend his entire income, correct? No, then only he can get maximum satisfaction. So the concept of equilibrium should be somewhere in the line, consumer budget line only. Anyhow, we will see going forward. Now, there can be a trick question asked. Can we do one trick question? Yes. Now, let us say this is the budget line. Question number 1. Okay, for a trick question in this concept. Let us say this is the budget line. Okay, they say this is 45. This x-axis is what? Ice cream. This is chocolates. This is 90, they say. Okay, your given income is 900 rupees. Your given income is what? 900 units. Now, what can you say about the price of ice cream and chocolates? Ice cream and chocolate ka price can you calculate and tell me? And chocolate. What is the price of ice cream and chocolate? How did you find out? And let me know. Now, boss, you should understand chocolates is demanded 190 means I'm spending all my money on chocolates. Zero on ice cream. 90 chocolates I can buy. Correct? How much income I have? 900. 900 divided by 90 is 10 rupees per chocolate. 45 means I buy zero ice chocolates, and so this will become 20. This is one trick question they can ask in budget line. Some students do get confused. Please be very, aware of it. Clear, everyone? Done. Moving on, consumer equilibrium. Consumer equilibrium. When do you think consumer will be in equilibrium? When he spends his entire income and achieves his maximum satisfaction. Now, let us draw indifference curve. Okay. This is his indifference curve. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Which indifference curve he would like to be in? Fourth one. But I give you a condition. What condition I give you? That is, he can buy only, this is his budget line. That is what? This is his budget line. Are we clear? If his budget line is this, then what all indifference curve he can buy? Only 1 and 2. Because 3 and 4 is not possible. See, consumer equilibrium is not about getting maximum satisfaction alone. Maximum satisfaction at the given income. Are you understanding? Because consumer has to be satisfied with the income. Otherwise, human wants are unlimited only. Are you understanding? Right? That is why here 1 or 2. Now I know that 2 is greater than 1. 2 is greater than 1. So where is the point of equilibrium is getting it at? At the point of tangency, we call it as. At the point of tangency. Very important. Please write that. So the consumer achieves equilibrium at the point of tangency. When the point is tangent. Now, this is a diagram which is drawn simply for you to understand. Okay. Please understand in reality, sir, why tangency only? I would have spent this in the concept class. Why tangency only? No, actually, what happens is there will be lot of indifference curve. Okay. For your simplicity, they are drawn 3-4 indifference curve for you to understand. But there, as you combination, there will be very lot of combinations. Very close by combination. If they draw so many indifference curve, you will get confused. Right? So that is why they are drawing 1 or 2 with space. Right? If there are so many indifference curve, there will be a curve which will just touch the price line and go. So where will you be that time if I draw that kind of a diagram? You will always say, I am getting maximum satisfaction there only, which will be tangent only. Are we clear? That is the concept behind it. So at the tangent point, the formula will be what? Mux divided by Px is equivalent to Muy by P. Are we clear? That's all. Indifference curve, equilibrium point. Now, in the last paragraph, in your book, they are giving you one line. Indifference curve is superior than what? It is better than utility analysis, they have said. Indifference curve is better than utility analysis. Why? One, it does not consider money value. It does not consider what? Measurement, or it can be measured. Does not consider. Does not consider considered money can be, or utility can be measured. Utility can be measured. So that they are saying indifference curve is better. Second, indifference curve studies two units at a time. Two goods at a time. Whereas utility analysis studied only one good at a time. Correct? So that is why they are saying it is better. Third, it does not assume constancy of money. Constancy of marginal utility of money is not assumed. Whereas utility analysis assume that constancy of money. The last one, it segregates. Okay, income effect and substitution effect. Where did you learn this income effect and substitution effect? Price effect, right? So in indifference curve, if you, you will study it later part of, if you study economics in detail. Okay, it is not so needed for you. Just understand. You can understand what is what is income effect, what leads to substitution effect in indifference curve. Are we clear? That is not there in your portions, but understand indifference curve can help you to understand what is income effect, what is substitution effect. Are we clear? So with this, chapter 2 is fully done. With this, chapter 2 is fully done. So we'll move on to chapter 3. One second, guys. I'll just come. 2 minutes. Sorry guys. Arif, I will just take your third point of last topic. Can I answer that a little bit later, Arif? If you don't mind, I'll come back to it after the class, right? Or before I give the break, I'll just ask you. Okay. Alright, guys. Chapter 3, Unit 1. What is the chapter's name? Theory of production. Right? In this theory, there are a lot of theory only. Right? Let us see one by one. What are they? What is production according to economics? In normal production, I know what you will think. Huh? Input into output. Right? That is production. According to economics, what is it? There's two words which have to be added. Any economic activity which converts input into output, which is capable of satisfying human wants. So, production means economic activity. Economic activity means what? Activity done for livelihood or for money. Economic activity which converts input into output, which is capable output which is capable of satisfying human wants. Okay, because please understand, your mom making a burger for you and giving it to you, she is converting input into output which will satisfy your want, right? But it's not an economic activity. She is doing it for love and affection, right? Pasam, love, right? That is why it is not an economic activity. But your maid does it for you. It is an economic activity. She is doing it for you because you are paying her. Are we clear? So let us say you make something and it's useless. Is it production? If it's not capable of satisfying, you are converting something into output. Okay. But it's not useful at all. It is also not production. Are we clear? Or another way, production also can be classified as creation or addition of utility. Another way of defining is creation or addition of utility. Are we clear? So, when creation or addition of utility is there, there are different forms it can take. What are the 4 forms? It can take 4 forms. One is form utility. Form utility. What is form utility? Physically changing form, which from from a natural resource. For example, yes, wood to chair. Normal wood will not give you any satisfaction, but if you make it into a beautiful chair, bench and sit, it gives you some satisfaction, right? Physically changing it. Physically changing the form. Second, place utility. What is it? Place utility means changing place. Changing place. Let us say from Jammu and Kashmir, those apples are bought to Bangalore and Chennai and Andhra Pradesh, right? Kashmir apples, you are eating it. If it was there and only in Jammu and Kashmir, it get rotten. But if from there, if you bring it here, you can also enjoy. That is nothing but place utility. Then what is it? Time utility. What is time utility? Making it available. Making it available. Making it available. When harvest is done only once in a year, right? Once harvest is done, still you get your food because they store it and give it to you whenever you need it. That is nothing but time utility. Then personal utility. What am I doing? I'm using my personal skills to teach you. Production is not only physical goods, even services are included. Okay. In the future, you're going to be a chartered accountant. You're going to give service. That is also personal utility. Using personal skills to render service. These are the 4 forms a utility can take place. Guys, please note in this particular chapter, we are going to only see how effective are we in converting input into output. We are not bothered about the financial aspects of it. In cost only, we'll see the financial aspects of it. Here, we'll only see about what? Production, conversion of input into output only in number of quantities. So, moving on, factors of production. How many factors of production is there? Sorry, 7. 4. What is first one? What is land? What is land? An entrepreneur. 4 is land, labor, capital, and entrepreneur. In certain books, you would have studied organization, businessman, other things. But in CA book, it's a entrepreneur. Right? What is land? Land refers to all the gifts of nature, natural resources. Okay? All the natural resources. Water, air, vegetation, land, everything comes under land only. Don't get confused. Land is land only. Okay, done. Labor means what? Any mental or physical exertion. What is it? Mental means don't take mental. Mental means mind. Okay. Physical exertion directed towards producing the product. Now, I am mentally thinking and using my brain, and teaching you the concept. That is mental exertion. Physical exertion means what? Taking the benches, carrying it, keeping the bricks, carrying it and going. That is all we considered as physical exertion. Are we clear? Now, labor is always done for economic reward. Okay, please write that point also. Labor is done for what? Economic reward. Now, under this land and labor, you would have seen characteristics, right? I'll just read through them, right, for your understanding, but not very important as such, right? Land is a free gift of nature. Supply of land is fixed. Land is permanent and indestructible powers, right? Land is passive factor. What is passive factor? Means land cannot produce on its own. It will just sit in right? Land is immobile. That means you cannot move land, right? Land has multiple uses and land is heterogeneous. No two land is the same. Okay. So similarly, characteristics, human efforts of labor is it involves human efforts. Yes, we should be there. Otherwise, labor cannot be done. Sir, robot is also coming. Yeah. Okay, that is all new things. This was written long back ago. Done. Moving on. Labor is perishable. You cannot store labor. You cannot. Labor is an active factor. I am actively teaching you. Correct? Done. Labor is inseparable from the laborer. You can't separate my labor from the laborer. Next point. Labor power differs from labor to labor. Yes. Different labors will work differently. All labors might not be productive. Labor is mobile. Fine. No rapid adjustment of labor to demand for it. Right? What is this labor? No rapid adjustment of supply. You can't fire labors rapidly. You can't increase the supply of labors drastically or reduce it drastically. Are we clear? Supply of labor is you can't change it drastically is what they're saying. Then last point, choice between hours of labor and hours of leisure. Now, little bit complicated point here. I would have spent lot more time in my full class. See, labor is the only factor of resource. Will he has a choice to work and choice to rest. Okay, I'll just give you a simple thing, and you will understand it much more faster. Now, let us say you are all given I'll give you 1 crore per month. Okay, you have to work for, I say, 6 hours. Fine, everyone? Everyone will take the job? Obviously. Okay. I say work for another 6 hours. I'll give you 50 lakhs. Will you work? You'll be like, 1 crore is enough. 6 hours work. Why should I work another 6 hours? Right? What are you choosing? Leisure. That is rest. Right? That is what it is. Choice between labor of hours and labor of leisure. Are we understanding? Labor as a choice. Beyond certain income, labor will choose to rest. Are we clear? Now, I'll ask you a different. So, there's something called labor wages paradox. Okay. As the higher income level goes, as the higher wages level goes, supply of labor will reduce. As lower the wages goes, supply of wages will increase. This is called as wages paradox. Okay. For this, it's not very connected in your book, but if you want, you watch the full classes. There I would have explained more about this. Are we clear? Anyway, moving on. Now, capital. What is capital? It is a part of wealth which is used for further production of wealth. Right? It's a part of wealth which is used for further production of wealth. Now, I know a lot of, I do not know, you have studied from me or someone else, right? Please understand, capital is not equivalent to money. I know in accounts you would have studied, sir, capital means money only. No, sir. No. Capital is not money. Capital is something which is man-made resources, production-made resources. Money is just a facilitator for the exchange. Can money be productive on its own? Just tell me. See, when you buy machine with money, the machine is productive. Money on its own is not productive. That is why it does not come under capital. Are you understanding? It's a little bit complicated. I have to cut short it, but just understand, money is not capital. Money belongs to wealth. Capital is the part of wealth which will facilitate further production of wealth. Are we clear? Now, this is also known as what? Capital is also known as what? Produced means of production. Write it. Another word is produced means of production. Land and labor is known as what? Primary or original factor. Right? Primary and original factor means land and labor. Secondary factor means it is what? Capital. Are we clear? So there are different types of capital which you would have studied. Different types of capital which you would have studied. What are the different capital? Fixed, circulating, real capital, human capital, then tangible capital, intangible capital, then individual capital, and social capital. what is fixed? See guys, if I just try to give this analogy, right? Students normally get confused. Now, let us take mango. Okay, mango is a food item. It is also a fruit, right? Mango can be a food item as well as a fruit. Similarly, a capital can be fixed and real and tangible. Do not think that both are, I mean, if it falls in one, it should not fall in the other. Students think in that way. Are we understanding? But one thing is, if it's fixed, it cannot be circulating. If it's real, it can't be human. If it's tangible, it cannot be intangible. If it's individual, it cannot be social. That is for sure. Are we clear? Done. Now, what is fixed capital? Fixed capital means which can be used more than once. Used more than once. Circulating capital means can be used only once. It can be used only once. For example, machine, you can use it many number of times, right? Hammer, dabu, you can keep on using it for many number of times. That is fixed capital. Circulating capital, nail. If you use it once, the nail is gone. That is used. You can't use it again. Right? Fuel. Yes. If you burn it, you can't get it again. Right? These are circulating capital. What is real capital? Anything which is physical. Physical goods. Human capital means human beings. Human ability. Okay. Now, tangible means, what is tangible? Can be felt with senses. Can be perceived by senses. Touch, smell, right? Taste, whatever it is. By senses you can perceive them. Here, intangible capital means you cannot perceive them by senses. Like goodwill. Can you smell goodwill? No. Nice goodwill. Trademark. All these things are what? Intangible. Okay. Cannot be censored or sensed. Individual capital means private capital. Belongs to you, individuals. Society means belongs to the, social capital means belongs to the society. Belongs to the society. Are we clear? Your house is your capital, in private capital, right? Road is social capital. Clear? Now there is something called enterprise objective, right? Capital formation and all those things. They are theoretical topics. I have given you notes. Just read through them. That is more than enough. Okay. There's nothing concept in that. What are the enterprise objective, right? Organic objective, economic objective, social objective, human objective and national objective, right? You know it. Very simple only. But just read through them before the exam. That is also important, right? Done. Moving on. Production function. Production function, right? Don't worry, all the videos, notes and all will be attached. Okay. Entrepreneur. Okay, fine. Sorry. Entrepreneur. Who's an entrepreneur? Last factor of production. Entrepreneur is the guy who coordinates all these other factors of production and runs the business. So three functions. One question is always asked about this. I don't know why. What are the functions of entrepreneur? First, risk bearing. Second, innovation and creativity. Then, initiating business and coordinating the resources. These are the function of an entrepreneur. Are we clear? The most important function is innovation. There's one question. There's a trick question which they ask. What is the most important function of an entrepreneur? Right? It is innovation and creation. Are we clear? Done. Yes. Moving forward, production function. What is production function? What is the function? You would have studied demand function also, right? What is demand function? It is the mathematical relationship between demand and determinants of demand, right? You would have studied no function of what do you say, price, comma, price of related goods, comma, income, comma, so and so. We would have made a mathematical equation. Similarly, production function also, it's a statement. What is a statement about? It is a relationship between, right? It's a statement which establishes a relationship between input and output. Is a relationship between input and output. Sir, this alone? No. In such a way that minimum input is put to get maximum output. In such a way, how is the relationship is formed? How is a relationship formed? Minimum input to give the maximum output. Or let us say to give given output, for the given output, what should be the minimum input? For the given output, what should be the given minimum input? Students get confused in this statement. All right, I'll try to be a little bit fast here and very precise. Now, let us say it takes 10 chairs to make, with 10 wood, you can make 100 chairs. What is the maximum output? 100 output. Now, if I want to make output of 90 chairs, how much minimum should I have used? 9. Somehow you calculated, no? This is what they are trying to say. Are you understanding? But both mean the same only, no? Both mean the same only, no? If I give you minimum, can you produce the maximum? For the given whatever I have produced, can you give the minimum? That is mean, for that is maximum only, no? Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? This is what production function is talking about. Are we clear? So here, how mathematically is represented? Q is a function of L and K. L stands for labor, K stands for capital. Sir, what about other factors of production? For simplicity, at your level, they are only considering two factors, that is labor and capital. Are we fine? Are we all fine with this? Now, some assumption. What are the assumption? This relationship is there, no? Is for a period of time. This relationship is established for a period of time. What time period and all they have not specified. But there is a relationship between input and output for a period of time. Second, technology is constant. Technology is constant. There's no change in the technology. I would have given reasons why and a lot of examples I would have given here, right? But because of lack of time, I have to go a little bit go faster. And one more thing, whenever we put input, nothing get wasted. We'll always get maximum output. Is it true in the reality world? No. But these are the assumption. The production function relationship is for a period of time. Technology is constant. And what is it? Whenever I put the input, I'll get the maximum output always. Why technology is constant? Because if technology changes, your output also there is a possibility of changing. Let us say here in this example, 10 can make 100 chairs. If a new technology comes where it's saving more wood, right, reuses the wood, then it can make 110 chairs, means your equation goes for a toss, right? Equation is not stable anymore. So that is why they're saying technology should be constant, period of time should be constant. Okay, sorry, it's specified for a period of time. Now, for this period of time, there are two things. What are it? Short run and long run. Correct now? Short run and long run. What is short run? What is short run? Please understand, very, very, very important to understand this. Short run means one of the factor of production is fixed. At least one factor of production is fixed. Very, very important for you. I'll spend some more time here slowly. Okay, I know this is very important. Right? What is short run? It's a period of time where one of the factor is fixed. Now let's take labor and capital. I am manufacturing a shoe. I am manufacturing shoes. What all I require for shoe? I need leather, I need glue, I need labor, I need a machine, I need a factory. Correct? Now what all I can change instantly? Increase. I can call labor. Yeah, come more labor I can add. Right? I can add more, I can buy more leather, I can buy more glue, I can buy a machine. But can I build a factory instantly in 1 or 2 days? No. It will take some time. How much time we do not know. For the period of time where that factory is fixed, no, that factor is fixed, no. For a period of time where that factory is fixed, you cannot change that variable. That period of time we call it as short run. We call it as what? Short run. Are we getting this very clearly? It is not months, it's not 6 months, it's not 2 months or whatever it is. Are we clear? It is a period of time till which your factor of production is fixed. Factor of production is fixed. That is short run. Long run means what? All the factors of production is variable. It's a period of time which everything is variable. Now, technically speaking, if I have to look in 2 years, right from now, if I want to increase my production, I can change all my variables in 2 years. Yes or no? All my variables, inputs, I can change it now in 2 years time. I am just giving 2 years time. 2 years means long run nahi hai, right? Just a time period. So where all my factors of production is variable means I call it as long run. All the factors are variable. So short run means one factor is fixed, right? At least one factor is fixed. Okay, others are variable. You can take it as, but at least one factor is fixed. In long run, all the factors are variable. Now, here what you will be studying 2 laws. One is called as law of variable proportion or law of diminishing returns or law of diminishing returns. Okay. Law of diminishing returns. Here what law are you going to study? Law of returns to scale. Are we clear? These are the 2 laws which you will be studying. Under this TP. Now, to understand the law, you need to understand certain things. TP, MP and AP. What is TP? TP is nothing but total product from the given inputs. What is MP? It is the additional output which I get from producing an additional, incorporating additional input. It is the additional output I get for incorporating another input. What is average product? It is nothing but the total product divided by the per unit of the variable factor. Per unit of the variable factor. Are we clear? For this, I will take help of my, one second. Yeah. Now, if you look into it, TP is nothing but total product divided by number of units of the variable factor, right? Now, take this table for your better understanding. Now, your variable factor is what? Labor. They're given you as labor. TP is this, average product is this, and marginal product is so and so here. Now, if you see here, TP is the total output which is produced. TP is the total output which is produced. AP is the average product per unit of labor. So let us take this 440 for 4 units. What is the average? 440 divided by 410. What is MP? It is now from 2 units I make 3 labors. My production increases from what? 210 to 330. So my marginal product for the third unit is 120. That is 330 minus what is it? 210. Right? I hope everyone knows how to calculate this. Again, for marginal product, right? MP, you can use delta TP divided by delta Q. Are we clear? You can use this also for better understanding. Okay. Now, what does this law state? If you see this diagram, I would have given an example of auto. Right? I would have given an auto shed where you are changing the tires. Right? Where the factory is fixed. When the factory is fixed, what happens? You can bring only one auto. Auto has only 3 tires. Right? So, up to 3 people, the productivity will increase. Up to 3 people, the productivity will increase. After 3 people, what will happen? Your productivity, the additional productivity you get from the additional unit you incorporate keeps on declining. Will keep on declining. Right? So, what happens? Your marginal product will keep on declining and will turn negative also. This is what the law also says the same thing. The law also says the same thing. Law of variable proportion also says the same thing. Or law of diminishing returns also says the same thing. What does this law says? State that as we increase the quantity of one input combined with other fixed inputs. In that auto example I would have given, see the factory is fixed. Other things are variable. Right? Because of the factory is fixed, only one auto can go inside. Other things you can have more stepney, you can have more, spanners, right? You can have more labors, you can have everything more. But the factory is fixed. Because of that, what happens? The marginal physical productivity, the output, the marginal output you get will eventually decline. So here, what eventually decline means? What does eventually decline means? They are not saying it will increase and decrease. They are not saying that. Or they will say that it will decrease, keep on decreasing. In DMU, law of diminishing utility, you would have said it will always decline. Here the word is eventually decline. Here they are saying it might go up, but eventually it will come down. Or it can, from starting itself, it can come down also. Are you understanding? But the only one thing I can say is, if one factor is fixed, other things are variable, the marginal productivity will fall as you increase it. Are we clear? That is the law. Any questions in this, please ask. Short run, long run. Short run means at least one factor is fixed. Long run means all the factors are variable. Are we clear? Done. Bhavya, sir, can you repeat MP? MP is nothing but what? Marginal product. How do you calculate marginal product? TP minus, what is it? TPN minus TPN minus 1. That is 4, let's say 330 minus 210. You will get your 120. Right? Are we clear? Guys, if you have not had a solid backing, I would request you to little bit see the videos and then also come. Right? So that you know what we are talking about it. Because this is a crash course, some of you might not have that concept very strong back of it. Right? What I would suggest is, just see that particular video, because I would have given at least 15-20 minutes for this particular example itself. Right? Slowly would have spoken about this. Because this is a crash course, little bit of speed would be required. Done. Now, relationship between AP and MP. What are the relationship between AP and MP? You can establish an AP and MP. What can the relationship can you say about the graphs? When you plot that tabular column into a graph, you will get one graph. Correct? What can you say the relationship? See, AP will rise as long as, right, MP is greater than AP. Okay? Write this. This is first relation. Second is, AP is at max when MP is equivalent to AP. Third one, AP falls when MP is less than. Are we clear? This has to be very clear. Yes, Pooja. Absolutely correct. This has to be clear. Now, students will get confused in this. Lot of students do get confused in AP, MP and AC, ATC, right? Students will get confused. Here, you should have absolute clarity. Where the curve is, which place it is, why the curve is behaving like that. If you do not have clarity in those sense, you will little bit struggle. Are we clear? You will struggle in this chapter. The struggling is just because you are not familiar with the curves. Nothing else. Are we clear? Now, moving on. We have to analyze this entire curve, correct? There is stage 1, stage 2 and stage 3. In stage 1, right, stage 1, as I taught, yes, I have taken help of this, right, already drawn. So if you can draw this also, it will be really great, this graph, right? So we are going to understand the graph. Basically in economics, no, in your level, how are they going to test this? Concept is very simple. You understood the law of variable proportion, no? What is the law of variable proportion says? as one of the thing is fixed, right? As one of the thing is fixed, factors of production is fixed, MP will eventually decline. That is the law. Concept over there. Here, what kind of questions are expected for your exam is, if TP is maximum, what can you say about AP? What can you say of MP? Like that they will ask you. Are you understanding? Majority of the questions are this way. These are the questions are based. Right? Tell me how the graph will look. What will happen in this scenario? If you are thorough in this, nothing can beat you. Are we clear? Nothing can beat you. So now we have 3 stages: stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. Write it. Stage 1, stage 2. We have 3 stages in variable factors of production. And draw the diagram also. I'll give you some time. Please draw the diagram. And guys, do not try to mug up this. Okay, try to understand it and draw. The more you understand, better it is. Otherwise, you will forget during the exam hall. Okay, stage 1. Write it as stage 1. Now, stage 1 can be divided into 2 points, guys. It can be further divided into 2 subdivisions. One up to the point of inflection, after the point of inflection. Write that one. Up to the point of inflection, after inflection point. Stage 1. Now look into the graph. What can you say? Just look into the graph here. Up to the point of inflection, we will see first. What can you say about graph? TP will increase, AP will increase, MP will increase. That's all. So everything will increase up to the point of inflection. That is why stage 1 we call it as increasing returns to increasing returns. No scale and all. Okay. Increasing returns. Now, what are the points? Please write down. Up to the point of inflection, TP will increase, MP will increase, AP will also increase. Now, here one catch is there with TP. TP will increase at a increasing rate. Will increase at a increasing rate. Write it down. That also. Reason being is MP is also increasing, right? As MP is nothing but addition to TP. If MP is increasing, if I am going to add 5, 6, 7 means, I'm adding greater numbers means what? TP also will increase at a greater rate. That is what they are saying. Understood? Up to inflection point. Now, after inflection point, what can you say? TP will again increase. Correct? AP will increase. And MP will starts to decrease. MP will start to decrease. Now, what are the catches with TP? TP will increase at a diminishing rate. See here the graph, it was going super high fast up. But here it is increasing, but it is increasing at a diminishing rate. Right, at a lesser rate, because MP is falling. MP is falling. And what can you say here? AP. AP will reach at max when AP is equal to MP. And stage ends there. The stage ends there. Where does the stage ends? When AP is equal to MP. Stage 1 ends. Are we clear? Everyone? Clear with stage 1? Any questions? I'll rub it. Done. Now let us move to stage 2. Stage 2, what can we say? What can you say about TP? Increasing at diminishing rate. Okay, then AP is falling, MP is also falling. AP and MP is falling. Right? If you see, both are falling. Correct. Now, what can you say about TP will reach at max when equal to what? MP is 0. When MP is 0. So, MP will reach 0. When MP reaches 0, stage ends. Right? Stage ends when MP reaches 0 and TP is at maximum. Are we clear? Now, this stage is known as diminishing returns. This stage is known as diminishing returns. Why? Or decreasing returns. Why? Because MP and AP are falling, diminishing. Are we clear? Now, moving on to the stage 3. This stage 3 is called as what? Negative returns. Negative returns means what? AP is falling, MP is negative, and TP is also falling. So TP falls, AP falls, and MP is falling, and it is negative. This is called as negative returns because MP is negative. Now, what kind of questions they can ask? They can ask many questions in this. These are the points which are told to you. Okay. They can ask you what is inflection point. Inflection. MP is at maximum. There is an inflection point which is happening. Okay. Right. Inflection means a change. Okay. Inflection means is nothing but a word, English word. It's called change. Okay. They can also ask you, right? AP is falling. Which stage it is in? It can be stage 2 and stage 3. Right? Now, MP is falling. MP is falling. What stage it can be in? It can be 1, 2 and 3. Right? This clarity you have to think. Are you understanding? This cannot come on your own. It will only come when you practice. There are a lot of questions we would have practiced inside the class. Right? I would have practiced minimum of 20-30 questions. If you practice that number of questions, it will hit you. Otherwise, it will confuse you. Are we clear? Right? All clear? They can give combination. In this stage, which stage AP is, what is it, reaching its maximum point? Stage 1. Right? So these kind of questions are very much expected. Students lose a lot of marks in this. Right? Do not make the mistake. Very simple. If you know 4 or 5 things and think logically, you will get it. If you are getting if you are getting confused, sir, what to do? Right? One question, how much time you have to answer? 1.2 minutes. Please draw this diagram itself. Ask additional sheet. Right? Draw this diagram. Read what is given in the question and plot it. You will not go wrong. You will not go. For sure, you will not go wrong. Okay. Students try to do it in the brain itself. Sometimes, yes, they can get it wrong. If you are finding difficult, please draw it and do it. That is the most simplest way. Clear? Solved. Now, another question I have. Which stage should the entrepreneur operate? Stage 2. Stage 1 and stage 3, he should not operate. Stage 3, obvious, is getting negative returns. Why not stage 1? Because he is not utilizing the fixed resource to the maximum potential. Please write that. Stage 3, because it is negative returns. Stage 1, he will not operate because he is not getting maximum. He is not getting maximum utilization of the stage 1. Fixed factors of resource are not maximized, utilized in stage 1. Only in the stage 2, it is maximized, utilized. Now, where in stage 2 depends upon the next chapter which we are going to learn. Cost will determine. Are we clear? Now, stage 1 and stage 2 are called as economic absurdity or economic nonsense. Please write that also. Stage 1 and 3 are called as what? Economic absurdity or nonsense. Nonsense stage. Are we clear? These notes also would have been, I guess you guys would have got it, right? This also has everything. You can itself read it. This itself is short only. Now, moving on to returns to scale. Returns to scale. Returns to scale happens when all the factors are variable. When all the factors are variable. That means what happens? That means what happens? That means what? All the factors are changeable. All the factors are changeable. Here, this law of returns to scale is very simple law. Right? There are 3 stages. 1, 2, 3. Now, input increases by 10%. Output increases by 20%. What we call it as? Increasing returns to scale. If it increases by 10%, this also increases by 10%. What we can say? Constant returns to scale. If it's increasing by 10%, input is increasing by 10%, but output is increasing by 5%. Then what we call it as? Diminishing or decreasing returns to scale. Are we clear? Any questions asked, please answer. Now, moving on. Production optimization. Now, so we are going to see a concept called producer equilibrium or producer optimization. Producer equilibrium or producers optimization. What does this mean? When will the consumer will be happy when what? With the given income, he gets the maximum satisfaction. When will a producer be happy? Maximum production happening at least cost. Max output at least cost. Correct? The least cost. So, like you saw the indifference curve, studied indifference curve in this video, right? Similarly, there's a concept called what? Isocons curve. Right? What is isocons curve? It's a combination of two inputs. It's a combination of two inputs gives the same level of output, which gives the same level of output. This we call it as isocons, right? Isocons is also known as, what are the different names for it? Please write it down. Equal product curve, production indifference curve, then iso product curve. Okay, there are 4 names for one curve. Are we clear? Now, guys, you studied MRS, no? Marginal rate of substitution. Here, what we call it as MRTS. What does T stands for? Technical substitution. Marginal rate of technical substitution. It is the rate at which one producer is willing to exchange one input for another input. Right? Now, whatever you study the properties of indifference curve, isocons also will come the same. That it's a convex, perfectly complementary means what will happen, right? Perfectly, what to say, substitute means what happens. Everything is the same. Convex, two isocons will not intersect, will not touch the x-axis. Everything is same. Are we clear? No questions in this, no? Now, you studied something called budget line, no? Here we call it as what? Cost line or iso cost line. It's a combination of what? How you can produce the given output. Please listen very carefully. It's a combination of combination of two given input which can produce the given output given the cost, right? So here what happens is it looks a little bit different. Here you do not have one budget. In budget line you had only one line, right? Here, understand, here you can have multiple costs. See, a same table, one guy will say I will take 50,000, another guy will say I will take 10,000 to produce it, correct? Why? Because their ISO cost line is different. So combination of two inputs cost can be different for different people, right? So there will not be one budget line, there will be series of cost lines. There will be series of cost lines, right? This is a cost line. Now, how do you find producer's equilibrium? There will be one indifference, production indifference curve, right? This is iso quants, okay, curve, which will be tangent to the iso cost line. This means what? See, this is the output capacity. This is the output capacity. These are combination how much will cost. These lines are combination of two inputs. How much will they cost? Right? This is how much is output is going to be required to be produced. Now, I can produce it at ISO cost 3, ISO cost 1 and ISO cost 2. Right? Which will I produce? I'll produce in ISO cost 2, which is tangent here. Reason being is, in ISO cost 1 line means I cannot produce. Output is not met. I can buy this combination of two inputs, but output is not met. Similarly, output 3, in ISO cost 3, I am spending more money. I am spending more money to produce the same level of output. Right? I am producing more to produce the same level of output. So I will reach equilibrium at point E, where it is tangent, ISO cost is tangent to the ISO quants. Are we clear? This is where the producer will achieve its equilibrium. Are we clear? Are we clear, guys? So this, if we are clear, production chapter is also done. Production chapter. Guys, now we will take a lunch break, right? We'll take a break for 20 minutes. Okay, 30 minutes. Okay? 30 minutes not enough, huh? Okay. What's the time? 1:50, 12:50. Okay? 1:30, please assemble. Okay? Class will start at 1:30 a.m. Sorry, p.m. a.m. means we'll be sleeping. Studying, huh? Ah, crazy. Okay, guys. 1:30 p.m. we will start again. Go for your lunch break. Eat your lunch. Come back. Okay? Enjoy your lunch. Cost chapter, very important. Next one.
Somebody, he's giving the dream.
30. Where are they? Online students, if you have any questions, please ask. Okay. All right, guys. So we'll continue. Yeah. Now we are doing chapter 4. Sorry, chapter 3, unit 2. Okay. Cost. Most important chapter and very tricky chapter. If you understand chapter 4 or 3, unit 2, cost, you will understand everything going forward. If you don't understand this chapter, you will not understand anything going forward. Because chapter 2, this unit 2 cost is linked so much with chapter 4. I guess you would have studied, when you studied for the first time, you would have felt it. Right? Lot of linkage is there with chapter 4 and cost chapter. And chapter 5 is independent. That is, independent game altogether. Fine. So we'll start with chapter 2. Cost means what? Resource incurred. Okay, resource incurred is called as cost. Right? Cost is nothing but resource. Resource can be money, anything. Okay? Incurred. For production, basically, is called cost. Now, there are different types of cost. The most important and confusing part students don't understand is what? Accounting cost, economic cost. Now, please understand, in accounting and economic cost, right? Two important things. If you do not understand this, then it will be a very, very difficult. In economics, we consider only economic cost. When I say cost, what do I mean by economic cost? I don't consider accounting cost at all. That is summa for your accounting purposes. From a business perspective, if I say I have to consider what cost will I consider, I will only consider economic cost. I will not consider the accounting cost. So what is accounting cost? First we'll understand what is accounting cost, then we'll move on to economic cost. What is accounting cost? Anything which is explicit. Any cost which is explicit, which is expressed in nature, we call it as accounting cost. Are we clear? Plus implicit cost will be equivalent to economic cost. Accounting cost plus implicit cost is nothing but economic cost. Okay. Now please understand, when I say accounting or explicit, both are the same. But as when I add implicit to the explicit cost, that means I get economic cost. Are we getting it? What is this explicit cost? Anything which you normally know what is cost. In accounting, you would have studied whatever is cost, that is all accounting cost. Right? Now, what is this implicit cost? This is implied in nature. It is implied in nature. What do I mean by implied by nature means? What is implied by nature means? Cost which is borne by the entrepreneur itself. by the entrepreneur himself. Let us say I start a business, right? I start the business in my house, right? In my house, I start. Do I pay rent to my house? No. But if I given that to someone else, they would pay rent for me, right? Who's bearing this cost? Entrepreneur. So that is considered as implicit cost which is borne by entrepreneur. This is very, very important when you take a business decision. Are we clear? Now, you understood what is accounting, what is implicit cost, right? Now, please understand, when we say accounting profits, that means what? Revenue minus accounting cost is equivalent to accounting profits minus implicit, we get what? Economic profit. We get economic profit. But not always we need to get economic profit. We can get economic loss. We can get zero economic profit. We can also get zero economic profit. Now, please understand, very, very important to understand this, right? Here, economic profit means, right, my accounting profit minus implicit cost. Something I get more, right? We call it as economic profit. We also call this as what? Super normal profit. Supernormal profit or abnormal profit. Abnormal profit. Supernormal profit or abnormal profit. Are we clear? Very important to understand these names. This is highly tested, very highly tested in your examination, right? Accounting costs is nothing but explicit cost, which is normal cost, your accounting cost. Let's say you pay salaries, right? That is accounted in your books. Whereas you employed your capital, right? You used your personal car for your business. Those costs are included in your businesses? No, they are not included in your business, but they are cost for the entrepreneur. So, which is borne by the entrepreneur. Cost which is borne by the entrepreneur, we call it as implicit cost. So, both added, we get economic cost. So, revenue minus accounting cost will get accounting profit, minus the implicit cost will get you economic profit, economic loss, or zero economic profit. So, economic profit is also known as what? Supernormal profit or abnormal profit. Are we clear? Now, can I ask you a tricky question? If I make economic loss, what can you say about accounting profit? If I make economic loss, what can you say about accounting profit? We can't say anything. Boss, there is implicit cost which is there, which can be more, which is no, you do not have data, right? Please understand, if economic loss happens, doesn't mean that automatically accounting loss. No, it can be profit, it can be zero, or it can be loss. But if I say accounting, economic profit is there, accounting should be profit only, because you are minusing implicit cost, no? And then economic cost is coming. Economic is profit, means accounting also is profit only. Like this, they will test you in connections. They can test you in more. We have done some sums also in the class, right? 3-4 sums we have done, right? Please be sure that questions will be asked from this. Please be thorough in this particular concept. Moving on. Can we move on? Right? These terminologies have to be very clear. Whenever I say cost, what should hit your head? What should hit your head? In cost means when I am referring, it is economic cost. When you are seeing AC, ATC and all those things, now we are only considering what? Economic cost. We are not considering anything else. Done. Fine. Moving on. Different types of costs. There is something called outlay cost. What is outlay cost? Cost which is incurred. It's similar to your accounting cost, but from a firm's angle, from a company's angle. Opportunity cost. What is opportunity cost? The benefit foregone in choosing an alternative action. We call it as opportunity cost. Let us say there is A project, B project. A project will get me 40k. B project will get 50k. Now, normally you are a company, you want to do both the projects, correct? But there are some limitations. You can't do both the projects. So you will decide to do one of the projects, correct? So when you do one project, what will happen? The other project ka benefit is foregone. This benefit which you forgave is called as opportunity cost. By doing one activity, you are foregoing the benefit of another activity. That is called as opportunity cost. Are we clear? There's one example given, trick question given in your book. You found 100 rupees on the road, it seems. Okay. Now, you went and saw one football match. Okay, what is the opportunity cost? No. If you had invested that 100 rupees in the bank, you would have got interest. That benefit you forgave to watch the football? Yes or no? Ticket cost you 1,100 rupees now. So the benefit which you forgave in interest was called as opportunity cost. It is not the time or anything, no. The benefit which you forgive. Okay. Now, there is something called direct cost or traceable cost. Traceable cost or indirect or non-traceable. What is this? Direct or / traceable costs, indirect or non-traceable cost. What is this? Can anyone tell me what is this? Direct cost means which are directly associated with the product, which can be traced to the product. Indirect or non-traceable cost means which cannot be directly or indirectly, should only be traceable to the product. Cannot be directly attributable to the product. Now, if I teach economics, let's say Arivupro incurs a cost. Okay. Can we directly apportion the cost? Yes. This is called direct cost. Now, there is one person who's in charge of, a watchman is in charge of all the classes. Can I directly say the watchman cost belongs to CA Foundation only? Because we are having different courses, no? You cannot directly apportion this cost to the product on its own. So, cost which cannot be directly apportioned or directly allocated, we call it as indirect Are we clear? Done. Moving on. Incremental cost, sunk cost. Now, sunk costs cannot be revised. It is incurred. Costs which are incurred and which are cannot committed, which cannot be reversed. We call it as sunk cost. Like the Titanic ship sunk, no? Sunk. Whereas incremental cost are the cost which you incur for doing one action. The extra cost you incur for doing an action. We call it as incremental cost. Now they can ask a question, what is the difference between marginal cost and incremental cost? Can anyone tell me? See, marginal cost is also an additional cost incurred for an additional unit. For an additional unit. Whereas incremental cost is the additional cost incurred for doing an action. Are you understanding? Now let us say I want to produce something. To produce something, I was producing 10 units. I was incurring 100. This is my cost. To produce 15 units, I will incur 150. What is my incremental cost? 50 rupees. 50 rupees is my incremental cost of taking this action. Right? I want it to increase to 15. What is my marginal cost? Delta TU, that is 50 divided by 5 units I produce, no? That is 10. My marginal cost is 10. Are you understanding the difference between incremental and marginal cost? Done. Moving forward. Sunk cost. What is sunk cost? I have told. Yes. Historical cost. Historical cost. What is historical cost? Costs which have been incurred in the past for acquisition of assets. Cost incurred for acquisition of assets. Past acquisition of assets are known as historical cost. And then replacement cost. Cost which will be incurred, right? What is replacement cost? Cost which will be incurred to replace the existing asset. Cost which will be incurred to replace the existing asset is known as what? Replacement cost. Private cost. What is private cost? Costs incurred by private individuals are known as private cost. Social cost. Cost incurred by the society is known as social cost. That's all it is. Are we clear? Now, moving on. Very important, variable and fixed cost. What is variable cost? Costs which vary or change with the level of output. What is fixed cost? Cost which does not change or it is fixed irrespective of the output, does not change with the level of output. Now let us look into it. Let us say my cost will vary. Now every class I take, Arivupro pays me per hour. Let's assume like that. Right? Now every class I take, Arivupro has to pay. So this is variable cost, which varies with the level of output. Now Let us take rent. I take class, I don't take class. I pay the same rent. Yes or no? I pay the same rent. So those costs are known as fixed cost. Those costs are known as fixed costs, which do not vary at the level of output. Are we clear? Now, in between, there's something called semi-variable costs. In between, there's something called semi-variable cost, which is fixed for a period of output. For a certain period of output, it is fixed. Afterwards, it will vary. For example, your data charge up to 1 GB, 2 GB, there is a charge. After that, you recharge for another 10 rupees, you get another 20 GB. Correct? Yes or no? So that is how. For that, you did not pay. So it will be like this. It's a fixed charge, then you pay, then you pay, constant. Fixed, increase, fixed, increase, fixed. So it looks like a stair, right? So semi-variable cost is also known as stair step cost. Semi-variable is also known as what? Stair step cost. Are we clear? Yes, electricity also is an example of semi-variable cost. But I don't think electricity you will understand. You don't pay electricity bill, no? So that's why I take data. Now, fixed cost has some other names also which you need to know. Let us say it is also known as discretionary expenses or programmed fixed costs. Programmed fixed cost or discretionary cost. Okay. Then last type of cost which you should know is shutdown cost. Shutdown cost. What is this shutdown cost? Cost which you incur after closing the operations of the business. Let us say now we close Arivupro. Just giving an example. We close Arivupro. Now immediately I stop incurring teachers' cost. Yes. I will not teach anymore. But all these benches, desk and all is there, no? Where will I keep it? I have to keep it somewhere, right? For that I have to pay some rent. Disposable, I have to dispose it slowly. For that I will incur some cost. So from the time of taking the decision, I close the business till, fully it is sold off, right? I incur a cost. That cost we know as shutdown cost. The cost incurred after shutting down the operation of the business, we call it as shutdown cost. Are we clear? Now, shutdown cost cannot be escaped. Okay, you cannot escape shutdown cost and all. It is like fixed cost. You cannot escape. Can you escape fixed cost? No. Similar to this. Are we clear? Now, cost function you have to study in again, right? You have to study cost function in what? Short run and long run. Okay, we'll be studying cost function in short run and long run. First we'll study in short run slowly, understand the concept, then we'll move on to long run. First, there's something called total cost. What is total cost? It is nothing but the total cost incurred by the firm to running the business, right? Or TVC plus TFC. What is TVC and TFC? Total variable cost plus total fixed cost. Total fixed cost is equivalent to, right? What is total fixed cost? It is a fixed. It will not change, right? It will not change. How will the graph look for total fixed cost? It is horizontal straight line. Horizontally straight line parallel to x-axis. Please write it. Horizontal line parallel to x-axis. The curve starts from y-axis. The curve starts from what? Y-axis. That means what? Even at the level output of 0, there is a fixed cost incurred. This means what? Even when output is equal to 0, there is fixed cost. Are we clear? Total variable cost. Moving on to total variable cost. Now, here diagrams are a little bit important and concepts. These 3 points I told you, horizontal, parallel, all these things will be tested. Okay. This chapter 3, 4 and all, it's more of diagrams testing. Be very clear on it. Are we clear? Done. Total variable cost. What do you think by total variable cost is? What is the shape of the curve? Upward sloping. Okay. So the shape of the curve first starts from origin, right? So first it will increase at a decreasing rate, then it will increase at a increasing rate. Are we clear? See, the shape of total variable cost is first it will increase at a increasing rate, and then it will increase at a it will first increase at a decreasing rate, and then it will increase at a increasing rate. Why? This logic I would explain in the class. It is due to law of diminishing returns, right? See, initially when we had to put people, they were more productive. As I increase my labor, they were becoming lesser and lesser productive, right? To get the same level of output, I have to pay them more and hire more laborers. It costs more as the output increased to get the same level of output. Are we clear? That is why TVC curve will increase initially and at a decreasing rate, and then increases at a increasing rate later on, right? First write it, increase at a decreasing rate beginning, then it increases at a increasing rate. Are we clear, everyone? Any questions? This is due to what? Law of diminishing returns. This is how economics will start interconnecting. Too much of interconnection will be there. So if you look into a graph, this is TFC curve, right? This is will be TVC curve. Let us say this will be TC curve. Are we clear? Now, what else you can judge from this curve? We see the distance between these two are parallel. The distance between TC curve and TVC curve will be what? Parallel. Why? TC and TVC. Why? Because there is always fixed cost in between these two, which is parallel to the x-axis. That's why. Are we clear? Now, MU curve. What is MU? The additional cost I incur for another output. For another output. Right? So, what is the shape? What is the formula? Delta TC divided by delta Q. You can take it as mu is equivalent to delta TC divided by delta Q. Shape of the curve will be what? U-shaped curve. Will be U-shaped curve. It will decrease first and then it will increase. MC. Sorry. I by mistake I wrote MU, I guess. Sorry. Good. MC curve. Okay. Now moving on. Next type of curve is average fixed cost curve. Now please understand, right? You saw what are the three types of curves you saw? Sorry, four types of curve. TFC, AVC, sorry, TFC, TVC, TC and MC. Right? You know the shape of all these curves, right? Now we are going to move to AFC and AVC and AC. Now in this, the average will come. How do you calculate average? Divide whatever the cost is divided by the total. So average fixed cost is nothing but total fixed cost divided by quantity or output, we can say. Now please understand, it can also be calculated as, right, TC minus TVC by Q or AVC, what to say, AC minus AVC. Are we getting it? Same thing can be calculated in number of ways. You should not be, mucking up all the formulas. It's not necessary. But you should understand the logic behind it. Clear? Now, how will the shape of this curve be? Can anyone tell me? It is a downward sloping curve. This is also what? What is the shape? Rectangular hyperbola. This shape is also rectangular hyperbola. Please write it. It will keep on diminishing. It is downward sloping. Right throughout. It's rectangular. Hyperbola. Then AFC will never touch the x-axis. If you see here, it will never touch the x-axis. Never. Why? Yes, because fixed cost can never be zero. Any number divided by some number would give you greater than 1 or 0 at least. It can never be 0. So it will never touch the 0. Are we clear? Now moving on. AVC. AVC. How do you calculate AVC? TVC divided by Q. Or whatever I told you, these two formulas also you can use. Okay, done. How will this shape look? It will be in the form of a U shape. Okay, now it is not always it needs to be in U shape. Are we clear? It can be downward sloping curve also. Just for your information. It's not necessary it should always be U shape. It can be downward sloping curve also. Fine. Now, average cost or average total cost. What is the shape of this curve, or how to calculate? TC divided by Q, or AFC plus AVC. Correct now? Yes or no? Now how do you calculate this? What are the special elements of this diagram? This is also U shape curve. Again, not necessary pakka U shape, but U shape curve. Okay, or downward sloping also it can be. It depends. So it will fall, reach the bottom, and then rise. Now you have to analyze all the diagrams at once. Let us analyze all the diagrams. Now tell me here, tell me here what all the relationships are. Right? Here you have to observe and tell lot of relationship. Okay. We'll see what are the relationships here and write down one by one. Okay. First, MC, ATC, AVC, all are U-shaped curves. All are U-shaped curves. Write that first part. MC, ATC, AVC are U-shaped curves. MC, ATC and AVC all are U-shaped curves. AMC passes through all the lines. Okay, that is fine. That is not a very, what is it? I understand. That is also a point, but not a what is it? Not a necessary point. Okay. Now look into it. MC, look that relationship between MC and AVC. Look at MC and AVC and ATC. What is the relationship? MC cuts AVC and ATC at the lowest point. Please write that. Very important to remember. MC cuts ATC and AVC at the lowest point. Now, the distance between ATC and AVC will keep on diminishing. Why? Because AFC will keep on diminishing, but ATC and AVC will never intersect. Right? Third point is ATC and AVC will never intersect. ATC and AVC will never intersect because of AFC. Please don't write KFC and come. Are we clear? Guys, now what else? Sorry? That is already told. Now, when MC is below, right? When MC is below, right? Or less than AVC, right? Or AC, right? AC will fall. Let me rub it. If you see here, both, as long as MC is below the AC curve, right? AC will fall. When AC is equivalent to MC is equal to AC, AC will be at minimal point. When MC is greater than AC, AC will start to increase. These are the points which you need to remember. These 3 points. Now, if this is clear, right, if points are clear, then you are good position again. Here they can ask you a lot of questions. They can trick you in lot of ways, but provided you are ready to be tricked. Yes, is it the reverse of MP? Yeah.
MC and AFC are left AVC.
Sorry?
MC and AFC are left AVC.
I didn't understand.
MC and AVC are left AVC.
Left of AVC.
Sir, MC and AFC are left of AVC.
What does that mean?
Left side.
Nothing. You are making your law. That is not there. Okay. So one diagram, right? So can we start from first? MC, ATC, AVC is U-shaped curves, right? MC will cut ATC and AVC at lowest point, right? And the difference between ATC and AVC will always be diminishing and it will never intersect because of AFC, right? MC will cut at ATC and AVC at the lowest points, right? And one more thing, when MC is below the VC curves, AVC curves or AC curves, the both will fall. When they intersect their minimum, when they are above the respective curves, those curves will start rising. Are we clear? That's the summary. Simple as that. Clear, everyone? Any questions in this? Done. Now we saw the curves in what? Short run. When one factor is fixed, that is why fixed cost came. When we are going to see in long run, what will happen? Long run. Is there any concept called fixed cost? No, there is no concept called fixed cost in long run because everything is variable. In short run only you have fixed cost curves and all. In long run everything is variable cost. So how will the cost curve look like? Lot of S sir, this sir, look like this, right? Now, lot of students get confused. Lot of students get confused in this. Think about it very simply, right? Now you are working in one factory 1, factory 2 and factory 3. When you are working in a factory, there will be a cost involved in that. Now when your output increases in the future, your variable cost will fall down. I know for a fact. But at the present factory, you know your average costs. Right? So at the short run average curve, you draw it first. What is your short run average curve? You don't talk about what is going to happen in the future. You do not know. For that, what will you see? Draw that. Okay. Then you will move to a bigger factory, correct? You will move to a bigger factory. That time your average cost curve will be different. Then you move to another factory, right? Different average cost curve. When you are in factory 1 itself, you will know what will happen in factory 3 here. You will not know, right? You will not go there also because output D you are not producing when you start the business. You will be producing output A only. You will be producing lesser, right, when you start off the business. But as things proceed, you will keep on changing, moving around to a bigger factory, because if you stay in the same factory as first one, capacity will be full, right? So on and so forth, you will be changing the factories, keep on changing the factories. So if you look as the overall time period, it look like this. It look like this. So the long run average curve is a tangent to the short run average curves only. Long run average curve is what? Tangent to the short run average curves. Now, because of lack of time, I have to go a little bit fast, but I'll just try to spend some more time here. Please understand, these curves are drawn for simplicity's sake. Actually, they don't end here. They go this far. Are you understanding it? Let us draw here. You will understand much more better. That is a lot of figures. Here we'll see here. See, the curve goes this far. This also goes, let's say, this far. Now, at output A, which factory will you work in? You will work in factory 1 because here only the average cost is low. If you have chosen factory 2 in the starting itself, then this is the average cost you have to pay. For factory 3 would have been this. It's simple as I want to produce 100 shoes means you want a small place. Yes, you have the potential to become big. Doesn't mean that you will take a big factory in Ozur Road and construct it. Doesn't make sense, right? To start off itself. So for 100 output, you will be paying what? 1 crore rent. Is useless. Your average fixed cost will be very much high. But for this 100 output here, you have taken output of, or you have taken rent of 10,000 rupees, let's say. So you are paying what? Roughly around 100 rupees for one output. Average fixed cost is what? 100 rupees. But that 1 crore capacity, 1 crore rent, which you built in Ozur, it has 10 crores capacity. So if when you're going to produce 10 crores, you go there. Then the average cost becomes less than 10 paise. 50 paise, sorry. 10 paise. Right? So to produce that many units, you go there at that time. So how will your average cost look? Now it is 100 rupees. Slowly it will decrease now. You will keep on moving. That is what they are showing also here in a very graphical way. Are you understanding it? Right? For you to understand, they have taken 3 factories. But you need not settle in 3 factories. You will keep on moving again and again and again as you want to increase your output. Right? So this is called as the long run average curve. The long run average curve, write it down, will be tangent to the short run average curves. Tangent means, see, it will be touching the tangency of all the short words in this side and tangency of the above sides. Only here it will touch the middle of it. Because tangency, because you will be moving from one factory to another factory. Understood here, everyone? Offline? Clear? Done. How is average calculated means? Total cost divided by quantity. Clear? Done. Now, please understand, when you are operating, you will always operate in the short run. Long run does not exist in operation. Right? You will not what? You will not work in long run. You can't work. You can only plan in the long run. That is why long run average curve is called as planning curve. Write it down. Long run average curve is also called as planning curve. Added to that, what is it? It envelopes all the short run curves. It envelopes all the short run curves. That is why it's called as envelope. Right? Everything is under the long run, no? Yes or no? Everything is under the long run. So it's called as envelope curve. These are the points you need to know for your examination. You will not be tested too much and all. And one more thing, here the downward facing is called as, downward slope is there, no? We call it as economies of scale. This we call it as diseconomies of scale. When you produce more, you are able to bring down the average cost of production. We call it as economics of scale. That concept of producing more at a lesser price, we call it as economics of scale. When I am producing more at increasing cost, that means what? Diseconomies of scale. Because of becoming bigger and bigger, you become diseconomies. Now, one thing to be understanding here is this is a old concept. It is no more true. Modern, write this down. Modern long run average curves are L shaped. They are L shaped. That means they are in this shape. Average cost curve will go down and will maintain. A long run average cost curve will go down and maintain down itself. It will not go up like what they are shown in your diagram. This is little bit olden age concept. Modern, it is L shaped. Are we clear? Done. There is something called diseconomies of scale and other things and all. This is all theory. I will not be covering this. Right? Managerial economics. I have given you notes. You can read through it. That is more than enough. Are we clear? This you read through. That should be more than enough. Are we clear? Done. So that ends cost chapter also. That ends cost chapter. So we will move on to chapter 4. So before me moving on to chapter 4, right, we'll take a 3 minutes, 4 minutes break. I'll also drink some water. Take a water break. Yeah. Fine. Can we start? So we are going to the end of the chapters, guys. These are all very, what do you say, confusing chapters students feel, but very, very, very objective. You can learn it. Okay. Don't be very confused that, oh, I'm not understanding that. Yes, concept wise, very difficult to understand. From exam wise, certain techniques, if you know it, you'll be able to solve it. Done. Chapter 4, Unit 1, Markets. Right? Now, what is markets? It's a place where you have potential to trade, where buyers and sellers come and have a potential to trade. Okay, it's a place or where buyers and sellers have potential to trade. Need not trade anything. Even if they have a potential to trade, that is enough. Okay. Now this market can be classified on based on various types. Various classifications are there. We are going to see one by one what are the classification. First classification, they are known as product market or factor market. What is product market? Product market is where the consumer consumes for own purposes. It's a market where consumers will come and buy the product for consumption. Whereas factor market is coming to buy inputs for further buying goods for further production. For further production. Are we clear? Second type of market, what are they? Geographical market. One, local market. Second, regional market. Third, national market. Fourth, international market. What is local market? Which can be found in the local areas of your cities. Right? Normally, here they sell bulky goods. Write it as bulky goods. And goods are sold locally in your city. National market means sold at your country's boundary. In between local and national, whatever comes will come under regional. It can be 2 cities, 2 states, 1 state, whatever, a group of states, everything will come under regional only. Are we clear? So there is a huge difference between whatever comes between local and national will come under regional market. Now under bulky, please write perishable goods also. What is perishable goods means? Goods which can get spoiled. Right? Yes, local market means yes, Madiwala market also. Yeah. Alright. So it can get spoiled. Are we clear? Perishable goods means it will get quickly spoiled. Like fish and all will be sold in local markets only. You won't Amazon from Delhi, it's getting imported and all, you will not do that. Because it'll get perished. And transport, long distance transport is uneconomical. Okay, if you order one tomato from Delhi to Chennai or Bangalore, right? One tomato itself is 5 rupees. Delivery cost will be more than that, right? That is why you go and buy from the local shop itself. International markets. Normally small bulk you buy. Small numbers only you buy. and high value. They are normally high value. Done. Third classification on time. First is very short period. When we call it as very short period, when supply is fixed. When supply is fixed, we call it as very short period. Second, short period. What is short period? When supply can be increased or decreased, but by by increasing variable factors. See, let us try to understand very short period and short period market. Now tomorrow I want to increase the supply of carrots. Can I increase it just like that? No, I have to sow, grow, a lot of things are happening, right? But if I want to increase the number of tables I produce, yes, I can. By increasing number of machines and labors, I can increase the number of tables, right? So that is short period market. Done. Now, long period market is when supply is totally variable. When supply is totally variable and very long period market. Very long period, very long period market is also known as what? Secular period. Like it's like some unique change on the side track it is going, like population. Today and tomorrow if you compare, there will be increase in population, correct now in India? But it's a very minor change. But over a period of 10 years if you see, it will be a drastic change. But today, tomorrow, if you keep on checking every day, from compared to today, what is it? Compared to today, what is it? Nothing will change. But over a period of time, there will be a unique change itself. Without you noticing, there is a change. That is what secular means. Without you noticing, there will be a big change. Without bringing to your attention. That happens. Supply will also change without you noticing. That is called as very long period market. Are we clear? Fourth, nature of transaction. One is spot or cash market. Another one is what? Future or forward market. What is future or forward market? What is the difference between spot and cash and future and forward? Okay. Now, spot and cash market, there is something called two concept here. One is called as delivery and payment. Okay, delivery and payment. In cash or spot market, no. In cash or spot market, delivery or payment is made on that date itself. When you enter into a contract, right, the delivery happens or the payment happens on that day itself. For example, you deliver the goods okay, I'll pay you tomorrow. You deliver the goods at 50,000 rupees to me, I'll pay you tomorrow. Right? Delivery is decided, no? You deliver it now. Yes or no? The amount is decided. What amount you are going to deliver at. But the payment is tomorrow, that is fine. Or here 50,000. Deliver it to me after 1 week. That is also spot or cash only. Are we clear? In future or forward, both are not determined. What they get into an agreement is, after 1 month, after 1 month, I will promise you to deliver. You also promise me to pay whatever the price of 1 month afterwards it is. Nothing is decided now. Price is not decided, delivery is not decided, payment is not decided right now. Everything is decided 1 month in the future. But everything is entering into a contract right now itself for a future. That is called as future and forward market. Are we clear? Everyone? Yes or no? Clear, no? Done. Based on regulations, regulated market, unregulated market. What is regulated market? Market where rules and regulations are there. Unregulated means when there is no rules and regulations in the market. That is called as unregulated market. Based on volume. This you would have studied. Wholesale. That means buying in large quantity, and retail. That is buying in small quantity and selling it to the consumer. Wholesale, you buy in large quantity and sell it to a retailer. Retailer, you buy in small quantity and sell it to the end consumer. Right? Now, most important going forward, this is what your topic is going to be, based on competition. Based on competition. Now, what is this competition? There are two types of competition. One is what? Perfectly competitive market. Write it down. Perfectly competitive market. Here, imperfectly competitive market. Okay. Under imperfectly competitive market, it's further divided into monopoly, oligopoly, and monopolistic competition. Now, please understand, monopoly is also called as monopolist. Okay. Normally, students do get confused with monopolistic competition and monopolist. Monopolist means monopoly only. Okay. Done. Let us understand what is perfectly competitive market, what is imperfectly competitive market. Perfectly competitive market is where there are large number of buyers and sellers. No one can influence the market. Right? Large number of buyers and sellers. Large amount of buyers, sellers who are selling identical product. And no one can influence the market. Are we clear? Now, look into it. What do I mean no one can influence the market? Identical products means, let us say we'll take the example of egg itself. Is there any difference between eggs or carrots? There's not product differentiation. Hey, my carrot has more vitamin A. No. Same carrot only. right? Now, in that, there are large number of buyers, large number of sellers. Can one single market guy or one single seller can influence the market? Can he say, hey, my carrots are different, right? I'm going to charge extra price or whatever it is. Can he influence the market? No. That is why it's called as perfectly competitive market. Everyone is in this equal competitiveness. Whereas in imperfect competitive market, right, it is not perfect competition. Someone has advantage, someone might not have advantage. Right? First one, monopoly. What is monopoly? Single seller. A marketplace where only single seller is there. Okay, only single seller is there. Oligopoly. What does that mean? Few sellers. Few sellers are there. Monopolistic, right? Similar as whatever we studied, right? Large number of buyers, large number of sellers, but differentiated product. Differentiated product. Dana? Now, we will understood the market. We will study revenue curves. We have to study revenue. You studied production, you study cost. No, now we will go revenue, right? Under revenue, you study TR, AR, and MR curves. Once we study this, right, we will be applying them to each markets. We will be applying them to each market, that is oligopoly, monopoly, and perfectly competitive market, and what to say, and monopolistic market. Okay, and understand how the graphs will look like, and that is how chapter 3 chapter 4 unit 3 also will end. Are we clear? So first let's try to understand normal revenue curves, how it looks, what it is. What is revenue? Total revenue is nothing but P into Q. Can I say like that? Now what is average revenue? TR divided by Q. So can I say TR divided by Q is nothing but P? So P is nothing but AR. Correct? So AR is equal to price. Okay, and AR is also equivalent to demand curve, because it will tell what price are you selling at what quantity. Correct? No? So that is nothing but what? Demand curve also. What is MR curve? Delta TR divided by delta Q, or the additional revenue I get. It is nothing but the additional revenue I am getting for an additional, for selling an additional product, for additional product. Are we clear? Now TR curve will be an upward sloping curve. TR curve will be a upward sloping curve. Okay. AR curve generally will be a downward sloping curve. AR curve will be a downward sloping curve. Because demand curve is downward sloping now. If you want to sell more, what? You have to sell it at a lesser price. That is why it's a downward sloping curve. Then MR curve will also be a downward sloping curve. MR will also be a downward sloping curve. In fact, MR will be more downward sloping than AR. MR will be more downward sloping than AR. We will see it shortly. Now, understood general? Now, what I am going to say is, I am going to start chapter 4, unit 2 now itself. Okay, now I am going to start what? Chapter 4, unit 2, because it's going to be combined. It's going to be combined. Now, let us take perfectly competitive market. Perfectly competitive market. How will the TR curve be? Upward sloping only. Okay. How will the MR and AR curve will be? No. AR and MR curve will be horizontal lines. Will be horizontal lines. In fact, I'll tell you why. In perfectly competitive market, what did I say? No individual seller can influence the market, right? Then let us say supply and demand, industry supply and demand selects the equilibrium price. We'll select the equilibrium price. In our egg example, no, everyone was selling at 10 rupees. Now everyone is selling at 10 rupees means if some new guy comes and sells, what price he has to sell it at? 10. So what does it mean? He is taking the price of what the industry has set. So he is a price taker. It is a price taker. Are we clear? Please write these points. Right? So you would have written AR, MR curve generally down that perfectly competitive market, right? AR, MR curves right there, and draw these graphs and write all the points which I am saying. Sir, once again I'll repeat, right? See, in perfectly competitive market, the industry sets the price. No individual can set the price. So industry, the example we saw, right? Demand and supply will intersect and will bring the equilibrium price. So a new firm wants to sell. What price will he sell it at? At the price given by the equilibrium. So he will take the price. So we call it as price taker. At this point, how many units he can sell? Infinity number of units. He can sell infinity number of units at that price. If that price he can sell infinity number of units, what will happen? AR, let us say he can sell it at 10 rupees. Please look in here, listen here, very, very important. If he can sell it at 10 rupees infinity units. So first unit, what he will sell it at? 10 rupees. Second unit, 10 rupees. Third unit, fourth unit, 10. Right? So MR, so total revenue is going to be 10, 20, 30, 40. Correct? MR is going to be 10, 10, 10, 10. So can I say in perfectly competitive market, AR is equal to MR is equal to DD. Can I say this? That is what the second, they have so told in your book also. Are we clear? Yes. Equivalent to price also, if you want to write it as this. AR is equal to MR is equal to DD is equal to price. Are we clear? So what is the shape of AR and MR curve in perfectly competition market? Horizontal line parallel to the x-axis. That and all should strike whatever we studied there. They can take one of it perpendicular to 90 axis, which market the MR curve will have. Perpendicular to y-axis, MR curve it is. Which market it is? Perfectly competitive market. Are you understanding? This you would have not studied in this way. It is more of interpretation. Clear, everyone? Done. Moving on. Now, write down under perfect competition. Sorry, monopoly market. How the graphs looks. Monopoly market. Monopoly market. How will the graph look? AR, MR, and TR. In monopoly markets, right? In monopoly markets, the TR curve will go up and come down. Okay, it is like inverted U shape. It will increase, reach the top and come down. Right? AR curve and MR curve. Right? AR curve and MR curve will look like this. AR curve, MR curve. Now, what is so special about monopoly market? Here, hear me out. Very important. In MR and AR curve, right? In monopoly market, MR curve will bisect AR and origin equally. What do I mean by bisect? Means cut AR curve and origin equally. So this portion and this portion will be equal. That is how the graph would be in monopoly markets. Please write this down. In monopoly market, AR and MR curve is downward sloping. So this is MR curve. Okay. This is AR curve. But MR will bisect AR equally. Now listen. Now, third one is monopolistic markets. And the monopolistic market is the same, guys. MR and AR will be downward sloping, right? TR will be a inverted U-shaped curve. Okay. Now, this is normal. And oligopoly market, we are not going to study the graphs. AR and MR curve, how it will look. It's not there in your portion, so we are not studying that. Are we clear? Now, please understand, look into it. Here, this is MR curve. This is AR curve. Correct? Here, there is nothing called bisecting equally and on. In monopolistic market, there is nothing called bisecting and on equally. It will fall as normal. Only in monopoly market, MR curve will bisect AR and origin equally. Are we clear? Now, when TR is at maximum, what can you say about MR? MR is at 0. Some relationship again they are trying to bring. Right? MR will fall rapidly than AR. These are the 2 points which you need to know. Okay. Sorry. 3-4 points which you need to know is TR is a inverted U-shaped curve. Second, when TR is at maximum, MR will be 0. MR and AR will be falling throughout the output sale, and MR will fall more than AR. MR will be positive, 0 as well as negative. These are the points which you need to list down and remember. If you remember these points, that is good for your exam. That's all is there also. And as usual, slope of TR is nothing but MR. Right? As you studied in TU, know what is the slope of TU? MU. Same thing. What is the slope of TR? MR. Now, one important concept is also there. 1 mark sometimes randomly being asked. The relationship between MR, TR and price elasticity. Right? Now, in the graphical method, we saw that the midpoint is what? E is equal to 1. Right? So, what they are saying, assume this to be MR curve. Assume this to be, if you draw a MR curve graphically for that, and this is AR curve is nothing but the linear AR curve which you have drawn. Right? That AR is nothing but demand curve. Right? The midpoint is E. If you draw that, when MR is 0, E will be 1, it seems. That is how the graphically relationship is established. So, when E is equal to 1, MR is equal to 0. When E is greater than 1, MR will be positive. When E is less than 1, MR will be negative. And know the formula. MR is equal to AR into E minus E divided by E. A question can be asked also in this. Please do not forget to remember this formula. Clear? Everyone? Now, some revenue principles which you need to know. Revenue principles. The first principle is shutting down principle. The first principle I call it as what? Shutting down principle. Now, what is this principle which you need to understand here is very simple. When your average revenue is below average variable cost, or your average total revenue is less than average variable total average cost, then shut down the firm. Shut down the firm. I would have explained this concept also inside the class. Why should you shut down the firm? Because you're not able to even incur your variable cost. Let us say you are costing a product, to make a product cost you 10 rupees. You're selling it at 8 rupees. Right? How much ever you sell, every product you sell, you make 2 rupees loss. Why you would do that? So shut down. This is common sense only, no? But they have put it as a principle and telling you. Right? When your total variable cost cannot be recovered by your total revenue, shut it down. But yes, I understand, sir. First year only it's like this. No, second year I can sell. Yes, I do understand like that and all. But here as a principle, this is what it is. Are we clear? When you cannot recover your variable cost, shut it down. Now, please note that they did not say when your total revenue is less than total cost, shut it down. They didn't say that. They didn't say that. What did they say? When your total revenue is less than total variable cost, shut it down. They didn't say anything about this. Reason being is there's something called total fixed cost. That can be recovered if you sell more. That can be recovered if you sell more. Let us say here your total fixed cost is 2000. Okay. Fixed cost is what? 2000. Now your average revenue is 11 rupees. Average variable cost is 10 rupees. So what is the marginal profit you make? 1 rupee. You know that you should sell how many products? 2000 products to sell to recover your fixed cost. That is a different analysis to do, whether you will sell that much or not. But it's not necessary to shut down the firm. But in case, if it is 10 rupees here and your average cost is 11 rupees, average variable cost, that means every time you sell, you make a loss of 1 rupee. So it doesn't make sense to even, run the business. That is why shut down the business. Are we clear? Are we all clear? Any questions in this? Moving on, right? Next principle, very important principle that will be going forward for chapter 4, unit 3. Okay. What is the principle? The second principle is firm equilibrium. Firm equilibrium. When will the firm be at equilibrium? When he is making maximum profits. Correct? When you make maximum profit only, you will be at equilibrium. Please understand here, selling more doesn't mean you are making more profits. Selling more means your total revenue might increase. Doesn't mean that you are making more profits. Then when will you make profits? So there are two conditions. First condition is MC should be equal to MR. MC should be equivalent to MR. And the second condition is MC should cut MR from below. MC should cut MR from below. If these two conditions are met, the firm is said to be under equilibrium. The firm is said to be under equilibrium. Are we clear? Everyone? This is the point where he is making maximum profit. This is the point where he is making maximum profit. When MC is equal to MR only, the firm at that output, he is making maximum. If we see here, when MC is equal to MR, right, that is the point of equilibrium. Here, if you see the profit, when that equilibrium point touches, the output is, what is say, for that output, the total profit is at maximum point. See, what is MC? To be honest, I know the logic. I should not be explaining, but just explaining it, right? What is MC? The additional cost I incur. What is MR? Additional revenue I incur. I get, right? Let us say MR curve. How is it? It'll keep on falling. MC curve, it's a U-shaped curve. It'll keep on rising, right? Now, what are the two conditions they are saying? MC should be MR and MC should cut from below, right? That means after it cuts MR, MC is going to keep on rising. MC is going to keep on rising only. It will not fall. Now, look at it logically. See, I have sold 8 units. Okay, it cost me 10 rupees to make. I am selling at 15 rupees. The additional revenue which I get it as 15 rupees. If I sell the 9th unit, it will cost me 12 rupees because MC will keep on increasing, right? The additional cost I incur is 12 rupees. The additional revenue is 12 rupees. MR is keep on falling. That is the logic, right? That is all we learned. So 10th unit, right? MC should be what? Increasing. MR should be what? Decreasing. Correct? Now look into it. When MC is equal to MR, here after this point is at output 9. If I sell output 10, what will happen to me? Yes, my total revenue might go up. But my cost is also going up, right? So what am I doing? I am going to incur 14 rupees cost for that 10th product, and I'm going to sell it at 10 rupees. So 4 rupees loss for my selling the 10th product. Will any rational producer firm will do this? No. That is where when MC is equal to MR, you have attained the equilibrium point. Are we clear with this concept? That is why the condition is MC is equal to MR. That is the point of equilibrium. Please note, right? Firms need not be always at profitability point. This is the point. Please understand, when MC is equal to MR is the point of equilibrium. At that point, a firm can make profit, loss or no profit also. Doesn't mean that equilibrium point means the firm will be making profit only. No. That is the best position for the company given the data. Are you understanding it? That means if a loss making firm is there, if it's in equilibrium, it will be at the least lost point. Clear? Everyone? Any questions? Please ask. Now moving on to chapter 4 unit 3. Okay. Now there are in class, the way I would have thought you guys would be to draw the graph and understand why it is like that. From exam point of view and all, that is not required. Okay. So what you should know from exam point only, I'm going to tell you. Right? What I'm going to tell you is, let us first understand the graph also, and then we will understand from an exam point of view. Okay, let us look into it. And just for people who are searching for chapter 4 unit 2, we have completed yesterday itself. Right? After supply chapter itself, we completed chapter 2. Sorry, unit 2, chapter 4. Now we are going to see perfectly competitive market. We are going to see perfectly competitive market. How a firm will attain equilibrium. This chapter is all about how a firm will attain equilibrium in each market. That's all it is. Nothing rocket science if you are really understand it. Trust me, if you just listen for the next 5-10 minutes, no. This chapter is very simple. Okay. Yes, understanding the concept very thoroughly, it's going to be, you should know all the chapters. But from an exam point of view, it will be a little bit easy. Let us listen very carefully here. Now, you understood that in perfectly competitive market, demand and supply will intersect, equilibrium price. The firm is a price taker. MR and AR will be what? What is the equal? And the graph will be horizontal. Now, please tell me what is the point of equilibrium for this? R. R is the point of equilibrium because MC is equal to MR and MC is cutting MR from the below. That is what the second condition. MC should cut MR from below. Here MC is cutting from above. Are we clear? That is why this is not the equilibrium point. For this equilibrium point, right, what they are checking is, see here, they are just adding. Now with that is the equilibrium point. How will you know whether the firm is making profits or loss? You need average revenue and average cost to understand that. Yes or no? So that I'll multiply average revenue into Q is my total cost. Average cost into Q is my total cost. Correct now? Now to understand this, we need average revenue and average cost. So that is where they have drawn the average cost curve also. You know AR is here, MR is here, P is here, MC is here. They have drawn an additional average total cost. Are we clear? Now, when they draw average total cost, right? Where is the equilibrium point? This is the equilibrium point, correct? That is when MC is equivalent to MR. MC is equivalent to MR. That is the equilibrium point. So that is this point. For that point, what is Q? This one. For that Q, what is AR point? Same as this. Same as that E. For this point, what is the average cost point? B. So difference between this is AR above AC or below AC? AR is above AC, right? That is why we call this shaded portion as profit. We shaded this portion and call it as profit. So that means this full shaded portion is revenue, right? And this blue line, which is below the profit line, red line, is the cost. Are you understanding? Are we clear? This is how this graph works. Okay. Now I'll fast forward to a monopolistic graph so that you will understand much more better here. Please understand here. Let's look into it. Now, in monopolistic graph, MR/AR is not equal. So it has two graphs on its own, right? Now, where is the equilibrium point? MC should be equivalent to MR. MC should be equivalent to MR. That is this point, correct? For this Q point, for this M point output, what is AC? What is AC? Yes. What is, for this M, what is the average revenue? Q. So what do you think is the profit? This PRS is the profit because AR is above AC. AR is above AC. Now I'll give you another diagram. I want you to tell me whether it's a profit or a loss. I want you to tell me whether this is a profit or loss. This shaded portions. Why? Because you written, sir. Ah. Sorry? Yeah. Sir, here, see, sir, AR is here, AC is here. So that means AC is greater than AR. That means it is a loss. Are we clear with the concepts? If you know this, this is more than enough. If what can you say here? What can you say about this diagram? Zero economic profit. There's no loss or no profit because AC is equal to AR. Now, guys, please understand cost chapter you would have studied supernormal profit, abnormal profit, right? And zero economic profit, economic loss, correct? Now, when AR is equal to AC, what we call it as zero economic profit. When AR is greater than AC, we call it as what? Supernormal profit. Are we clear? Are we all clear? That is what you have to understand from the exam point of view. This concept. Now, one more thing which you have to learn is, please write this down. Very important. Write it like this. Perfect competition, monopoly, monopolistic. Oligopoly is kept out from this. Okay. Oligopoly does not come here. Now, we are going to see the curves in short run, long run. Okay. Please understand, in short run, perfectly competitive market can make supernormal profit, zero economic profit, and losses. This is what very important to know from this particular chapter. Supernormal profit, zero economic profit, and loss. In long run, perfect competitive market only will make zero economic profit. Monopoly will make supernormal profit, zero, and loss in the short run. Can make, okay? But in the, no, I would say, long run can only make super normal profit. Here also super zero loss. Here super normal profit. Are we clear? Everyone? If you know these things, that is more than enough. You're not going to be asked to draw the diagrams and other things and all. Now, one more point you know, right? Please understand here, right? Just one more thing which you need to know, right? MC curve of the firm, and supply curve of the perfectly competitive market will be equal. Okay, it's a huge logic which I need to explain, right? Which because of time I will not be able to explain. if you want logic, please see the main video. Okay, but as a thumb rule, please understand MC curve of the firm will be equivalent to supply curve of the perfectly competitive market. Only under perfectly competitive market this logic will apply. Are we clear? Done. Here, what this happens in long run, we already wrote what perfectly competitive market, what will happen in long run? It will make zero economic profit only. The logic behind this, see, someone makes I'll ask you a very simple question, then you will answer. Let's say you have two friends here, okay, A and B. Two friends are there, okay. Both are working and earning 1 lakh rupees. Both are working and earning 1 lakh rupees. Mr. A decides to quit his job and starts starting his own business. He sells eggs, mutta. Okay. Now, he starts earning supernormal profit. That means what? He's able to earn more than what he is able to earn in the salary, because that is borne by him. No, you know how supernormal profit is calculated. The salary comes as implicit cost, right? Now, what will Mr. B think? He'll also start thinking, no, yeah, I'll also get a quit job and sell egg, because in that industry, supernormal profit they are making. So what will happen? He'll also quit his job and come. Like this, many people will do. That means what? Supply will increase. As an industry, supply will increase, not as an individual firm. Individual will not affect the price, but many suppliers come, what will happen? Supply curve will shift rightward. When supply curve shifts rightward, what will happen to the equilibrium price? Decreases. That is what they are showing here. When supply curve decreases, price decreases. So new equilibrium price is being taken as the firm. So MRAR changes down. Are you understanding? In such a way that you will have to make zero economic profit only. Zero economic profit only. Otherwise, Mr. C also will come and say, I'll also put egg business. If you make zero economic profit, means what? You are also making, in that egg business, you are also making 1 lakh only. So he will say, hey, working also I am making 1 lakh. You also making 1 lakh only. So I'll work itself. Are you understanding it? So this is how markets will work in the long run. This concept is what they are trying to explain. And while drawing, it looked a little bit, very big, blah, 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 blah. At the end of it, what will happen? At long run equilibrium, SMM will be LMC is equal to SAC equal to LAC equal to P equal to MR. You can write equal to AR also. But concept is very simple. Are we clear here? Students? Any doubts here? Clear now? That's all it is. But, sir, this one thing you want to remember, zero economic profit only a firm can make in long run. Perfectly competitive market. Done. Now, price discrimination. What is price discrimination? I am charging different prices for different individuals. Okay. Who can do it? Only a monopoly can do it. This is a concept under monopoly. Okay. Prices discrimination. What are the conditions? The first condition is he should have control over the supply. Yes, monopoly will have control over the supply. When he has control over the supply, he will have control over the price also. Second, he is able to divide the market into one or more, and he should be able to find the price elasticity of different markets. Okay. And fourth one, there should not be no market arbitrage. If these 4 points are satisfied, then he can do price discrimination. Otherwise, he wouldn't have. I would have taken an example of auto and friend, if you have seen the main video, right? If not, go and see that. I will explain more. But again, for arbitrage, what is market arbitrage is, in simple terms, buying it at a lesser price and selling it in another market for higher. If someone is able to do that, then you are not a seller anymore. Only seller. Others are also there in the competition. Right? That is the condition which we have to have. What are the objectives of price discrimination? This is there. Right? To maximize the profit, to sell surplus stock, to enjoy economies of scale, to enter into a new market, and last one, to be equitable. Rich people you charge rich, low people you charge less money. Are we clear? Now, there are 3 degrees of price discrimination. How many degrees are there? 3 degrees. The first degree, write it down. First degree is called as price discrimination. First degree. This is the most extreme form of price discrimination, where you charge a price so in such a way that the consumer surplus is 0. What? Charge a price in such a way that consumer surplus is 0. CS is 0 in such a way. So you try to extract maximum out of it. How much will you willing to pay? You will charge first product. Second degree. It is based on amount of, quantities, based on the number of quantities you buy. Let us say you buy 10, you will get a discount of 10. Volume based discounting, that is fair enough, right? So second degree of discrimination is based on volume, number of quantities you buy. Third degree is based on attribute. That is, let us say you are a student, I will charge less. If you are a working professional, I will charge more. Okay. Based on attribute, you charge. Are we clear? These are the 3 forms of price discrimination. Now, oligopoly. Moving on to oligopoly. What is oligopoly means? Only few sellers. Only few sellers. Few sellers means what? There are different types of oligopoly. Let's study one by one. Perfect or imperfect oligopoly. What is perfect or imperfect oligopoly? Perfect means selling homogeneous products. Selling homogeneous products. Imperfect means differentiated products. Are we clear? Collusive, second type of this thing is collusive and competition. Collusive means what? Cheating, fixing. They are coming in, not very competitive, cheating. Okay, you adjust, I'll adjust. Cheating kind of a thing. Okay. Whereas competition means you also compete, I'll also be fair. There is no fixation which is going. Are we clear? Open and close. Open and close. Open oligopoly means anyone can enter. Entry and exit. Can exit. In close means what? No entry. New players cannot enter so easily. Are we clear? In the last one is syndicated and organized. OPEC. Petrol we sell, no? Petrol. You buy petrol from OPEC countries only. From Saudi Arabia, from Russia and all. So they have an organization through which only they sell. Without that they won't sell. Okay. Through a single single centralized syndicate, single centralized body. That body is called as OPEC. Okay, OPEC plus. So that through that they sell their product. So Saudi Arabia cannot directly sell to any countries. They have to go through OPEC to sell. It's an association. Whereas organized oligopoly means it is just as a meeting, association. Big companies will enter into association, like IT companies of India have an IT association where they represent their concerns. It is not, they are not selling through that. What is the association? They are just arranging themselves and representing their concern as a organization, association. Are you understanding? That is the difference between syndicated and organized. Are we clear in this? Everyone? Fine. The last one in oligopoly is kinged demand curve. You would be studying about demand curve in oligopoly, right? What is kinged means? Sudden change, sharp change. This is the point of kinged. Right? What does that mean? Sharp change. Right? So we saw how oligopoly behaves. If you decrease the price, everyone decreases. If you increase the price, no one increases the price. So you will lose more margin. So above the king, we saw what? People being elastic, very elastic. If you increase the price, the demand curve is very elastic. But if you decrease the price, the demand curve is very inelastic. Demand curve is inelastic. Are we clear? Right. So that is the concept of king demand curve also you should be knowing. So other markets which you are there, some terminologies which you need to study is duopoly. What is duopoly? Two sellers. Monopsony, one buyer, only single buyer is there. Oligopsony, few buyers are there. Right? Bilateral monopoly means bilateral monopoly. Where can bilateral monopoly be seen? Normally between countries or within the countries. Within the countries and what I say, like US might be exporting some weapons, only they'll export to only one buyer will be there. So government to government or within the government only. Okay, one seller. These are the things. Are we clear? Guys, some concept maybe I might have gone fast, right? If you have not understood, that means you have to go see the main videos so that you have a grip of things, right? Because this is a crash course, I have to tend to go a little bit faster. I can't give examples, make you understand with that. This is for just to refresh your mind. But just I wanted to say here, king demand curve, below the demand curve, king point, it is inelastic. Above it, it is elastic. Right? Because if you decrease the price, all your competitors will decrease the price. When you increase the price, no one will increase the price. They'll be like, okay, you increase it. Okay, you lose more customers. Are we clear? So that what? Ends the chapter 4 also. Chapter 5. Yes, we are in the last chapter. We are done almost, yeah. Right now? I am also annoying. Sir, when will 4 o'clock come? When will be? I am done. Understandable. I understand. Chapter 5, that was a little bit easy also. So tough to keep your concentration. None. But just give it 2 to 3 minutes. We'll try to wrap it up much more faster. Okay. Done. Chapter 5. What is business cycle? It's a rhythmic fluctuation. It's a rhythmic in what? In aggregate economic activity. Aggregate economic activity in a economy over a period of time. Right? So when can you say it's a good trade cycle? When unemployment rate is going low and price is slightly increasing. Okay, not high. Rising prices. Are we clear? So what is the bad one? Opposite of this is bad. Okay. Guys, we'll finish in 5-10 minutes. Okay. Then you can take a full break itself. So what are the 4 stages of business cycle? It starts in trough. It starts at trough. Then expansion. It goes under expansion. Then reaches a peak. Then contraction. Then trough again. Right? Now, when contraction, right? When contraction happens, what can we say? No. We also call it as recession. That's what you have been hearing. UK is under recession. What is it? US might be going into recession. We are hearing a lot of things if you open YouTube and listen to news, right? And India is like, we are expansion, right? That is what we are saying. No, done. So contraction means recession also, right? Severe form of recession, that is a very bad downslope. We call it as depression because everyone goes into depression, right? We call it as depression. Are we clear? Now this expansion, we call it as what? Boom, upswing, recovery, right? All those things. Downswing is contraction, recession, all are called as contraction. Other names for these things. Now, what you should know, right? This is a little bit theoretical. What you should know here is what will happen in the expansion, what will happen in contraction, what will happen in peak and so on and so forth. That you should know. That I would have narrated with the story in the video. See the main video, you will understand it, right? Here, if you read the notes, you will be self-understanding. I don't want to explain it again and again on it. Are we clear? That can I take it as read, right? Please read those things. Know what is going to happen. That is more, and I would have given a beautiful points also. These things will happen at these stages. Know that, okay, from the dictations. Done. Now, next concept is called as indicators. What is indicator? Put left indicator, show right and go straight. Right? Indicators are a thing which will tell where are you going to turn. Right? Where is the economy is going to turn. So indicators, there are 3 types of indicators. What are they? Leading, lagging, coincident. Coincident means as it turns, indicators also will turn. Some variables will turn. Right? Lagging means after it turns, it will conform. Leading means first. That will only happen first. So you should know leading, under leading what all will come, under lagging what will come, under coincident what will come. Again, I have given that in your notes. Right? Clearly what will come under leading, what will come under lagging. For example, right? Stock price changes will come under leading. Questions can come under like this. Profitability will come under what? Leading, It can come under leading and lagging also sometimes. It depends how the question is framed, right? So you should know what they are asking, and based on that you have to write whether this is a leading indicator or lagging indicator. Are we clear? Now, some features of business cycle. Some features of business cycle. What are the features of business cycle? One, it will occur periodically. There will be up and down and up and down. So, what? Periodical occurrence. Second one, intensity varies. Sometimes it goes up too much, then slowly small down, and then go up again. Are we clear? Then business cycle will have four stages: expansion, contraction, other things. And it originates in free market. This is something. What does free market means? Capitalist economy. It is more prone to capitalist economy, because in socialist economy government will come and interfere. In free market only things will happen. And one more thing, it will more industrial areas are more affected. What is industrial areas means? People who manufacture and keep the products, right? Let us say something is bad is happening, service sector will say, I will not do work now. There is no stock which is maintained. Whereas industry, they will manufacture stock and keep it. They will manufacture the stock and keep it. That time you will find it difficult. You have to sell it at a lesser price to remove the surplus stocks. So industrial areas are more, sectors are more, vulnerable to recession, expansion and other things. It's a very complex phenomena, tough to predict when will recession come, growth will happen, right? And repercussions can be felt worldwide. See, if whole country, whole world is going under recession, means it can have an impact in India also. It is not that India is immune, because we are also dependent. We also migrate, go to other countries and work, right? So it can have a impact. And most importantly, it can have serious consequences to the society. See, imagine people are not having jobs. 1,000, 10,000 people are getting fired now. Are you understanding? Newspapers, Meta, Twitter, lot of people are firing. What they will do for Bua? Right? So it can have serious consequences to the society. Please understand that. Yes. What are the causes? I'll just run through the causes because this is theory. This chapter is full of theory. Internal fluctuation and effective. Let me take the as business cycle pa. One second, guys. What are the causes? Because yes, the first cause can be because of fluctuation of effective demand. People are demanding less, means it can affect the business cycle, because some sellers would have produced more and kept, right? Second, fluctuation in investment. People are not willing to invest. That means investment is not there, means people will not advertise. If they don't advertise, they will not induce the consumer to buy it. If they don't induce the consumer to buy, demand will come down. So at the end of the day, demand will get affected. All these things now will affect demand at the end of the day. If a demand gets affected, everything gets affected. Government spending variation, right? Government is a major spender. If he spends less, then what happens? He is going to demand less. If he spends more, then people are going to get more money, right? So that is where when things are not happening well, government is encouraged to spend more money, right? So that they boost up the economy. They'll give a lot of people job opportunities and many more. Now, macroeconomic policies and fiscal policies affect the trade cycle. Now, if we give tax benefits, then means what will happen? You'll have more money to spend. If you have more money to spend, demand will increase, right? If I give you less, interest rates, monetary fiscal policies. If I give you less interest rate loans, what will happen? You'll borrow more, correct? If I say 20% interest rate you have to pay, what will happen? Hey, 20%, no. If I give you 0% EMI, let's buy, correct? No. So based on that, even your see, this is how government will interfere in influence your demand. Money supply. Yes, money supply. During demonetization happened, what happened? Money supply got disturbed. Were you able to buy everything whatever you wanted? No. So when there's lesser money supply also, government can influence things. Psychological factor. See, you think that recession is going to happen. You think that, oh, it's not proper. That means what will happen? You will start saving money. You will not spend money. Psychologically, if everyone in the country think, okay, we are not going, it's going to be bad, then it will be bad only. Right? So psychological factors can also affect trade cycle. Some external causes like war. Ukraine and Russia is getting into war. That is increasing our prices. Right? I was so amazed to know that our books, we print books and give to students, right? So the pulp, the water, paper pulp, we call it as pulp. Okay. So that is getting imported from Ukraine, it seems, right? Before I was able to buy one paper at 150 rupees one bundle. Now it is costing me 350 rupees. They're just saying, it's shoot up. That's why your printing cost, if you go and take a printout now, they're charging 1 rupee 50 paise, 2 rupees. Right? Go and ask now. Right? Why? Before it was 1 rupee only, no? Now it has gone to 2 rupees. Even I was like, hey, what is this? I was thinking, average variable cost is not recovering. Let's close down the printing press and all I was thinking. Right? So this is what can happen. War can affect your trade cycles, increases the prices rapidly. Post-war reconstruction, yes. After war is over, still you will be, doing certain things that can also affect the economy. Technology shocks, right? New technology is found. Artificial intelligence. If they find an artificial intelligence can teach better than Christopher, that's it, gone. Christopher out, right? So he can come and say, I didn't understand means he'll have the energy. Artificial intelligence will have the energy to teach again and again. These are all external reasons, right? Natural factors like, COVID, right? If it is, these are all natural. Tsunami comes, earthquake comes. It can affect your trade cycle. Population growth. Suddenly population is growing means, or suddenly population is not growing also, it can have huge consequences because you cannot control population growth. If people are growing, population is growing, then prices also will grow. Land prices are growing in India because of population growth. Right? These are the causes. Now, last topic for the day. Come on. Relevance of this thing in business, for business decision. Why should you study all these things? Because as a businessman, you cannot close your eyes. I will only see micro activities. You should also know what is happening. Because certain businesses are cyclical in nature. What is cyclical in nature means? Seasonal in nature means, what is it? Season to season it will be affecting. Cyclical in nature means it gets affected based on the business cycle. If economy grows, these products will grow. If economy does not grow, these products will not grow. Are we getting it? So these are the things. For example, electronic goods and all, when economy is doing well only, you will buy. Right? Phone and all, laptops, car, then you will buy. When economy is not doing when economy is doing bad, you will buy all these things. So cyclical businesses and all, you should understand which business you are. SCA is very important to advise. That is why you are learning all these things. Are we clear? So that winds up this particular chapter. Done. Sharp 4. As promised. Okay. So we are done with the full revision. Are we clear? Hope you enjoy these revision sessions, right? If you like it, put the thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, everything, right? Okay guys, that's it for this video. Take care. Bye-bye.